Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? All of you amazing heathens, scientists, and atheists, and members of the Godless Army. Good to see everybody. It is early on a Sunday morning. That's right. Yes, it is time for the bi-weekly, or the fortnightly, as Randolph Richardson likes to put it, Heathen Hangout, or the Theist Helpline stage, where we talk to believers and what they believe and why, and hear their arguments and their evidence for, whatever it is they happen to believe, because we don't always just talk with Christians. We talk with all kinds of people. So, good to see everybody. How is everybody doing? Let me adjust my mic. I feel like it's up in my face. There we go. Hope everyone is well. I tried to tame my beard this morning. My beard has got to a point where it's just doing whatever the heck it wants. But, it just, you see how insane this is? I have to use I use a horse brush. A horse brush to tame my beard is what I have to use. It's wild. Oh, man. Oh, let me see. Okay. I see that just call me Abby. Said maybe I'll have my question answered. Been waiting patiently. Let me go through this. So, good to see everybody. Welcome, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. Let me make sure I put this up. Gonna make sure I have the banner put up and everything. Appreciate everybody being here. Before we dive in, welcome to the pre-show. So this is the pre-show for the Discord stage that we do every 2 weeks. And I appreciate everybody being here. If you're new here, I'm JL. And of course, this is Bridge the Divide. This is just one of the things that I do here. I also create content. So I hope you check out the content, and I hope that you like it. So, let's see who is in the live chat before we dive into stuff. Let me see here. Tiny Captain's here. Good to see you, Tiny Captain. Turtle Moves as well. Good to see you. Just Call Me Avi is here. Casey Cooper as well. Good to see you both. Good morning, Casey Cooper. Frayed Edges, member of the Godless Army, is here. Good to see you. Says hi, ho, neighboritos. Thank you so much for being here, Frayed. Turing Test as well. Turing Test 2 is here as well. Member of the Godless Army. I do not know, Turing Test. I do not know if we will hear evidence, but, we'll always give him a shot. Casey Cooper is, however, pulling for Apollo. So, good to know. Good to know. Rodin, the last name is here. Gabba Gabba to you, member of the Godless Army. Mystique Tina Jones as well. Good to see you, hun, a member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. And I see Charlie Welch, the only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, Welchie. Says greetings, JL. Also a member of the Godless Army. Thank you for the support. Jen Marie is here, saying hello. Good to see you, Jen Marie. Random name generator as well. Says, and there was me, forgotten that I had the browser open, just blasted by the intro music. Yay, fantastic, RNG. Good to see you, bud. Thanks so much for being here. Mighty Starlock as well, good morning. Fred Edge says, let me tell you about another wicked guy. He had long hair, well, that he didn't always do what people thought was right. That man's name was, I forget, but the point is, I forget that too. That reminds me of a Larry the Cable Guy joke, when he was like, I'm going to tell you a story. It was just like, let me tell you a story. We was playing the song. He's like, I'll tell you a story. The last one my father, told me before he passed away. Well, shit. Good to see you. Let me see here. Turtle Moves. Good to see you. God equals square root of -1 says, but how can something come from nothing, JL? Exactly. That's why we don't say that, because it's absolutely silly. It's bonkers. It's a logical contradiction, which is why if you look at it from the creationism standpoint, something from nothing is essentially what happens with God. That's their argument. There was God and there was nothing else, and there was God and there was something. So God created everything else out of nothing, or created it out of itself. Like it took its own energy and put it into, I don't know. It's God magic. So they appeal to God magic to explain why everything is here. We have a naturalistic explanation. It doesn't, and if the naturalistic explanation in its entirety is true, that doesn't eliminate God. That could still say that God created everything via naturalistic means. But, the God magic thing, the God magic hypothesis, no, we throw that out the window. Spellbinder 101 is here. Good to see you. Just Call Me Avi. Apparently, you asked a question before. Let me know what the question is so that I could potentially answer it, because I may have missed it. Let me see. Sorsha Red here is here. Another member of the Godless Army. Good to see you, Sorsha. Says hello, JL, and everybody in chat. Thank you so much for being here, Sorsha. Is it made from real horses? No, but it is a thing. It's literally, that's what's wild. My beard grows in so coarsely, it's an animal brush. So that's because a regular comb just will not work. A regular comb or a beard brush will work. I actually have to use one for, the scraping brush to actually get it to tame down. And even then, it's temporary. I'm all red and hiccuping. I'm not hiccuping. I haven't hiccuped yet. I did just wake up a little while ago. So, but yeah. Random Generator says, "Good morning, you amazing sexy thing. You lovely beard. How is the human you've attached to the you have attached to the chin of? How's his wife and doggos? The wife and doggos are good. Being little maniacs every single morning, but they're hanging out, and while I do this, and then she's got to go out, and then I have to take care of the dogs later. So, but everyone's doing great. Everyone's doing fantastic, despite the fact that it's looking like it's going to come down again as far as like snow goes. As far as like snow or rain or sleet, not 100% sure, but it looks like we're going to get hit again. So I'm not sure when, but that's the forecast. Let me see here. Mr. Colby 2 says, "Nice glasses." Thank you, Mr. Colby. You're the first one to notice, but I did have to get a new pair of glasses. I had to go get my prescription redone because these bad boys, I tell you, I've had these for the better part of 20 years and haven't needed to change them until like the last, I would say, 4 months is when my eyes for some reason started to go, and I was starting to hold my phone like the phone was getting further away so I could see it. And I was having the phone here. I couldn't it was starting to get blurry, so I was having to get further away. And then looking at the camera, looking at the computer screen for long periods of time was starting to bother me because I was having to constantly move to adjust. And so, unfortunately, I had to retire the thin wire frame glasses that I've had for like the better part of 20 years. You can tell. I don't know if I can actually show that, but yeah, these things are beat the fuck up. But you know, I'm not one to quit on an article just because it's got a little wear to it, but or just because it's got to quit on an article just because it's got a little age to it. Yeah, let me know if you know where that's from. But yeah, so I had to retire the old glasses and I picked up these ones, which I actually happen to like a lot. I happen to like them a great deal. So thank you, Mr. Colby, for noticing. I appreciate that. Cindy Sue is here, another member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here, Cindy. Peter Vandelay says, good afternoon, JL. Good to see you, Peter. Thanks so much for being here. Charlie Welch is laughing his ass off, as usual. Good to see you, bud. Nemo813 is here. Good to see you, Nemo, another member of the Godless Army. Oh, thank you so much, Mystique. I'm fine on her end. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Oh, Fred Edge says, I'm all red and hiccuping. Oh, stream seems normal and stable. Fantastic. That looks good. He was first to notice, only to comment about the... He wasn't the first to notice, only the first to comment. Ah, Casey Cooper. Understood. Gotcha. Unlocked is here. Since 20 years, no one punched you and broke them. Impressive. I was about to joke. I have been punched. I have been punched wearing these glasses. They have been knocked off my face, but they've never been broken. But only a couple of times in the past 20 years. And I think it's just because, I mean... I don't know. Maybe people just don't want to swing on me. I have no idea. But yeah. They have been knocked up my face a couple of times. One time, the legs did have to be fixed one time because they got twisted. That has happened, and the bridge has seen a lot of wear and tear just because of adjustments. So, but I'm really shocked. The lenses themselves are just beaten to hell. They're just absolutely beaten to hell. So, but yeah, these ones, unfortunately, are done. So, yeah, apparently it means I'm losing my touch. Apparently does. I don't know. Let's see. Black suits you just like it suits me. A metalhead with no religiosity like me loves to wear black. I do love black. I absolutely do. I do. It is my color. Just call me. It says, I asked how you... Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. So, that's right. And I remember commenting. I remember responding to your comment, Avi. Okay. Just call me Avi, asked me how you became an atheist. What made you leave your denomination? You replied, this is a great question. It's a bit long. That's right. And I'll address it on the next live stream. Absolutely. So let me get through this real fast. Rasheen, good to see you. Member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Chris S., thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Gosh Heckfire, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for hanging out, bud. Cindy Sue as well says that Chili did want to swing on you, but yeah, that's true. Chili probably wanted to swing on me, but he didn't have the balls. He wouldn't have the balls to do it. I'm glad that he didn't. I'm glad that he didn't, and I'm glad that I chose not to. That I looked at him and I was kind of like, I looked at the situation and be like, it wasn't about me in that situation, it was about my wife. It says, my wife doesn't deserve the inconvenience that this would cause by me breaking this guy over my knee. It was not worth it. It wasn't worth it to her. If I was single and had, like, no dogs at home and no, like, you know, and no, and, like, more responsibilities than I currently have, then yeah, I probably something would have gone down. But no, I have to think of her as well. So I was like, what does this do for her? Because things that affect me affect her directly. So I have to, you know, take that into consideration. And that's what stopped me from doing it. So Chili definitely needs to send a thank you card to my wife for saving his ass. He absolutely does. Let me see. Neuter cat has more balls than Jose. Damn straight unlocked. Absolutely. He is all bark. Always ask a man with glasses to take them off before you fight. That way you might not see it coming. Let me see. NANA's good here. Good to see you, NANA, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate you being here. And just call me Avi. Bane style, absolutely. Cindy Sue, Regine, and Freda. Just good to go. All right. So I think I caught everybody who is hanging out. So, just call me Avi. Left a comment on, I think, the last video. Yes, right, Rasheen. He's not worth the effort. He absolutely is not worth the effort. It would have caused more havoc for me than it ever would have caused for him. And while I could just, like, you know, pay my way through it and be like, I'm done. It's like, no, I'm over. And I was like, it's just not worth it's just not worth the havoc. The courts have better things to do. I have better things to do. I can't create content for you guys. I can't have important conversations with people if I'm sitting in the clink, you know? And so and plus, then the car, then, you know, I'm down there in Tahlequah, the car gets impounded, you know, because, you know, I can't leave it on tribal land because I don't have a permit. After they close, the car will get towed. So the car gets impounded. I'm down there, and plus it's on tribal land, so then I have to deal with that, and it's just, the chaos it would cause for my wife is just absolutely insane. It's just not necessary. And hey, Javier Hara, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. He absolutely was not worth it. Oh, pardon me. So, yes, just call me Avi. Ask me a question in the live chat, or ask me a question in the comment section of my last video, the one I did on Greg Locke. And he wanted to know how I how I became an atheist. So I don't know how many people are here are new to the channel, how many people have not heard this process. So like I said, it's a little bit of a long story, and we're gonna go live at 10 for the stage. So I'm gonna try and kind of nutshell it in the next few minutes here. So without losing my place, because there's a kind of a bunch to it. I got to hit all the important points. And no, I'm not going to do like a Jim Carrey. You know, I'm not going to do that. So I was after confirmation. So I'd recently been confirmed, and I was raised in the Methodist faith. And I remember all kinds of good things about the church that I was at. The Methodist faith is especially the group that I belong to, was a very progressive group. So very, very open-minded. And our pastor I always thought of him as more of a philosopher than a pastor. So he wasn't like the beat you with the Bible thing. He was more like, really think about these things. So he was always very supportive. He knows that I'm an atheist. He knows I'm an atheist, and he understood that, despite me being an atheist, why I had him officiate, like, for example, I had our pastor officiate our wedding. And that's because my mother, my father had, you know, passed away, but my mother is still devoutly religious, and her parents are religious. So to have, like, a wedding that's just like, and plus it was kind of like, you know, a Methodist kind of thing, to have a wedding that's just, you know, an atheist wedding that has none of that, and I'm literally like the only person around who was an atheist, would have been, just seemed to me to be extremely selfish. So for my mom, for her parents, for her, you know, for everything, I decided, you know, just like, this is the best move to make. There was not a hill I was willing to die on, but nonetheless. So this gives the context about my pastor. Anyway, Pastor Jack. So anyway, it's shortly after confirmation, and I am sitting there. Hey, Trude Hell, good to see you. Dr. Nimrod, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. All right. Thank you, Chris S. I appreciate that. I really do like these ones. So I'm sitting there. It was a normal Sunday, and it was I'd recently been confirmed, and I was sitting there in the congregation, and so and Pastor Jack is doing the usual sermon. I can't even remember specifically what it was about, but in the opening, in the opening of it, he made a joke. So he had written in his sermon a joke at the expense of the Baptists. And what's funny is I can't even really remember what the joke was. But for anybody who's familiar with the Methodist Church and the Baptist Church, there has been a long-standing kind of like a bad blood between the Methodists and the Baptists. They don't really like each other. There's animosity there. There's a lot of things that, reason why we call them foot washing prudes, and and there's the dancing jokes and stuff like that. So yeah, exactly. So anyway, I'm sitting there and he makes this joke, and everybody in the congregation laughs. So I'm probably close to 13, if not 13 years old at this time. So he makes a joke, and everybody laughs at it, like a joke at the expense of the Baptists. And I was kind of like, huh. But I understood the joke. I remember understanding it, but I remember not finding it funny. Not because the joke in itself wasn't funny. I wish I could remember the joke. It was so long ago, because this would have been 1992 or 93. So, hey, Jason T, good to see you, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate you being here. So, it occurred to me, it suddenly struck me, why are we sitting here in church having a laugh at the expense of another denomination? Now, I was a portly kid. I was like an exceptionally portly child. And so I was bullied quite a lot. So people laughing at me was something that struck me deeply. So it hurt. Because I didn't know what to do. I was fucking 12. And so it seemed like bullying to me. And so the idea was, the thing that popped in my head was, why are we laughing at the expense of another denomination? Especially behind their back when they're not here to defend themselves. Not doing it to their face. We're doing it like, ha ha ha, we're in our little house and we can laugh at them. That did not seem in keeping with the whole Christian thing. That seemed very unchristian. It seemed very hypocritical. Even though at the time I could not articulate this, it didn't feel right. So I was like, okay. So that didn't feel right. That felt weird. After that, there were some events that took place that also led me to question. So one particular one, I got left behind on a mission trip. That was one little thing, and it was easily rectified. Looking back at it, it was actually quite easy to rectify, because all it was they just forgot me. They did an inappropriate head count and they left me behind. And it was kind of scary because I was in a strange place, but I found a phone and I called my mom. My mom came and got me, and my mother raised hell with the church. She was very, very upset. So, it happens. It's an accident. But I was sitting there thinking, it was like, huh. What these events, there were a couple other events as well that took place with other people that I was aware of, but what this solidified in my head, in my young mind, was, one, all of us in this thing, we're just people. And people in church are no different than people out there in the wild, people out there in just normal society. There is no differentiation. That people are the same out there in the street as they are in the church. The only difference is that everyone in the church believes the same thing as you. So now you're in your own little group. So you're in your own little clique, like there were in high school, like in school. Like you have all the little groups that want to run together. So I was like, church is no different than anywhere else. That was the first thing. Like, okay. Then realizing that just because they believe in a God doesn't make them better or more important or more or less prone to error than anybody else. It's like, okay. So it was the understanding that there was nothing special about church. That it was just a place. And I was like, well, that's odd. That led to me beginning to question the function of the church itself. When I began to understand that the function of the church in itself was ostensibly to bring people together because they all believe the same thing, and for them to celebrate that thing, and to give money to support the place where they were all gathering, I was like, okay. So, but wait, they could just get together wherever they want. They could get together, in a park and not have to give money. So I began to see the money. So then I connected it to the money, the money operation part of it. So I'm looking at it back and forth, and I started doing research slowly but surely. And over the next 10 years, I would say I went from a Bible-believing Methodist Christian all the way to atheism. But even then, I wouldn't be open as an atheist. I wouldn't be able to say I am an atheist. It took me like another 3 years, I would say another 3 years, for me to actually be able to say I am an atheist. What's funny is that I actually was able to admit that my sexuality, my bisexuality, before I was able to say I am an atheist. Which is wild. Which just goes to like speak to the puritanical roots of this country. I was more afraid of coming out as an atheist than I was as coming out as a bisexual man, which is crazy. So it was wild to me. But yeah, it was a very, very slow progress where I essentially kind of went from a Bible believing Methodist Christian to kind of a non-denominational, kind of a spiritual Christian, kind of just spiritual. That was when we kind of like dropped the Christianity, and that's when I started going into the whole like the all other faiths or the esoterics and various stuff like kind of like psilocybin and DMT and all the weird spiritual stuff. Started going through that, and then that doesn't go anywhere, and then started breaking down into pieces started coming off, like a crusty ship going through an atmosphere. Just pieces started coming off. The pieces that didn't make sense, and the pieces that can't be reconciled. And eventually, it just literally got down to, when it comes down to it, it's all about the logical entailments. It comes down to the how you justify a particular thing. That's when I started getting into a better understanding of philosophy, a better understanding of logic in and of itself, and of course how metaphysics plays into this whole thing, which I can tell you this: the older I get, the less patience I have with philosophy. I understand it, I get it, and I get its application, but the older I get, the less patience I have for it, because more and more philosophy just becomes a field that people can hide in because they can't truly justify what they want to believe. And because an area like metaphysics allows them to basically be like, well, there's these hypotheticals, there's these unfalsifiable concepts, unfalsifiable assertions that we can make about the universe, and they because it's unfalsifiable, you can't say it's wrong, and you can't say I'm wrong, so therefore I can hide there. And so that's why I don't like it. It's because philosophy started as a means to ask questions about that which we cannot readily see and what we cannot readily investigate. That's where it started. Now it has become, we have advanced to the point that philosophy has literally become a playground for those who want to believe in shit that can't be justified, which is why I don't dig it. It's why God has been pushed to like the area of metaphysics. It's kind of like, that's all it is. Javier Harris says, I can understand your bisexuality, but an atheist? It's wild, absolutely. And I see it's a meme. Moderator Ruiz is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, Bun. Member of the Godless Army. Clive Wells as well says, hello, humans. Good to see you, Clive. Thanks so much for being here. We're going live over to the Discord here in about 3 minutes. Oh, let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Saw a bunch of people coming in. Cindy Sue, I have no doubt I did. I have not read it in a long time. So it's been a minute, because I got through confirmation, but it was shortly after confirmation that I started making my way out. So if there were things that I read, I'd have to go back and refresh. There are actually many things about, many little nuances of the Methodist faith that I have to go back and refresh on, because I'm so far removed from it at this point. It's kind of like, Clive Wells, good to see you. Thank you so much for the obligatory ghost. I do appreciate that. Rob Ebe is up. Word up to you. Good to see you, Rob Ebe. And Mighty Sarlacc. Good to see you, Mighty Sarlacc. Thanks so much for being here. Adversary hurts, but it can help you look deeper into life. True. Absolutely. So, just call me Avi. I hope that answered the question. It started with basic questions. Just things that, oh, hey, Jason T, good to see you. And just started with basic questions that I needed to find answers for. And when those answers couldn't be found with the church leadership or with my parents, I went looking for them and started doing the work myself. And slowly but surely, that's how it works. And the big point and even then, my pastor knew it. My pastor knew knew what was going on. And he never judged me for it. He never said, okay, well, you're just wrong and you're going to go to hell. I never got that from Pastor Jack. Because Pastor Jack is more of, like I said, is more of a philosopher than he is a pastor. So his primary focus is on thinking instead of, just asserting, which I thought was brilliant. So, thank you, Peter Flemberg. Appreciate that. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. So yes, just call me Avi. I hope that answered your question. I do. I hope that answered your question in its entirety. If you have any further questions, hey, Caliban, member of the Godless Army, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Historical philosopher as well, good to see you. Let's pop on over to the stage because it's firing up as we speak. Oh, they've already started. He started early.
Is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual.
Let me know if you can hear it.
Particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort.
Yeah, I know. He started early. It's 10 now.
J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, and societal divides that they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and the history surrounding it. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Aaron Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world.
Contributes.
I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, atheists, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society.
Avi. He should.
Tom Jump, aka T-Jump, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other
Stroke Assaulter, good to see you.
Ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is the number one Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. And if you would like to find links to all of these people, all of our hosts' YouTube channels and social media accounts,
you're already here.
You can take a look at the website, theisthelpline.com, and click on the About Us section, where you will find all those details. Thank you to everybody for tuning in, and I wonder if anyone on our panel has anything they wanted to mention aside from Chinese Happy New Year to everyone before we commence with our program.
Happy Year of the Rabbit.
Yes, that's right. Happy Chinese New Year.
And I want to wish everyone a very happy Sunday.
Gong Hei Fat Choi. 新年快乐. That's Cantonese and Mandarin for Happy Chinese New Year.
So we've actually got quite a few people in queue at the start already.
Really?
Yeah, we've got 4 people in queue. I see WizKid first, and then a name I can't say, and then Meryl, and then Oscio, I think is how you say that. But we'll go ahead and pull up WizKid now. Not quite sure. I haven't messaged them yet, but they look like they're Buddhist deists. That could be interesting. What's going on, WizKid?
Hello, you guys hear me?
How's it going? We got you good.
How's it going? Hold on, let me just fix my audio real quick.
Your audio sounds great.
My audio's good?
Yep.
Yeah, no problem at all. How are you doing, and what have you got for us today?
First of all, good morning. Good morning to you. I hope your morning is going good. Basically, so this event is called is basically aimed toward proving that a god or goddess or deity exists, correct? Just to get that straight.
Actually convincing us that a deity exists, a goddess or a god, or a combination of them. Proof is certainly a great thing too. Convincing would already be sufficient enough.
It's pretty much about, you present what you believe and why you believe it. And we'd like to hear how you justify those things. Arguments or evidence. So
Okay, yes. So I do believe that a deity exists, or deities exist, multiple gods or goddess. And the way I see it is that all these gods and goddess are just aspects of the individual. Everything, god or goddess, whatever pantheon you want to go down, these all are aspects of the self. I'm not sure if you. I study the self and Carl Jung philosophy and such. So these gods and goddesses are not outside of us. They're more of aspects of the psyche of so a god will represent an aspect of the individual. So that's how I see it. So these gods and goddesses do exist. That I wouldn't think that's a hard thing to convince, because the word existence is just basically, to me, is just like.
So you're saying
experience.
they exist within our psyche?
Yes, these are.
Okay, so that's not the point of the stage. So,
let me and address this here. We're asking for to be convinced that they exist. So
supernaturally.
Your idea of what this deity is needs to be external to us for us to be convinced. Internal,
hey, Edjo,
we can
good to see
imagine
you.
all sorts of things, and they seem very real to us. But we want more than just our own thoughts on this, our own imagination on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The thought is one thing. Yes, that's internal, but it can be quantified externally.
Well, no. So Wiz, are you stating that? So we understand that people can believe in things, and large groups of people can believe that a thing exists. Like, for example, there are many people out there that are large groups of people that legitimately believe that Bigfoot roams the wilderness of the United States. So they are of areas of the world. There are people that legitimately believe this, even though there is very little evidence to support the fact this thing exists. Now, when you're talking about gods in and of themselves, you mentioned that they are like mental constructs. Okay, essentially they're like abstracts. So they exist in the mind, just like many other things. People who believe in fairies or leprechauns or unicorns or whatever, but they don't exist in reality. So as far as like beings, entities that physically exist in a like Ick said, in a kind of like a supernatural fashion. In reality, there's not an entity out there that can be like, I am God. So they all exist in the mind. So that's it.
Yeah, what I'm saying to that is that the mind is just as real as anything else. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's true, but there's a designation between imaginary concepts and things in reality. Like this, how we determine the difference between things that are imaginary and things that are real. Sure, your mind is a real thing. Your mind is an emergent property of your brain, but the things that you think of, the concepts that you think of, those aren't real. Those are imaginary concepts. Well, I would say to that, it's what I would say to that. It starts in the imagination, then it can be made in this reality. If you understand.
Are you talking about Are you talking about tulpas?
What is that?
Okay, so I figured that you would being. Are you a Buddhist or just a deist, or what are you?
Yeah, I ascribe to Buddhism and yoga and stuff.
Okay, so the reason I bring up tulpas, or what are known as thought forms, is because in Buddhism, a thought form is a thing that is understood. Basically, it's the idea or the idea of, or the practice of willing a thing into reality by pure thought. Okay, so that's why it's called a thought form, or what is also known as a tulpa. In essence, if you get enough people, the belief is that if you get enough people believing the exact same thing, and they believe strong enough, they can literally manifest this thing into reality. And
exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm
and
saying that
your friend, it could
yeah,
provide
I'm saying
comfort.
that the mind. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
I was just going to say, another word for this is an imaginary friend. And people take that to be very pejorative and insulting, because usually it's kind of intended as such. But hey, imaginary friends perform some kind of valuable role in the lives of children. And I think it's frequently been, a subject of stories that, it's sad that the adults can't see them
good
anymore.
to see you, John Rapp. Rico Sandman, good to see you.
When we make a distinction between real and not real, we're not just talking about whether the mind can conceive of it. Like, I can conceive of unicorns, but I enjoy the fact that unicorns aren't real, because things that are not real have a purpose. We can use non-real things in fiction, and I might love drawing or enjoying stories about unicorns, playing Dungeons and Dragons with my pet unicorn. It's not saying that it has no value to say it's not real. And if you can't make that distinction, and you think everything that you can think of is real, then you're just kind of muddying the meaning of the word to the point where it's useless.
Right.
To build off what you were
I'm
saying, well, I just
what
want
I'm-
to point out, I think that Jungian archetypes, I think that mythic structure from a Joseph Campbell standpoint is very important to our culture. The thing where I would press you a little bit is why, if these many gods are aspects of ourselves, and I believe in a mind, why does any of this process, why should we call them gods? Doesn't that just muddy the water? Can't we just utilize everything that you want from either a mythic structure or building characters from Jungian archetypes without any gods?
Yes. Because like these things, you could call them gods, you could call them imaginary friends, like you said, you could call it whatever. But my main point is that the mind, okay. So what I differentiate is physical existence, things we could touch, taste, hear, and see. Those things are real, yes. But what I'm saying is there's also something that's non-physical, which I ascribe to the mind, which I take a Buddhist standpoint as the mind is it may not be physical. Yeah, it's not a physical thing, but yeah, it is real. It is substantial. It is useful, just like an imaginary friend could be useful to a kid. My main point is that the imagination is just as real. Gods can be just as real and just as useful as tools in our regular reality. It's just two different polarities, is what I'm saying.
So you're saying there's a second state of existence, non-physical? Could you go more into detail on that? I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah. So I ascribe that to the mind. So I believe in mind. I believe in spirit. So I see we have a physical reality.
Well, he's definitely a mind-body
touch,
dualist.
taste,
We could say that.
feel, and see and hear with our five senses.
But I found it was
Then we
odd
have
that I
the
mentioned
mind,
tulpas and thought forms, and he
which,
wasn't 100% sure what it was. That he
you
claims
guys may
he's a
say,
Buddhist,
oh,
which
it's not
is
real because
odd.
someone says, "Oh, I believe in such and such God," or "I believe in Shiva." You'll say that's not real. But what I'm saying is that the mind can be real. It's up to the
pause you
individual.
for 1 second? Because a lot of times when we do like one-word definitions equal one-word definitions, it becomes an equivocation. What's the difference between mind and spirit?
No, I a lot of people, well, when it comes to philosophy, different philosophers differ from whether they separate mind and spirit. I don't. I see mind and spirit as the same thing. So that's where I differ. Some philosophers think mind and spirit are different. I don't. I say it's the same thing. Your mind is a culmination of your thoughts, feelings, aspirations, and past experiences.
I think
everything's quantifiable, though, right? So what's the non-physical part?
No,
And
it's
we do have-
non-physical.
I think
It's non-physical in a state that
Clive
you
Wells.
say, oh, a unicorn exists. No, you can't see a unicorn in this physical reality. But what I'm saying is still...
Sorry, we do have a question from the YouTube audience. GeoSam is asking, is there a way to tell that it's not the imagination? I don't know if you have an answer for that one.
No, it's no way to tell it's not the imagination, because the mind is everything. So whatever concept you come up, it still originates in the mind. So everything comes back to the mind at the end of the day, no matter what. Any thought form.
I think Amy was onto something when she said that a single definition often doesn't capture the whole usage of a word in language or in the way that we're using the word. So we get into what's called equivocation when we have different meanings and we're using them in different ways in different contexts, but we're pretending like they're the same. And so that causes mistakes in thinking and confusion. So if I can ask you a question like, is that thing imaginary or mind independent? And you can say, well, that thing, like Harry Potter, is imaginary, even though there are movies about Harry Potter and so on that physically exist, but they are about an imaginary thing. And we could also say that the Earth, prior to the evolution of life, existed independent of minds, and it has a history which we can trace to show that it changed over time without anyone around in the forest to hear the sound, right? So we can make a distinction between a mind-independent reality and an imaginary reality, but you keep saying it's just as real. That is like saying that distinction doesn't exist. So what I was trying to get at, and what Amy was trying to get at, and which I think you might even agree to, I'm not quite sure if we're aligned with what you're actually thinking, but it doesn't mean that something is useless to say that it is fictional or imaginary, right? We're not asking you to say, like, is Buddhism worthless because it's in your mind or something like that, right? All we're asking you to say is, can you agree that there is a distinction between things that are real independent of human minds and things that seem real to humans because they imagine them?
No, I don't make that distinction. That's my take on it. I don't make the distinction. So when you say something is in our reality, I would say it's still mind dependent. I say nothing is mind independent at all, because you still need the subject to experience the object. So is a relationship a subject?
Oh no, Wiz. What X is bringing up, it's understood that the Earth has existed far longer than humanity ever has. I think we can agree to that, correct? That the physical planet itself has been around far longer than life itself has been around. That life on the Earth is younger than the planet. We know this unequivocally. We have irrefutable evidence like this. The planet itself existed, and then it took time for the conditions to become conducive to the formation of life. So there was a time when the planet existed and there was no life. This is an example of something existing mind independently. Before there were minds to ever wonder about the planet or conceive of the planet or conceive of like this rock that we're on as like this is a planet, this is one of 8 or 9. I don't want to offend any Pluto believers, but this is one in the system, and that system is a part of a galaxy, so on and so forth. But these things existed long before there were minds to even give them names and terms. So that's an example of a mind independent. True, like something that is mind independent. The Earth existed before there were minds to even call it a planet or call it the Earth.
And if I could just build off, I agree with what Ix and J.L. Warren said. A lot of dualists, they will take like the double slit experiment or the collapse of like the dual wave function and go, look, that means you need like big brain minds to make anything exist at all. But we were, as life, around for 4.
I made an allowance for Pluto lovers.
The universe has been around for 13.8, and it wasn't until like a few billion years ago that, as far as we can tell, organisms with minds that can conceptualize actually came around.
Right. So, okay, yeah, no, I understand, and that's a good point, saying that the Earth was around before life was here, but
before life even existed, right?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I'm boiling down the mind to not even. I'm boiling down the mind to strictly consciousness, like at its fundamental level.
Well, that's true. But your statement that nothing exists mind independent, and then your acknowledgement of the Earth existing before there were minds.
No. I'm saying the Earth is an actual consciousness thing. Is still conscious.
Is there evidence for that?
Well, no.
Like, what does that mean? Like, are you a panpsychist? No, there's a belief called panpsychism.
No. I see. Yeah, I see where you're going with that, X. Absolutely. I'm just kind of curious. If all the humans died off tomorrow, though, would the Earth still exist?
He said the
Yes,
Earth
because
is conscious.
yeah, because there's birds is conscious, the plants are conscious. What
Rocks.
I'm saying, consciousness is
Oh,
just simply awareness. That's
Okay,
all.
I see where X. Yeah, I see where X was going. Go ahead, X. I'm sorry.
Well, let's put it this way. Rocks are not mind dependent, but minds are rock dependent, right? We have minerals that make our brain work, but minerals do not require our brain to work. You acknowledge that, right?
You said minerals don't require our brain.
Chemical reactions do not require minds to happen, but minds are based off of chemical reactions, right? One thing allows the other to happen. The other thing is not part of the former thing.
I would say it's more of a back and forth relationship. It's not just one thing causing the other.
Do you think that chemistry prior to any consciousness existing was conscious just because it was a chemical reaction, like
Yes,
formation of rocks or something? Okay.
Yes.
And where does that belief come from?
So how I see it, I boil down consciousness simply as awareness. Just awareness, just simple as that. So if
What
anything,
does it mean? Because you've said awareness, but see, right now we have mind equals spirit equals consciousness equals awareness, and so my question to you would be, what does it mean for the Earth to be aware?
it's aware as in it's more like a self-regulating system. So
that's getting into like Gaia hypothesis stuff. Like I was trying to establish just chemistry, like rocks, prior to any regulation. So I mean, I agree with the Gaia hypothesis basically that, you know, there are organism-like properties of large, you know, ecosystems and so on. That's great, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about chemistry. We're talking about rocks. Okay, a rock can have a shape like a crystalline structure because it's squished really hard into the only shape that the molecules in the rock can take, which happens to be sort of geometric and cool looking, right? But the rock, just by being squished, is not aware of the shape that it's taking in a mind sense. So you're saying that everything has a consciousness, including rocks, doesn't seem justified to me, and I'm trying to understand where you draw your justification for that belief.
So it may seem a little out there, but I do believe in vibrations. Nothing stands still. That's how I see it. So even if you look at a rock and you say, oh, this rock is just a piece of solid stone that has no mind, no nothing, I see it more as everything is vibrating. Nothing is standing still.
Yes, but
vibration does not equal consciousness. Vibration is just the state of shaking, right? Things shake. That's what temperature is, right? The temperature of an object is the vibration rate of the things in that object, right? The atoms, right? That's what a vibration is.
You can get vibrations by getting AA batteries. Continue.
And we can increase or decrease the temperature of the thing, so we can reduce it to the point that it stops moving. Well, almost to the point that it stops to, like, you know, near absolute zero. So what is that? How does that factor into it?
All right, so I'm gonna be completely honest with y'all. I'm not 100% sure that a rock has consciousness, to be honest, to this discussion. But
fair enough.
Fair enough. But I would say our experience of a rock, when we see a rock needs eyes to see it, to experience it. Just like a tree falls in the forest, it needs ears to hear it. But
that doesn't entail that the sound waves emitted by the tree falling cease to exist.
Yeah, but it's more substantial to hear it rather than just saying, "Oh, it could have happened. It could have been a sound. What's more substantial, actually experiencing it, or just saying, "Oh, it could have happened. Like the sound could have happened."
Well, seeing as the Earth managed to insubstantially, do itself into existence without any minds around to allow us to even exist in the first place, I would say it's far more consequential how the fundamental chemistry of the world works, independent of any minds, than it is to
I would think
to denigrate it, because you're insulting the sort of importance of the world that doesn't have minds in it.
I would think it's far more grounding to actually go off the experience rather than saying, "Oh, Earth was here before us," because that's not even that theory is not 100%.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Are you?
Not.
Yes, it is.
Are you trying to render some version of like the non-independent origination idea from Buddhism? Is that where this is coming from? It's like, is this a Buddhist belief you're trying to explain in your own words?
What are you talking about?
I mean, there's a Buddhist idea called like non-independent origination, which is basically saying that there are relationships between all things rather than completely separate origins.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a relationship. Okay. So saying the Earth was here before us, yeah, you could say that based on studies, of course, but
based on WizKid, based on the evidence, the absolute evidence, the independently verified evidence.
But to say to that, not all scientists agree with it. You know that, right?
I have yet to run into a scientist. I mean, like a scientist.
You run into scientists?
No, I do. I work in these circles, dude.
No,
so yes, when we're talking about people who understand geophysics, when people who understand geodesy, when people who work in these fields, who work in, whether they work in tectonics or they work in the oil industry or whatever, yes, we understand unequivocally the age of the Earth. That's it.
I agree with you. A substantial amount, probably most scientists say that based on the scientific evidence. But there are other scientists that disagree with this theory. You know that. Not everybody is saying, "Oh, the Earth lived way before anything ever existed."
Wait, who's disagreeing with that?
I'm curious myself.
If he could show us the scientist who holds the opinion that he says exists, we would hear it. But we don't have any scientists to point to, I think, at the moment.
Well, there's the younger creationist guys who are all kind of crazy, but other than that, I don't know of anybody. Like, all genuine scientists agree the world is 4.5 billion years old. Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, let's just say that.
I'm curious where we were before the Earth existed.
Yeah, WizKid, it's pretty much the Earth. The Earth in itself is pretty much like I'm rounding these numbers. It's like 4.5 billion years old. It took about 1 billion years after the formation of the Earth in order for basic, literally single-celled organisms to begin to microscopic single-celled organisms to begin to form, and about 1 billion years after that for complex ones. And hell, reasoning like monkeys, us, didn't even arrive until like 2 million years ago. So yeah, the Earth has been around a hot minute before life ever even was a twinkle in anybody's eye on this thing.
But let me correct you there. Single cell organism life. How do you know there's other types of life that is not single cell? There could be other consciousness things that could have existed before that.
On the Earth?
Leprechauns and Santa Claus.
Wait. Did you just say that prior to single celled life there could have been less complex conscious organisms?
No, he just said other kinds of consciousness, so he didn't.
Yeah, like what I'm saying, consciousness is not just what we call our standard single cell organism. I'm saying everything is every single, like, even physical things are a part of consciousness, like our whole reality.
The thing that I asked for was a justification for that claim, and I feel like you haven't provided one. And it's okay if you don't want or need a justification yourself to believe it, or you believe it because you think it's entailed by non-independent origination from Buddhism.
My main point is,
it's not convincing.
My main point is that, I mean, the boil it down.
Good Samaritan, I don't really think you understand what a theory is.
This is real, is our physical reality, so I ascribe the mind to gods.
And yes, the age of the Earth has been independently verified. So you don't understand the science.
Just as real as saying, "Oh, give me proof." I mean, when I say God, I don't need to prove to anybody else that it exists.
Well, you kind of do if
I
you
said leprechauns exist. Would you just believe me because I can imagine they exist?
I would say to that it exists to you, and that's substantial enough. You don't have to prove to like a group. Oh, this like I could say my cheeseburger I ate for lunch is God, and then you say wait no, it's not.
Let's say I believe leprechauns exist, and if you don't worship the leprechauns, they're going to stick molten gold bars up your butt for all eternity.
Yeah. No, and I don't have to believe that. That's the amazing part about it, because I have a mind, I have a consciousness. You have your mind, you have your consciousness. We don't have to agree in our gods, but yes, it does exist to that individual, is what I'm saying.
So
everything is part of the individual.
Well, let's say there's two people. One person believes that there is a god, magical leprechauns, and one person believes there's a god of a magical potato. And they both believe that's the thing that created the universe. Now, only one thing could create the universe, right?
No. Everything is perspective, is what I'm trying to get to. It doesn't have to be one overarching objective God. I don't see it as objective. I'm seeing it as more as you say a leprechaun is your God. Yeah, okay, that's your reality. I have my own reality. I say this cheeseburger is God. Nobody.
Good to see you, Bob Nodell's Gyroscope, and good to see you, Nocturnal Lux. Thanks so much for being here.
Two perspectives. Explaining their experiences.
That's tantamount to admitting you have no justification for anything that you have put forward, which we asked for.
Literally sounds like he's trying to define imaginary objects, like imagine things, into reality.
Well,
but
what I'm saying is...
One second. I want to know, like, so if two people believe contradictory things, I believe that there are more black marbles in the jar. You believe there are more white marbles in the jar.
Good to see you, NANA, member of the Godless Army, and Cindy Johnson as well. Good to see you. Member of the Godless Army, appreciate the support.
A colorblind person could say, well,
I don't care about a colorblind person. I don't care about a colorblind person. I'm saying, like, literally, objectively, this object has this many photons that reflect off of it in this spectrum, which is white. This photon, or this object, absorbs the photon, so it's black. These are objective qualities. You don't get an opinion on it.
Yeah.
And this jar has either one of them, the black one or the white one, is more, and we both can't be right. One of us has to be wrong.
Hey, Jefferson Spatchcock, good to see you, bud.
I agree with physical properties being objective. I'm not disagreeing with that. I know there are physical properties.
Who created the universe is a physical property, right?
No, that's not a physical property. That would not be saying that's not a physical property. A physical property would be something that, okay, this is 5 yards away. Yes, that's objective because we both can measure. But what I'm saying is we have different perspectives on that.
Let's say like the thing that created everything else. There can only be one of those, right? There can only be one thing.
No, there could be multiple, and that's what I'm trying to get to. There could be multiple things that could be creating, like.
No. So listen carefully. It was a thing that created.
Agreed, Clive. Absolutely.
Things. So for that to be the case, there can't be a thing it didn't create, because if there was a thing it didn't create, it would not have created all other things, right? So if I think there is a God that created all other things than it, that means there cannot be another thing it didn't create.
Yeah, but then we run into a problem, because that God, like, who created that then? You see, it's just a circle. We're going in. It will go to a circle.
The point is that if you believe that there are multiple things that are uncreated, and I believe that there's one thing.
No, I'm not saying it's uncreated. I never said.
Good to see you, Philip Grinning Jackson.
The point here is that if one person believes there is a single being that created all other things, and another person believes that there's a bunch of different beings out there and they weren't created by this one being, they both can't be right. One of them has to be wrong.
Why? Why do both of them why does one have to be wrong and one have to be right?
Because I believe that there is a single God that created everything else. There's no
exceptions.
You. Wait.
Key word, you.
Wait, stop.
Right,
the other person believes that there are other kind of like 10 gods or whatever. Who cares? One of us has to be wrong, because in reality, the physical facts of reality, one of us is going to accurately describe reality and the other is not.
No, I disagree.
Cool, Good Samaritan. Then explain how we understand this from zircon crystals.
That's two perspectives. You can't quantify that.
He's not talking about a fact of any kind of matter. He's just saying that he treats whatever someone wants to believe as real because they want to believe it. There's no argument here. It's just believe whatever you want to believe. Is basically what he's saying.
No, I'm not. I'm saying, yeah. I'm saying it.
Wizkid, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, let's say you, for instance, you, Wizkid.
Uh-huh.
You believe that you are created by God A.
Uh-huh.
Your neighbor believes that you're created by God B.
Right.
Your aunt thinks that you're created by God X.
Uh-huh.
So they can all be true?
Yes, they're all true, and I would say, and my reason behind saying
how can you be created? How can you be created by three different entities at the same time?
No, what I'm saying, they're not all true. But let me rephrase that: they're not all true statements.
I literally asked. This is a thing that T-Jump tried to ask you as well, in a different way. If all these three gods are true and they all claim to have created you, then only one of you can be right in thinking, in picking the correct god. You cannot all be true at the same, believing in the true God at the same time.
So what I differentiate with that, that's where I go the other way, because I don't see it as a dilemma. Can I finish? Can I? I don't see it as a dilemma. I don't see it as a dilemma of true versus false, or right versus wrong. This is, I'm not putting a moral dilemma in it. I'm saying,
Chris S., I would love to talk with Erica if she ever had the time. She is extraordinarily busy. It'd be fun.
You could have been created.
Well, Erica's one of my favorite creators.
Same time by multiple gods.
Me personally,
to you, that's not a dilemma.
No. You gave an example of 3 different people saying I was created by these guys.
Yeah,
that's different.
Only one of these. If you were created by any of those 3 gods, only one person has it right. The other ones are believing something that is extremely false.
No, there is no right and wrong.
Yes.
Again, this is 3
right
perspectives. No,
let me try and help you out again. Can you be created by 3 different gods at the same time? That's a yes or no question.
Yes, it's possible.
It is possible.
Yes.
Let's try a simple example.
Wow.
Can 2 + 2 be equal to 4 and equal to 5? If I think it's 4 and you think it's 5, is it just a matter of perspective that you could be equally right about just because you have a different perspective?
I was literally about to bring up logical contradictions.
No, because we're talking math.
Okay.
Well,
so you
when
think
we're
that
talking about math, it has to be right and wrong.
So
when
you
we're talking
think
about
that
moral, when we're talking about things like God, that's not math. Math is different. Math, you have to be right on certain things. When you're talking about God, this is different. This is more of a subjective.
You don't have to be right about God.
No,
you can
because
believe something that is
Good to see you, Ron Merkley, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate you being here.
False to who? That's a dilemma.
No, WizKid. We're talking about logical
to how it relates to reality.
Yeah, WizKid. We're talking about talking about logical contradictions in this. If you have 2 assertions, and they're in a situation where you have 2 assertions and only one of them can be true. Okay, so not both, because they're both contradictory to one another. So that's the problem. So
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So in Peter's Wiz, in Peter's situation, if one person claims that you were created by God A, and the other person believes that you were created by God B, but God A and God B cannot both be true because they are both contradictory to one another. They can't both be the same because they're both it's like literally saying like a square circle. It's not something that can exist. It's a logical contradiction. So how would you decide then? In the face of logical contradictions, then how can you say that everything you believe can be true if logical contradictions exist?
No, that's not what I'm saying, T-Jump. I'm not saying every...
I'm not T-Jump.
Oh, that's not T-Jump. My bad. I'm not saying every logical situation has to be I mean, I'm not saying every logical situation.
Let me help you out, WizKid. Let me help you out. Let's take two people, right? You and your neighbor. You think you're created by God A. God A is a black-haired, middle-aged man. And your neighbor thinks that you're created by God B.
That goes to show, Good Samaritan, you have no idea what you're talking about, because atheists don't make the claim that something came from nothing. That's a logical contradiction.
No.
That is, however, the theist claim. That's the theist claim, not ours.
I don't see it.
Good to see you, Blue, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate you being here.
You said you could both be right. This is what we're trying to explain to you.
No. Okay, let me rephrase that. I didn't mean to say it. Sorry. I didn't mean to say we both could be right. I'm saying we both have different perspectives. When it comes to saying God, when you throw the word God...
Okay, for clarification, it depends on perspective. If you see a person walking past your house, it depends on perspective whether or not that person is a black-haired, middle-aged man.
No.
See, blonde,
you're changing the subject. But you're changing the subject. We're not talking about God anymore. You're talking about attributes. Now.
Okay. Let's say a God walks past your house. A God walks past your house. It depends on perspective.
I'm not sure where Peter's going with this.
That God to be
We've never claimed that nothing created everything. That's your claim. That's the theist claim, Samaritan. That's your claim.
Perspective change the hair color, the age, and the sex.
Yes, because we're not talking about physical things. We're talking about God now. This is not a physical.
No. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. I'm asking.
Yes, it does, because
how does perspective change hair color, age, and sex?
Yes, because we're talking about a God. We're not talking about a regular person.
But explain how perspective can change that.
Because when two people think of a concept, which is what we're talking about here,
not thinking of a concept. There are multiple people. There are multiple people who claim to have seen God.
Correct.
Different gods.
Correct.
That's not imaginary. That they have seen it with their own eyes. So explain how perspective can change hair color, age, and sex. Because if you can't, then your position is wrong.
No, it can. When you say, I see God walk by my window, well, when two people see one thing walk by the window...
Good Samaritan, you just got owned, dude.
This God walked past the window.
There is no logical contradiction in an infinite regress.
You keep saying there are two perspectives. What I'm asking is, how can a perspective change hair color, age, and sex?
Yes. Oh, okay. I will answer that.
How does perspective work to change that?
Yes, it works to change that because different
You're
individuals.
Still saying that it works that way. I'm asking you.
No.
Most likely, Caliban.
I'm answering your question. This is how it works. When you have two different individuals, they have two different values, and based on those values, they ascribe different qualities to thus God or goddess, which adheres to their values that they grew up with as a child, their parents told them about. These things are what make up what we personally ascribe to gods and goddesses.
But if that were the case, then these values would also make up how you view actual people.
Yes, and it does.
Doesn't.
It does. No, it does. It shapes your whole reality. Your values.
Describe to me. Okay, Amy Newman as a profile picture. Describe Amy Newman according to her profile picture.
This is going in a direction that I don't think is conducive.
Do you see a blonde old guy?
Peter, please stop confusing me with Amy. I'm good friends with Amy, but I'm the blonde here.
Yeah,
I think maybe we should move on because we haven't heard anything
agreed
coherent enough to even.
I mean,
I don't think you've thought this through, WizKid. You need to write it out, then read it and try to comprehend what you just wrote. Because what you're saying is utter
I'm just saying it's
nonsense.
perspective.
It doesn't Good Samaritan. No one claimed it did.
Perspective.
Hey, Peter, let him make a final point, and then we'll go ahead and move on, and you can jump in, Peter, but let's let him finish up here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just make this final point to my discussion is just that everything is, when we talking about gods and goddesses, this is more of a perspective thing rather than one person is right and wrong. That's all I wanted to say. And thank you for having me, and I'm good.
Thank you for coming up.
All right, thanks.
Have a good one.
And I just want to say that my entire goal after having conversations with me is to walk away with your sexuality confused. All right?
So, Peter, what
Amy.
did you want to say there?
Amy, are you going to be dyeing your hair blonde soon just to accommodate Peter?
Oh, I think I am.
I mean, if we're talking about gods and goddesses, I mean, we have to take Amy into consideration. I'm just saying.
See, I like where this conversation's going.
See, I thought so.
So, do we have somebody ready to come up? I think we have someone.
Yeah, we have an exciting one. So,
I'm
Buggin is
curious.
saying some pretty amazing things, and I'm just going to leave this one to be I'll let him introduce himself. Buggin, I'm inviting you up right now. I think everyone's going to be a Christian after this one.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today, Buggin? I hope we're saying your name right.
You're exactly 100 years older than I am.
Buggin, are you there?
We can't hear you, Buggin. You want to check your mic?
You may want to try dropping out of if you've been in here for a while, maybe drop out. Oh, we can hear you.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
There he is.
Your volume's a little bit low, but we can make out what you're saying, yes.
Go ahead, though. We can hear you.
He's totally adjusting it now, probably.
Yeah. Adjust not lest ye clip. So just go ahead.
Wow, that was very well said.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
sir.
got you.
Right, now we're good. Now we're good. All right. So I'm here to prove God's existence through science and also prove with evidence besides strictly the Bible that Jesus did indeed rise from the dead.
Great. You're a Christian?
I'm not very extremely religious. I use the Bible as a guide through life. I'm more of someone who just likes to follow the 10 Commandments.
A quick question for you. How do you know that God is a he and it's not a goddess that's a she?
You know, that I cannot prove. That is not something that I have any means to prove of. But I want to start with the Jesus thing first.
Well, one second, but hang on a second, Buggin. If I can get one more clarification before you dive in, and I'm going to let you dive in. Just really curious, which Bible do you adhere to, and why?
Because I like to interpret the verse that I read through more than just one version. The way I read the Bible is I'll take the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the King James Version if they all share the same verse and they're all written differently. Whichever one I feel is interpreted the same through two of the three, that's the interpretation I stick with.
Does your King James Version not have the Old and New Testament in it? I'm confused by that statement.
Yeah, I'm kind of. Well, hey, Peter, hang on a sec. Peter, hang.
Let him make his argument.
God dang it!
The three versions that I read, a lot of the verses in there are not written exactly the same.
But the question is, if you have, I'm just saying, if you have the KJV, which I get, that's a version of the Bible. But
Yes.
what other versions are you utilizing? Are you going all the way back to the?
Said this was relevant to his argument.
T-Jump. It's a question that is relevant to me. So I'm asking for a clarification so I understand where he's coming from, because what Bibles he's using is important. So you said
He hasn't made an argument yet.
I agree. Saying the Old and the New Testament, that's not a Bible version. Those are parts of Bible versions.
so. My question is, are you Buggin? Are you utilizing the Latin Vulgate? Are you going to the Septuagint, or what do you?
Let's just say I'm utilizing the KJV. Let's just say King James Version.
Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure.
Okay, let's all be quiet and let Buggin put his argument up for about a minute or so.
So here's my question to all of you. So when you go to any courtroom, any courthouse, and you've got someone on trial, right? Let's say, example, they murdered somebody, but there is no video, all you see is like clothes on the scene, but over 500 people said they witnessed it. Is that not a form of evidence that can be used in front of a judge?
Yes,
Over
it's the
500
form.
witnesses.
Yes, that is evidence
the
for
weakest
things.
form.
One sec. That is evidence of things that have an empirical basis. So eyewitness testimony counts as evidence of things that we have empirical evidence exists. So like if I said I saw a dog, that's evidence I saw a dog. Eyewitness testimony is not evidence and is not allowed in a courtroom for anything that does not have empirical basis. So miracles, magic, mythical creatures, the paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. It doesn't matter how many people saw those things. Those are thrown out of the courtroom because it has no precedent.
So you're saying...
Well, can I just add on there that when you say 500 witnesses, you say the Bible claims 500 witnesses. But if I were to be like, can you pull up witness 305? Would you be able to name any of those 500 witnesses either? And I agree with T-Jump. It's not... witness testimony is actually thrown out most of the time because it's consequential, it could be biased, it could be tainted. It's generally the empirical basis that allows us to get over that bias.
Yeah, in a murder trial, the courtroom standard is typically beyond a reasonable doubt, and eyewitness testimony very often may not satisfy that burden. Buggan, are you trying to say you want to use the courtroom standard of qualifying beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
But Amy kind of hit the nail into the coffin with my statement because I was referring to Corinthians 15:3-8, to where it says Paul gives a list of people to whom the risen Jesus appeared. These witnesses to be resurrected Jesus included the Apostle Peter, James, the brother of Jesus, and most intriguingly, a group of more than 500 people at the same time.
Were you there to
But hold
verify
on.
any
He
of them were
doesn't
there in
give
the
a list
Bible?
of people. He doesn't give a list of people. He only mentions that over 5 people saw him after he rose. He didn't see those 500 people. He has no clue who those 500 people are. So he doesn't give a list. He's just regurgitating a rumor.
Well,
So
brother,
let's go
that's
back-
what
there's no list
of 500.
I'm just quoting the verse.
Again. So let's go back to what I said. Eyewitness testimony is not evidence of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, etc. If you brought that to a court case today, it will get thrown out. It's not evidence of a person rising from the dead.
All right. Well, if that's one y'all don't want to hear, I also want to prove...
Well, no, Buggin'. It's not that it's not one that we want to hear. It's one that we're familiar with where you're deriving the claim from. The problem is that talking about what the Bible says and then literally putting 500 eyewitnesses onto the stand in a court of law is not equivalent, because the Bible is a story written by an author who is long since dead, who wrote it almost 100 years after the fact, essentially taking the oral tradition that had been passed down and finally writing it down writing it in the letters to the Corinthians. So the problem is that there's not an equivalence between the two. It's not the same. Okay, you can't say that the claim that there were 500 people, that Paul making the claim that there were 500 people in the Bible that witnessed this, is the same as putting 500 people onto the actual witness stand to say that they saw a person do a thing, and then the prosecution also having the evidence to go along. Because even if this was a court of law and there were 500 eyewitnesses, if there was no video evidence or any other physical evidence to back up their story, then all of that would be hearsay. Because the rules of evidentiary procedure are extremely strict. And so, no, 500 people just saying a thing is not enough evidence to claim that, to verify that somebody did something.
It's worse. It's worse than that, because if you wanna make the same argument, then what you need to say is that one guy during the trial comes up into the witness stand and tells you about another guy who told him that 500 people saw the murder. That is what we're talking about when we're going to that claim of 500 people who saw Jesus rise. That's
So
all
I
you
still
have
wanted to
in
give
the
him a
Bible.
chance to respond
Nothing
to
more.
my argument. So let's grant the strongest possible evidence you could possibly have. You have 500 eyewitnesses on the stand, literally, who saw it yesterday. A guy casting a magical spell, Avada Kedavra, to kill the guy next to him, a little wand. In a courtroom, they present their testimony. The courtroom is going to throw it out because there's no evidence magic exists. Do you think that would be evidence? Would you believe magic if you had 500 eyewitness testimonies go on a stand and say a guy cast an Avada Kedavra spell to kill another guy? Would you believe them and believe magic was real because of that?
I wouldn't take it as I believe magic is real, but and this is I'm not saying Jesus rose from the dead in the way the Bible said it. I'm saying that I didn't get to finish what I was saying though, but what I was saying is those 500 eyewitnesses had seen something happen to Jesus. They had seen something
How do you know
in
this?
some form, shape, or in some way, shape, or form. Because
Okay, let's go with the Bible. How do you know this? Because
Wait,
you
I
have
have
a
to make
guy.
a point of
you
moderation.
have-
The message you sent me said that you were going to prove that Jesus rose from the dead through a form of evidence besides
my form
the
of
Bible.
evidence was
Do you have
eyewitness
anything
testimony.
outside of the Bible that you can
My form of
reference?
evidence was eyewitness testimony. That was my form of
Well,
evidence.
Where's the source
Okay,
of
let
those
me
eyewitnesses,
ask-
though? Is it
let
the
me-
Bible?
Oh my God.
But he has not gotten a
me-
chance to respond to my point yet. Okay, so my point. Even if you had eyewitness testimony of magic, you would not believe it. They saw something, that's fine. The fact that some eyewitnesses saw something is fine. It's not evidence of miracles or magic or mythical creatures. So again, why do you think this, even if it was true that there were 500 eyewitness testimonies, why would you accept this as evidence that Jesus rose from the dead?
It's like I said, I'm not saying that Jesus rose from the dead in the way the Bible testimonials it. What I'm saying is, like with your magic wand theory, I'm saying that it's not going to prove to me that magic exists. I think they see something that is on a higher form of science. And I'm going to take a quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson. Everything that people have considered magic over the past 300 years is something that has eventually been proven to be a form of math or science that we just did not understand at the time.
Yeah, that's a quote
Wait,
that you're
wait,
pulling
wait,
out
wait.
of
Let him-
context
he
because
still
he's
has not
not
gotten a chance to
talking
respond yet.
about anything even remotely close to a god.
Okay, Peter, he still has not gotten a chance to respond to my point.
He was talking about magic. I wasn't referring it to a god. I was referring it to his magic. And the same thing can be applied.
Stick
The
to one
same
point.
thing.
One point at a time. One point at a time.
The-
What is your evidence for Jesus? You think he resurrected in some different way? Okay. What is the evidence he resurrected in any way?
I was using eyewitness testimonial as evidence. That's
Well,
what I was.
That's why I brought up the point. So, is eyewitness testimony evidence of magic? No. Okay. So then it would also not be evidence Jesus rose from the dead.
I would say an eyewitness testimonial is evidence that something had taken place. That is what I'm saying.
Yes, I agree. Something took place.
Yes.
I agree there, but that isn't evidence he rose from the dead.
I'm
Anyway.
with T-Jump. It isn't evidence that he rose from the dead even.
It's more likely Jesus had a twin, and the 500 eyewitnesses saw
Yeah.
a twin than Jesus rose.
Yeah,
from the dead.
and sorry,
I'm just saying
technically,
Jesus had a twin. There you go.
yeah, and sorry, technically, and technically, and technically, Bug, and going off the KJV, no one actually physically saw him rise. That wasn't an event that people saw. They saw him die. As if you go by, depending upon which gospel you go by, they saw him die. He was put in the cave, and then his body wasn't there. And then other people claimed they think they saw him. That's essentially what happened in the Bible. So
I forgot where it was, but there are extra biblical writings that Jesus did have a twin.
Okay, can I talk to him alone just to go for Black and Forth for a little bit? Because I want to actually address the point, if possible. Not go to 10 other million
ahead.
points that don't matter. Let's
Just because
let's-
I'm
Hey, Grim Skeptic, good to
confused
see
on
you.
what I'm trying to address here because I've gotten 3 questions
Yes,
and I'm so
I agree.
confused.
I agree. Stick with me. Pay attention to what I'm asking. So, eyewitness
right.
testimony is not in any way evidence of any miracles, any magic, anything that has no empirical basis. It is zero evidence.
Well, based on your logic, that debunks everything I'm talking about.
No. Wait. So you said in a courtroom. So I'm going based off of your logic. In a courtroom,
Yeah.
eyewitness testimony of miracles or magic is thrown out. We have court cases like this. There's a lot of them. I brought them up in my debate with Jonathan Sheffield. Court cases do not accept eyewitness testimony of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. It's not evidence. So you are trying to use the courtroom standard. The courtroom standard is that's not evidence of Jesus rising from the dead.
All right.
Well,
Well,
and
then
can I
you've debunked my point. That's what I'm getting at.
Can I illustrate too why T jumps point bug in? It's why you want it to be empirical evidence and not eyewitness testimony. Say you became a judge and you were like, listen, 500 witnesses, that's amazing. How could we get any better than that? And then tomorrow, you're sitting at your office and someone comes to you and they says, oh my God, Buggins, you wouldn't believe this. 501 witnesses have just come forward for Fred. They saw Fred rise. They know he is the true Son of God. It's not like the real resurrection, how they describe it as in the Bible. It's a little bit different. And so what can we now say? They just topped the last story. Don't they have more evidence?
Well, shit, I guess you're right.
So I just wanted to commend you for taking T-Jump's point once you understood it. Also,
I mean, I was understanding his point. What was throwing me off was I had like everybody else jump in at me. Yeah. But since that one's out the way, I want to talk about the God point or goddess, whichever one, whatever y'all want to call it.
Can I let you? Hold on a second.
Sure.
You said
We got to let him finish talking now. Come on.
You had scientific evidence.
Peter's fucking killing me again.
Can we
man.
move over to that because I think
that's what I was. That's what I was jumping over to.
Peter, I was in the middle trying to ask something as well. Okay, so I'm all for changing the topic or whatever, but before we move on completely, because maybe you're dropping it right now, but you still believe this, that this is historical fact. So let me just refer you to some of the scholarship.
It's not that I believe it. It's historical facts. It's just something that I was using as evidence because I swear I guess y'all have informed me of something. I thought eyewitness testimonial was a form of evidence.
Well, that's in a court context. But I'm just talking about the fact of the matter. For all the people listening and for yourself, anyone who believes in the resurrection as a plausible thing, I would refer you to the extensive scholarship which has looked into this very controversial claim extensively. And there is an excellent book called Doubting Jesus' Resurrection, What Happened in the Black Box, an inquiry into alternative explanations of Christian origins, which provides kind of from a summary of all of the actual scholarship that's investigated these claims and the sources of these claims, the most plausible explanation for how these kinds of beliefs arose in a cult-like way from mostly legendary origins to becoming believed as though they were facts. And it's a book that's easy to get on Amazon. You can also search Library Genesis and find a copy of it. So anybody who is holding this argument or wants to make this argument or believes in their hearts but doesn't know if it's true and wants to openly inquire into this, Doubting Jesus' Resurrection, What Happened in the Black Box by Chris D. Komarinitsky.
All right.
You can proceed.
All right. So, and I hear a lot of atheists talk about this all the time. That create the creation theory. I don't necessarily understand 100% how the Big Bang operates, and I don't even know how scientists can 100% say how the Big Bang happened either. But the way I look at it is, what I understand about the Big Bang is there was a bunch of hydrogen atoms and other atoms coming together to form this huge fucking explosion that created the universe. It created the world. It created Earth. And Earth has been here for billions of years, unless you ask Darth Dawkins. But you sit here and you think about it. Wow, that's pretty cool. So before the Big Bang, would you say there was nothingness, or did something have to put those atoms in motion to cause the Big Bang?
Well, okay, so now you're talking about an area that this is a really, really deep area that I don't want to go into like a physics lesson on this, but to nutshell it very much so. The vast majority of theists who talk about these things typically misrepresent what these things are because they don't really understand them. The Big Bang in and of itself is literally just the origin point of visibility for our universe, or observability for our universe, meaning in a sense that what we can measure. Okay, so if you talk about where we can start looking, it's the Big Bang. That's where literally observability begins. However, what occurred before that is essentially what you're talking about is what existed before we could possibly measure it or even observe it in any sense, right? So we don't know. All we can do. Hang on, Buggin, hang on. This is where it gets complicated. I understand that, but you got to hear this out. So what we do is we extrapolate from what we know now, and then we go backwards. We work backwards. So everything beyond what we call the Big Bang, or the origin point of visibility or observability for our universe, is literally all just mathematical extrapolation. Okay? It's literally just taking the mathematics we understand now and running them backwards to a point that we call the singularity, which is a mathematical expression to indicate a point where the numbers literally become so large they're effectively infinite. That's literally all it is. So it is mathematical speculation. It does not state that there was literally a singularity, a point with infinite mass, right there at the beginning point. It doesn't state that. We just know that there was likely a causal event that triggered the expansion event that resulted in what we call the observability of our universe, or the Big Bang. That's it. Speculating as to what came before that is generally right now just all it is. It's backed up by what we kind of understand about quantum mechanics and what we know about and what we know with mathematics. But stating that there was physically a thing there, or there was a thing that was there that kind of kicked the football on the universe, or tipped over the first domino, saying that there was an entity or a mind there is completely is just total speculation. There is no evidence to support anything. All hypotheses are ostensibly of equal value because we don't have access to that. Right now, we don't currently have access to that. So if you say it's a god, that is as equally viable as me saying that it was a unicorn that farted everything into existence.
You made the same point 5 times in one sentence.
That's what I'm saying. It's up in the air for speculation, and with the atoms being put together to cause the explosion. After the explosion, we can run down history of the universe at this point, and what scientists have understood is it all started at the Big Bang. But what I'm trying to understand is, and I look at this on a more hyper-conscious level, because I can see in first person, I can see my hands. That means existence is alive. So does that mean existence has always occurred? Because it has to have in some way for the Big Bang to have happened.
Well, yeah, there's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress of things existing. There isn't. And that we are just the result of just literally like a natural fluctuation, or natural random fluctuations in the quantum field. I mean, there's no logical contradiction in this. And the evidence points in that direction. So that's fantastic. T-Jump, that's fantastic, dude. I'm so glad that you're on top of this. So anyway,
just try to make the point once in a sentence and not 7 times in a sentence. Yes, we've always existed. What's the next point? That's all you got to say. We've always existed. It's always been existing.
I just want to point out that although it's called the Big Bang, it got that name kind of as a pejorative that we just kind of took in stride, because it's better to think of it as an expansion event. Everything was at the same point, and when everything is at the same point, you can't really have space-time, because at each point in space, you have a point in time. It's an expansion event, but I guess we should just go back to why...
Was actually an explosion.
No, it was not an explosion. It was not an explosion. An explosion and an expansion are two different things. They're
Buggin. So, yes, Big Bang happened. Yes, there was stuff before the Big Bang. So what?
What I'm getting at is, since we can't prove the existence of anything before the Big Bang, it's kind of like religion in a way. You can't physically prove the existence of God. Maybe that's because God is not physically in this reality. God is in another reality.
Well, so
Buggin',
that
the
means there's
difference
no
is
evidence.
In,
So I agree that
in
there's.
science, they say, I don't know. In religion, they
No,
don't.
this
They
T
say
jumps on a
the
tear.
exact
That's just
opposite and say,
that's
"I
just
don't
what
know."
he does. If things aren't running the way
So
he
I
thinks that
agree
they
there's
should
no
run, then he
evidence.
becomes
Buggy,
aggravated and
Buggy,
bored
Buggy,
with it.
the-
So
the-
that's what's
the
problematic.
definition of
Don't. Bug it. There's no evidence before the Big Bang. I agree. That means there's no evidence for God. It means there's no evidence for whatever's before the Big Bang. I agree. But that's not a reason to believe in God. Why are you bringing it up?
I just want to say to the YouTube audience, hi everybody, hi mom, hi dad, goodbye.
Hello, thanks for being here, man. Oh, he left.
Hey, Tony Regime, good to see you.
I think that was his way of saying he kind of sees
Safe
our
to
point of
say-
view. So thank you for coming on, Buggins.
I think safe to say he was trolling and he ran out of arguments.
No,
Yes,
I disagree.
Clive
Yeah,
Wells.
I
If
disagree.
Clive Wells, I know I
it's that
nutshelled
hard.
it.
We're
Please
just
let me
that
know
hard.
if I where I was wrong or if I misrepresented something. I'm always looking to improve that. So I know I completely nutshelled it, but let me know if that was right or.
He quotes as evidence from the Bible.
No, I do think that his response
but you could
was
only say that he was
clear.
Damn it,
serious if he
Peter.
sent you a DM that 500 people claimed that he was serious.
So I think that he seemed to be trying to make serious responses, like
Hey, Blue Moon, good
even
to see
at
you.
the beginning when I asked him, "How do you know it's not a goddess?" and his response, I thought was not bad. Actually, I thought it was a pretty good response. I do wish that we perhaps maybe gave him a little more time to talk. I kind of like we interjected a bit too much, but I think overall, most of the conversation I thought went quite well.
The conversation.
Clive Wells, would that be their
To
great
me, what
filter?
the giveaway is when we asked him what he believed, and he said the Old Testament, New Testament, and the KJV. And when someone asked, "Are you a Christian?" he said, "No, I just love to follow the Ten Commandments." Something's off. If that is what you
Well,
think.
I think
when I first asked him,
Yeah.
like, what's the difference between the King James and the Old Testament and New Testament, which are inside of it, that might indicate that he was trolling, but I'll choose to believe that he wasn't, because I thought T-Jump made a point and he accepted it, and he did that twice. And kudos to him. If he's serious, thank you for calling and for being sincere.
Yeah, if he's serious, then that was a good conversation. But I'm not entirely convinced. Sorry, I have to be honest.
And I just want
Welcome
say,
to the patch. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
Oh no, just the difference between science and religion is that when we don't know something in science, we don't just assert an answer. We go and try and find it.
Exactly.
Yep. Welcome the patch. I have no idea how to pronounce your name other than to guess
it's
it's
all good.
Sam.
It's just based off
Echo.
early Greek philosopher Diogenes. That's right. You can call me Patch or Diogenes. I don't mind.
Diogenes. We'll go with that because that's more in line with your Greek name then. Diogenes, welcome. Thank you.
good to
for
see you,
joining us.
Facty. It's a
Pleasure
it's a good
today.
point.
No worries. Pleasure. I initially I thought invited here off a cuff, but really engaging with the topic here about there's a panel in front of me, obviously. And trying to engage you guys in some sort of logical or rational belief that there is a God. From my point of view, it's a Christian God, Catholic Christian God. Professionally and nationally, I'm a recognised linguist in the field of educational philosophy and linguistic philosophy. My spare time, I enjoy hiking and gunpla. Born a strict Catholic, questioned my faith during my teenage years until being an atheist from 18 to 25 years old. That's staunch. I'm talking about scorched earth, Four Horsemen atheism. Now I'm a non-practicing Catholic, so Catholic with a small c, I guess you could say. Got a few things to bring up first of all, unless you guys have any questions.
Well, if you're talking about a rational reason to believe in a god, I can think of one actually. Would be Pascal's wager for somebody who has not put enough work into thoroughly debunking Pascal's gambit. So their attempt to believe because they're trying to play their odds, I would not consider to be irrational. So that would be, I guess, one example.
It's reasonable. That's reasonable, isn't it?
To give, and I think it could qualify as rational as well. To just give you an olive branch here to start with. But if you have a different idea idea on how to convince us that it's rational or reasonable to believe in a God, feel free to go ahead and expand on that.
I guess I've got a few things that I have a contention with the panel, unless it's not open to discussion. There are a few. This whole time I've been listening. I've been writing a few things down. Amy, when you were talking about dual wave function, that was a bit of a non sequitur in believing or not believing in anything, nor theory of mind, let alone quantum physics. Like the Bible can and ought to be used as historical documentation as well. At least the latter books and the poems and the songs of the Old Testament. These are historical documents. They're referred to as first account historical documents. It's a primary source. The Bible is a primary source. When it comes to... Yep, sorry, Amy. Yep, sorry.
Oh, no. At least to the non sequitur, it was on topic because this is often asserted by people who
really? I'm not familiar with that. I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, yes. They often, pantheists, maybe deists or also, young earth creationists and all the rest, they often assert that because you need I'm trying to the right wording because it's not exactly a mind. They confuse it for actually needing because you need a measurement, some sort of measurement, but any interaction, including another particle, will cause it to collapse. We're just made out of lots of particles, so when we observe it, so it has nothing to do with an actual mind. Our minds, as far as we can tell, are not what instantiate the universe. The solar system existed before we did. There was Generation 1 solar systems that existed.
I think we agree on everything. Yeah. There's no contention there at all. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Another person on the panel said that everything is quantifiable. I have serious contention with that. You can't quantify love. You can't quantify beauty in something. This is just pure linguistics. Well, you can't objectively. You can subjectively.
How do you know that?
And okay.
Well, just to clarify, you can quantify those because love is an emotion in the brain. Emotions in the brain can be weighed. I don't think you can quantify love as there's some objective measurement of love independent of every brain that you can say this is the correct amount of love. But we can say that love can be measured as a particular emotion.
We can measure it, but we can't quantify it, and we can't compare it against something and say that. And we cannot say, by the way, we cannot say that the brain chemically is a reliable metric. We cannot say that. We don't know anything about. We don't know near enough about the brain. Nothing at all.
So we can chemically measure love and stop it.
We can chemically, yeah, I agree with that. No. You can that's wrong. You can chemically measure the reaction of love. So love comes first. It's very primal. It's like lizard brain.
We can stop it. We can literally stop it and turn it on without anybody's control. So we can literally zap you in the brain. You now have love of this thing. Don't. We feel love. We can zap your part of the brain. You don't have anymore. So we can control it. So that's.
But we can't. No, we can't. We can simulate it. We can.
Not a problem, Bellywood. Take your time. No rush. Appreciate it.
We can stimulate those nerve centers in the brain that produce those chemicals the same way that people take that we can stimulate melatonin responses in people who have sleep disorders.
You disagree with all neurologists. That's fine.
No, I don't.
Yes, we know exactly what love is.
All right. I'll move on for the effect. TJ.
Baby, don't hurt me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you disagree with all neurologists. Yeah, okay. Some of my closest friends are world-leading neurologists. Let's leave it there. Okay.
They always are.
Agree with me that we can control love in the brain. We can measure it. We can quantify it. We can generate it. Yes, we can do all of those things.
We can control chemicals in the brain that induce us. That's
love. That is literally love. So what's your point? Go on.
You're interrupting me. We can induce. We can excite.
You're just doing the idealist fallacy of trying to assume that there's no entity.
Well, you're not letting me finish, first of all, so there's no fallacy.
I know what you're saying. You're saying, you can do the correlate.
So what you can do is you can excite certain centers
doing the exact same shit with the person that he was doing with me.
That would mimic a love response. Okay, to call that love is disingenuous.
That is love. That is literally love.
It's not. It's
literally love.
Because what you're not doing is you're not associating it with a feeling, a memory, a sensation, a touch, a smell, or any other sense like that. All it is artificially simulated. That's all you're doing. That's not love. That's not love. Okay, so linguistically, let's go to a linguistic term.
What
Does your argument turn on this? Before we go down a rabbit hole. So why don't you try to get to your argument?
And I was going to the next thing, but if he wants to engage, I'm happy to engage.
Well, it's okay to say, let's disagree on this, but move on. Like, you guys disagree about this, but your argument is separate.
There's also a thing that. Sorry, TJ.
One sec.
Yeah.
Everyone in neurology, everyone in biology, the consensus is physicalism. The consensus is love is a physical emotion in the brain.
Yeah.
When you generate it,
Hey, Witch of Heart, good to see you.
Creating the sensation. There is nothing more than that. You don't need some kind of abstract correlation between this feeling to some kind of external stimulus of physical touch that generates it. Doesn't matter if it's generated by that or by an electrode. It's still the same sensation. The sensation is love. You are wrong on this. Academic consensus agrees.
Ages ago, someone just said that we agreed to disagree. So let's do that. Okay.
Can I ask you why you said you used to be an atheist? Can I ask you? Did you?
I've got a few more. I've got 3 more things. That's it. Legit. And you guys can just barrel away. There's a false equivalency when you guys are bringing up. Sorry, Amy. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. You said you had 3 more things. That is quantifiable. We could all agree on. So you're good.
Yeah. They'll be really quick. The panel is invoking false equivalency, imaginary friends, Harry Potter, leprechauns, fairies to God. Really disingenuous. You guys are older than that. Come on, get over it.
That's not a false equivalency. So just
it is an absolute false equivalency.
Wait, stop. Listen to the words before you respond. The equivalency there is that all objects are either made of demonstrable properties or imaginary properties. Any object that entails at least one imaginary property is of the same class, which is things that have imaginary properties. Leprechauns have an imaginary property of magic. God has an imaginary property of non-physical properties, omniscience, omnipotence, benevolence, whatever,
right.
Non-physical brains, whatever.
Right.
And so the comparison being made by us when we compare God to leprechauns is that both entail imaginary properties that have not been demonstrated to exist, which means it is not a false equivalence.
Sure. Can you point to any historical document in ever that brings up fairies, leprechauns, imaginary friends, or Harry Potter?
That is not the comparison we are making, so it's a straw man.
So it's a false equivalency. Thanks.
No, it's not. No, it's not. If I'm making an equivalence and saying I am comparing objects that have imaginary properties, now those objects don't need to be equivalent in every way because I'm only saying they share one equivalence, things that entail imaginary properties. If I say God is like a leprechaun, I'm not saying that they have historical references. I never made that claim. That's not a claim I made. I made the claim they both have imaginary properties.
I didn't say you made any claim. I'm saying the panel has made false equivalency claims.
And I'm saying they didn't. When we compare God to leprechauns...
So let's agree to disagree again. Maybe we'll get loggerheads maybe later on.
You don't get an opinion on this. This is something you were objectively wrong about. It is incredibly... Okay. Wait, stop. It is perfectly rational for any atheist to compare God to leprechauns.
Welcome back, Bellywood. Thank you so much for the support.
I agree.
They have equivalent epistemic evidence, which is none, because they are made of imaginary properties. And that is the comparison the only comparison I've heard made here on this panel is that comparison.
Well, with God, okay, insofar as their qualities are, yeah, okay, that's fair. I think that's fair. I think it's stretched a bit. It's stretching the bow a bit, and I think it's a very tired argument that I think other people who would talk to the panel like.
You mean by stretching the bow?
Yeah. It's a long bow to stretch, and you're stretching it.
In your opening, you did say yourself that you do not necessarily defend wholly the historicity of the whole of the Bible. You said that you think there are some more likely historical parts in the latter sections.
The Bible is sorry, I'll let you finish.
I was just going to say, it seems like when you refer to it as a historic document, I would say at best it's a semi.
I don't refer to the Bible as an historic document.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
I want to clarify what you meant when you said that stretching the boat, because I think it is a 100% rational thing to compare God to leprechauns, because of the analogy I made between having imaginary properties. But
let's move on. It's a bit conflated now. We'll move on from that.
Well, I'm genuinely interested in your feelings on that topic. When you say it's stretching the bow, I don't think it is.
Well, okay. I'll finish my point. My point is when atheists on a panel, and I've seen this time and time again, they bring up fairies or leprechauns, imaginary friends, or Harry Potter, whatever you can bring up, okay? Yeah. The next logical thing that anyone who has a cursory knowledge of Christian apologia would go to would be like, that's a false equivalency. So all I'm doing is bring it to the attention. Now you've clarified that. You've clarified that with me. That wasn't the intention, and you were mainly comparing it to like divine God, the creator being, like in the sense that you can't materialize him in your ontological like worldview as other people can.
Is
And
your
I
God
think that's fine.
indistinguishable from imagination?
Now I really like that because you brought who said that?
Taco, is your God indistinguishable from imagination?
So what? So imagine. So God, I guess, is he indistinguishable? No. He's not, well,
Okay, so
yeah,
how do
no.
you
Sorry, no.
distinguish it
Yes,
from
yes. Obviously. Well,
Oh, it
first
is
of all, you're
indistinguishable
comparing
from
two very.
imagination?
Well, first of all, okay. We'll go there in a second. I've got one last. Actually, you know what? I'm going to close this. Close that. Okay, great.
Before you
What do you
close
mean
over-
by what do you? Okay,
No,
so
no,
you're
don't
asking me to
explain.
compare.
Do you have
This
a
is-
way to differentiate the God that you worship from your imagination?
I don't worship a. I don't worship a god at
That's
the
What-
moment.
not-
whatever,
that's
whatever
not the
God you
significant
believe exists.
Do I have a way to differentiate that god from what?
Imagination.
I don't know a god called imagination. What do you mean?
Oh no, so this is why this is relevant to the comparison to leprechauns and fairies and things. Those are imaginary things that we agree don't exist. They only exist as figments of our imagination. I want to say
Well, they
you have a way
don't.
to...
They don't. Wait. First of all, they don't exist as figments of our imagination. They exist as, they exist literally and non-literally. at the
This
same
is, I
time.
do get to use my example. Good. Let's have a one-to-one comparison.
Literally
What
and
happens
not
when
literally.
someone comes to you and says, look, the Jedi are real. The Jedi Council has been established, and it's really just all of the Sith nonsense out there
Sure.
that is making you believe in Christianity.
Sure. I mean, let's all be real here. Let's all be real in the room at the channel at the moment. On YouTube. Hi, YouTube, by the way. That's just fucking nonsense. It's pop culture derived from.
That's the point. The
Yeah.
whole point is saying...
So
here are things that we-
leprechauns. Are you saying leprechauns are pop culture?
Well, Jedi are an established religion in America, and I'm
That's
not
that's
joking, and
that's
I'm-
I don't. That doesn't really mean a lot to me over here in
Okay, I
Australia.
want to just
They're
simplify this.
Christianity
I want to try to
does?
simplify this. So there's two classes of existing objects. Objects that exist in reality independent of our imagination, and objects
They're
that
called
exist...
they're called abstract nouns. Yep, linguistically. Yep.
And there are things that only exist as a part of our imagination. Things that I imagine that aren't actually there. Maybe I don't know your position on ghosts, but let's say hypothetically ghosts only exist as a figment of human imagination. Those are imaginary.
I don't believe. I've never seen a ghost.
No, I don't care if you actually believe it. This is a hypothetical. So hypothetically, there are certain things that only exist in our imagination, like Jedi. They don't actually exist in the world, independently of our imagination. There are things we made up, and there are things that we did not make up. Mass, energy, spin, particles, planets, stars. Those things exist independent of our imagination. So if any object or hypothesis that you present, God, leprechauns, fairies, they're going to go into one of these two categories.
Obviously,
Imaginary category?
it's supernatural. It's above the natural. That's the
wait,
nature of God. The nature of God is supernatural.
That part's separate, so that's a separate part. So this part is just saying there's two categories: imaginary things and non-imaginary things. And for anything that you posit, it's going to fit into one of these categories. Now, there could
Okay.
be a third category out there, like supernatural. I don't care.
I follow your thinking. I actually know where you're going with this. So what we have to do is we have to painstakingly.
Give me one
go
second, I'll be
through
right
each of the
back.
things that you brought up that I thought was a false equivalency. So can we all agree as a panel that Harry Potter was not an historical figure? Yes or no?
No, that part is irrelevant. So the comparison here is not about historicity. The historicity part doesn't make a difference here. Whether or not it's a historical
we're
figure-
separating the wheat from the chaff. Basically, is what we're
No,
doing.
that's not a separation. So the
You don't wanna
separation
do
we
that?
need. The separation we need is...
What about
does it
leprechauns from
exist-
God? Is that a better one?
Either one. Let's go with Harry Potter. I like Harry Potter. Harry Potter's great. So let's say it's comparing Harry Potter to God, and you want to
Sure.
say
Did Harry Potter exist?
that doesn't matter to our argument. So our argument is independent of whether or not he's a historical figure. So Harry Potter did not exist. I agree. No one claims
So
he existed.
historicity out the window. Yeah, sure, no worries. Yeah.
Well, no, not out the window. It's irrelevant to the point I'm making. So if I ask you a question about which color is the apple, and you say it's 87, like that's not literally not answering the question. When
Sure,
we ask you
sure.
a question comparing God to Harry Potter, the point we are comparing is can you differentiate your God from imagination? And you differentiate Harry Potter from imagination. We're trying to say, what is the epistemic difference between this posited object and the evidence it exists, as opposed to just being a figment of our imagination? So in the case of God,
I can answer that. I can point to the author and say, this author over here, J.K. Rowling, Jane, or whatever her name is, she made up Harry Potter. It's in her head. It's a fictional book. And then I look at God.
Characters.
Right, and then we look at God, right? Now here, and then the end.
Same thing.
Right? And we say, this guy, he's been around a bit longer than Harry Potter. And he's been written by he's sort of like the head of an Abrahamic religion, which has three
Odyssey
offshoots.
has been around longer.
The Odyssey, yeah, sure. I'm not disagreeing with that. Anyway, oh my God, the Artist of Stone Age has been around longer. Okay.
So
Wow, we've got big brains on Brett over there. All right, thanks for your input.
Right. When the book was written,
all good.
When the book was written is a different thing altogether. We could look at Star Trek: The Next Generation and look at the character Q, who is much older than this God character.
We got to stick with his example. So his example, Harry Potter. He wants to stick with Harry Potter. That's fine.
I don't want no. I don't have a preference. There might be a better way for us to go
one
about
topic
this.
at a time instead of jumping to like 8 different analogies.
Sure,
So you
no
brought
worries.
up Harry Potter. Let's stick with Harry Potter. Doesn't matter when Harry Potter was written. If Harry Potter was written 8 billion years ago, would that be evidence Harry Potter was true?
Hold on. If Harry Potter was written 8 billion years ago,
That was just an abstract number I came up with. Does it? If it was
so
written in
right,
the
come
past,
up
does
with
the
a
year it was
sensible
written
number so
matter?
we can have a sensible conversation.
Does the year it was written matter at all to its truth?
Absolutely, it does. Yes, it does. Every piece of literature, really, it does matter what year.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
Let's say
does.
JK
This-
let's say
as a
JK
linguist,
Rowling- one
as a
sec, one sec.
linguist who has to vet certain parts of literary canon, and say like, yeah, okay, this ought to be considered in front of a literary panel of PhD critics for the Western Yes, it does. Absolutely, it does matter. How long it's been around, who it was written by, when it was written, where it was written, etc. It does.
Let's
But
say
we're really going off.
Let's say J.K. Rowling existed 8,000 years ago and wrote verbatim Harry Potter. Is it more likely to be true that wizards exist?
No, because we know
Right,
she was
that's a
writing
stupid
for.
argument.
No.
Age in which
we
it was
know
written
why.
makes
We know
zero
why.
difference
But
to
we
the
know
truth
why.
of the statements.
We know why. Because
No. That
she,
part doesn't make a difference.
it
Make
does
any
absolutely. The author absolutely makes all the difference.
No.
There are 4 gospels saying this,
Appeal to
saying the
motive
same.
fallacy.
Wait.
Wait,
Let
stop.
me
Appeal
say
to
something.
motive
Let me say something. There are 4 gospels saying vaguely the same thing.
Vaguely.
But they were written
Irrelevant.
by 4. No, very relevant.
No,
4
completely irrelevant.
What's the topic? I'm trying to
The
convince
topic
you.
is can you differentiate imagination from reality? That's the topic. So the topic isn't about.
You can't change the topic like that. Come on.
That's the topic. That's what we've been talking about. I'm giving you
Okay,
examples of imaginary things.
I can differentiate
Let me
imagination
try to
from.
help you here.
Yep.
So the topic is
Don't be
we're going to give you a
condescending. Come
list
on,
of
don't do that.
imaginary
Don't do that.
things.
Don't do that.
This where you don't understand our point. We're trying to help you understand our point so you can accurately address it. We are giving you a list of imaginary things: fairies, Harry Potter, leprechauns, Santa Claus. What is the similarity between these things? It's they are made of imaginary garbage that can't be demonstrated to exist. We are asking you what
Santa
evidence
Claus
do
is
you have.
So Santa again. You're bringing. It's like the
This
same.
is why I stick with Harry Potter. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The point we're making is
But no,
you
you
need
can't
evidence.
skip around like this. You just said Santa Claus, and it's like, well, hold on. Yeah, he is based on a real person. Santa
Irrelevant.
Claus,
Irrelevant.
Saint
I don't
Nicholas.
care.
It is relevant. It
No, it's
absolutely
not.
is relevant.
Oh my
It's
God.
like you're cherry
Do not
picking now.
know
You are
how
cherry
arguments
picking.
work.
You are
Ignoramus.
cherry picking.
No, moron. When we bring up a point, you have to address the point we are attempting to make. You bringing up random irrelevancies that have nothing to do with the point we're making is not relevant to the point. When we bring up Santa, we're talking about the magical fat guy that can travel across the world in the night and put stuff in people's chimneys. The
Yeah,
reason that's
okay.
a problem is because it's magic, and magic is an imaginary property. We are talking about the difference between imaginary bullshit that you have made up in your head and things that can be demonstrated to be real. I don't care whether or not it originates in some kind of a real story of a real guy. It's irrelevant. We're talking about the magic, bro. The imaginary part. Why is your God? What
Sure,
evidence do you have that
sure.
your
I'm on
imaginary
the
God
same
has
page as
any
you.
reference to
I don't
reality?
believe in magical beings. There.
Right, that's the point. That's why we're bringing it up.
There we go.
Agreed.
We got there. All right. Man, come on. You have to give me more
Jesus,
charity
how
than
do
that.
you-
We bring up imaginary garbage that
No,
neither
don't
of
say
us
we.
believe in.
It was you. Don't bring the panel into this. It is you.
No. All atheists, morons, bring up
All
imaginary
atheists?
concepts.
Okay, so
Oh,
all
wait,
atheists
yes.
in the world
Shut
do
up.
what?
Shut up, dumbass. We bring up imaginary concepts like Santa Claus because we both agree, us and the religious people agree they don't exist. We agree they are imaginary, and we want to know the same reasons we believe Santa Claus is imaginary are the same reasons we believe your Sky Daddy is imaginary. You have equally no evidence
Daddy.
for the magic.
Another word for him.
So
Okay.
Shut up. The magic in Santa Claus and the magic in the Sky Daddy. They have equally no evidence. That's the analogy we're making here. What is your evidence of your magic?
What is the? Okay, I don't have any evidence for magic at all.
Good.
have-
That means they're the same. They're equivalent.
No.
You equivalent Sky Daddy magic and
No.
equivalent Santa magic
No.
are both unsupported. Yes.
No.
Congratulations.
Just saying-
Exactly analogous.
This is
Are
juvenile.
you saying
This
there was
is-
just a first century rabbi and he just walked around and he said a bunch of, controversial things, the state killed him, and then that was it? Is that like the end of the Jesus story? Like he could have been a real guy, he was walking around, and then the state executed him via, cross, and then done? That's the end of the story, as far as we can tell?
As far as we can, so done historically from a historic basis. Partially true, and then there's a part which scholars are still really contentious about today, which is his post.
I won't lie, I've completely
Sorry,
lost what
you
the
wanna do
point
something?
Diogenes was trying to make here.
Oh, sure. I mean, is that the part where the magic comes in?
The magic, no magic.
Oh, well then by all means, what was the thing that scholars are still contending?
The post resurrection, the post crucifix resurrection, raising from the dead, and a whole bunch of other divine claims.
Yeah, the miracle.
No, I
Again,
need
not
to-
to be condescending,
So
but the magic.
I need to.
So you do believe it. So you do believe in magic.
Okay. There needs to be a discernment here between magic and divinity, like acts of divinity.
Let us throw our heads back and laugh.
Same
Ready?
category.
Ready?
They're not- they're
What is
not-
it?
no.
Wait.
Can you explain the difference between
No, I don't want. I do not
and a
want
miracle?
No, that's a straw man. So what matters to us, from our perspective,
What's
when
it?
we
Do you
compare-
think I'm strawmanning you? Do you think I'm strawmanning you?
Yes.
Like, what
Yes.
makes you think that?
Because when we are comparing magic and miracles,
No, it's
they are in
you,
the
not
same-
we. It's just you at the moment.
When we atheists, when every single living atheist that has ever existed logically possible, every single one has compared magic to miracles, they are saying these are the same because epistemically, like in a courtroom, neither has an empirical basis, and so both have imaginary properties.
No, don't say courtroom, because again, you're revealing your atheist American brain.
T-Jump, let
Why
me
is it
jump
so
in. Let
hard
me
for
jump
you?
in
Wait,
for
Peter, wait a minute. So,
remark.
Peter, he's trying to address it, and he's not
I'm
doing
not trying
it.
to
So
do anything. I'm not trying to do anything.
let him
Atheist
answer
American
T-Jump's
brain.
question.
Remark.
Go ahead, Peter. What's your mark? Go ahead.
Yeah, so you said you're not strawmanning us. T-Jump spent, I think, about half an hour trying to explain.
No,
to
Gaudens.
you
Good to
what
see you, Gaudens.
opposition
And no,
is.
still not
And
convinced.
you keep
Absolutely not from
denying
this.
That by definition makes you
I'm not
strawmanning
denying his
us.
position. I'm not denying his position.
Hold on. I'm not finished. Let me finish. Then you come here, starting out, saying, "I need to correct the panel." And when you have
I never
this
said that.
discussion with T-Jump,
I never said that.
Yes, you did. This is
Never said I
recorded.
want.
You can
I
go
never
back.
said I need to create the panel.
No, you said that the
Objection.
panel
You're right,
discussion
Freud.
got things wrong. You had objections to our positions. When you had your conversation with T-Jump, at the end you said, "Do not bring the panel into this." That was your whole argument you started out with.
No, that wasn't my
That you
argument.
didn't
Those were just
agree with
interesting
the
things to
panel,
bring up.
and you
I'm
thought
sorry.
that we
If you
were
took
wrong.
that, personally,
After-
I apologize
after
if you took that
T-Jump
personally.
Hold on. After T-Jump took half an hour to explain our position, you're still saying that is not your position. That by definition is
Then
strong
I
enough.
concede that I can
Sorry.
I concede that it is
Yes.
the panel's position. Now you could have jumped in and said, "Hold on, no, that is our position," but you didn't do that. You didn't do that for
I
half
could
an
have
hour.
jumped in, but we have a format here. If T
No, it's all good. I respect
is
that. I respect
talking
that.
to you, I cannot just randomly jump in and interrupt T Jump and T Jump's flow of questions in order to make something clear to you.
Ha, Clive.
Jumping
Now we're-
in right now. We've done all of this, and the whole thing comes down to semantics and to you not willing to understand what our position is, even when several people have tried to explain
Honestly,
it.
Facty, this pool is
So
too shallow
let's-
for me to
let's
just
get
dive
back
in
to the point
and get
where-
hurt.
Why do you think that a God exists, and what do you think the evidence for your God is?
I think a higher creator being exists.
Why?
Got that part.
Why?
Why?
It feels okay. A few reasons. Number one, it feels comfortable.
feelings.
Number two, well, yeah, there is feeling. Of course there is. Of course there is.
Okay, it feels comfortable.
So the feelings,
That's good.
The feelings.
No, Peter, he said he had a few. Peter, he said he had a few. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Yeah. we
So
got
go ahead, Diogenes.
There is substance in the historical claims in the OT and NT.
Like what?
Wait, let him finish. Let him list them all.
Don't like what me, because then we'll be here for like 3 hours. We will.
Right,
We'll be digging up passages and stuff like that. We don't want to do that. I hope everyone on this panel can agree there was, like every scholar agrees, historical scholar agrees, there was a guy called Jesus who was born in Nazareth. He did some pretty crazy stuff until he died on the cross. What happened after then?
Not
Is,
every-
those are
Not
divine.
every scholar agrees on that, but okay.
Well, every scholar worth their salt, right?
Richard Carrier.
Not every scholar worth their
Yeah,
salt.
so
but
continue.
let's
That's
say
getting them off
most
topic, sorry.
do.
Let's. What are your other things? Were those the only two? Feels comfortable, historical substance. Are those the only two? reasons?
Personal
Experience.
personal experience. But personal experience, and that's sort of ineffable, really. That's an ineffable thing.
I'm
It's like
curious.
it's like explaining
curious.
faith
Diogenes.
or belief.
Diogenes, I'm
really-
curious. When most people that I talk to that mention personal experience, when I ask what that personal experience
Yeah, I was hesitant to bring
then,
that up.
then I
though,
get
yeah.
told. Then I get told I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
So
That's
I'm-
fair
I'm
enough.
curious.
I think
Do you
that's
wanna-
fair enough
do you
because
wanna- Do
Yeah,
you
sorry.
want to talk about it?
I'm happy to talk about
Your
that,
personal-
absolutely. One of my personal experiences, absolutely. I was on top of, I can't remember the name of the mountain.
Just clarify. Are those all the list? The list is personal experience, historical things, and feelings.
Talk about it. I like that. Nice one, Randolph. No, there are some others. Like you're putting me on the spot here, because I'm asked by a panel. I feel like I'm being interrogated for why do you believe in?
I'm curious, and this is why. Please let's get to the.
I hope it's
personal
genuine.
experience.
I really do hope it's genuine. I was on top of. I can't remember the name of the mountain.
I need to just point out this is not meant to be an interrogation. This is meant
No,
to
it
be a free exchange of ideas.
Send in your love.
So,
I'm
love. I'm
really
going to send my
curious
love back
about
at you,
it.
Amy. There you go. Take that. So, all right. I'm going to talk about my. Okay, so I don't. All right. Is the
Just to
panel
clarify,
really
can you just list
interested in
off
that?
all of the reasons? and then go-
Jump, please let him
I know,
go
I
there.
want. He was starting with the
We
reasons.
can, we
he
can, we
believes-
can
stop,
interrupt.
stop,
you
stop.
had half
Peter,
an
Peter,
hour and you
Peter,
got
Peter.
nowhere. So please let me.
I wanted to hear his list. I want to hear the list of his reasons first, and then you go to the personal experience. He gave a
Well,
list.
Wow.
the list will evidently
Yeah,
grow.
the
It will
list could be
grow.
endless.
It's like
Let's pick a topic and talk about that. So, go ahead.
So personal.
I'm really curious.
So all right. So personal experience, personal religious experience. I was praying the rosary on top of a mountain in Japan, the Wakayama Prefecture, in a town just on the top of a mountain just north of Koyasan, about a kilometer north of Koyasan. And I felt something ineffable. That is to say, that something I cannot explain, but I deliberately and I think was deliberately communicated to me. So it was a co-deliberation of association with my faith at that time.
Can you describe the feeling?
Not really. Like I said, it's ineffable. It was transcendent. It's like it's an immense sense of calm, belonging, and communion with a higher being.
Okay. Could that just question? I'm not saying that I don't believe you, but could that have been that?
I could be high on drugs. Could have been drunk. Could have been anything.
No. I don't want to go there even. Could it be that you were on a place that might be of some significance to you? Something.
It was. Yeah. It was. Actually, that's a good question.
So
yeah, it was.
Could it have been just the overwhelming fact that you finally got there and you were enjoying being there, enjoying the view? You were praying your rosary. Maybe that is something that was significant to you, something that you planned on wanting to do there. Could that have been the feeling?
Absolutely. I wouldn't discount that. I've had other opportunities to do sort of similar things, but I've never had sort of a reaction like that. Sort of.
My question would be, if that's a possibility, why do you attribute it to a god?
I didn't at the time. I didn't. In fact, I attributed it to, this is when I was about 23 or 24, I attributed it to being Buddhist. Because the local shrine was the home of Shingon Buddhism in Japan. And I thought that was like my shtick. I thought I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm Buddhist now. And then I went back to the temple and I really thought about it it was about 3 years. I thought about that experience. It was pretty profound. And I thought, no, it's not that. It's something. It's hard. It's like I said. It's ineffable. It's personal. I'm not saying I'm not sharing it. I'm saying I'm having difficulty describing it. If that makes sense.
Hey, Aaron Reese, good to see you.
I accept that. So, what I'm curious about is you said you thought about it a lot. So
over those 3 years, yeah.
Walk me through the process where you think about an experience, and then instead of what you thought it.
This is actually kind of a waste. It doesn't matter how he interprets the deal. It matters like
God.
How did
that thought process come about?
Because I revisited the same place. Now this is the third time I visited it. So the second time was this experience. The third time I visited it with this sort of Buddhist mindset. I went there every year, and I mean it's like I just didn't feel it when I was in.
Can
this
I
Buddhist
ask,
mindset.
when you were a Buddhist, was that your atheist? Or
No.
Islamists? No, so you went like through an atheist.
It was this weird transition. Yeah, it was a weird transition period.
Good
from,
point, Javier.
Full horseman atheism. So,
okay, so let's get back to the thought process. It led you to the Christian God, but how did it lead you to the Christian God?
No, it didn't. I attribute that experience.
But why?
Because I felt the feeling I felt on top of that mountain. Oh, I just can't remember it at the moment. The name of the mountain. It was the same feeling when I had my first teacher. Yeah, same feeling when I first had my teacher rounds at a high school, and the high school was a Catholic high school, and I taught in so many schools. This Catholic high school, when they were doing their rosary, I thought, okay, I have the same rosary in my pocket right now that I have at the mountain. At the time, I didn't even.
Not yet, Aaron. He hasn't been up. I don't know if he'll bring him up.
I had that same experience, and I thought, okay, there's a connection between what I'm doing right now with the rosary and this Catholic sort of ritual mantra. It's very like the rosary itself is quite Buddhist. It's like you're praying over again. It's like a mantra. And what I experienced on the mountain.
That seem like an ad hoc explanation? Doesn't it seem like one of the reasons that those experiences can be used.
Take it easy, Avi. I hope my answer to your question
This points to Buddhism, this points to
Yeah,
Islam.
I agree.
was sufficient
Absolutely.
earlier.
That's why I'm
So,
a Catholic.
but thank you for being here.
Because I'm not.
Even
I
said-
don't,
What you're saying is that the rosary was the key thing in
no,
why
it
you
was
now
the feeling.
attribute
It was a feel. It was a transcendent sort of ineffable feeling that was the key thing.
So,
The rosary, I guess, was a
just-
vessel
hold
through
on.
which the feeling.
What I'm trying to
through.
say is, when you grow up and you were taught how to pray the rosary, that would have been a really big impression on a young mind. That
Not
would have
really.
been an impression.
But
that,
if you're brought up Catholic, not really, especially as a young Catholic, you're very cynical. That's why I was that's why I turned atheist when I was like 16,
could it
18
be
years
that
old.
could it be that in later life you look back on it and think different about it?
About what? Which experience? About what?
About praying the rosary as a young kid.
I don't think I knew what I was really doing as a young kid. Someone said,
No. I said, could it be that in later life, when you look back at that you look at it quite differently than when you did it as a child?
I think I'd look, yes, but I think I'd look back on everything I'd done differently.
Exactly. So could it be that in later life you attribute praying the rosary more to a feeling or a connection with the Christian God, specifically within Catholicism?
I also think that when you actually start talking
sorry,
about
wait, can you-
Amy, hold on. Let him answer.
like a rosary.
Sorry, Peter. Could you ask that again, just one more time? Sorry.
Yeah. So could it be that later in life you look back on praying the rosary as a child,
Sure.
and in later life you think about it having a connection while you're praying the rosary? You're having a connection with the Christian God, specifically within Catholicism, and you look back on that, and that brings certain feelings about.
Yeah, obviously nostalgia and stuff like that. Nostalgia is a very
could that
distinct
have been-
feeling.
Could that have been the source of the feeling you felt when you were praying the rosary on the mountain and were looking back on that after a while?
No, I because I've thought about that as well. It's like, is this, especially in the church afterwards when I was doing the rosary, as I was part of the class, I had to do it. I thought, the experience because I thought it at the time. I thought, is this just is this just sentimentality getting at me? Is that what's going on right now? And
There's
I
a
thought-
way to test that.
That was pretty much where I was going, because we know that can be a very strong feeling, and if you experience this sentimentality on in a special place, a place that also has meaning to you, it can become stronger, and it can give you this sense of overwhelming. We see the same thing in people who listen to certain music and then finally get to a concert of the artist that they love, and they have a what other people would call
a religious,
spiritual,
they would call it a religious
experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
And
that's where I'm. That's
at the
where I'm
time, I
going.
thought about
Could
that.
it be-
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. And at the time, I deliberated on that, and I thought, no, it's very different. The feeling of nostalgia, like if I drive up to my I thought it was different at the time.
How?
But
how
I
did you
can't
make the
discount that. I
leap?
can't discount that. Because they're different. You feel differently.
I mean,
you feel drawn. You feel. I don't know. I'm not
I know.
claiming I've experienced anything supernatural. I'm saying I think the power of belief is in itself supernatural. I think it really is. It's just.
Belief?
It's,
That's just being
But
convinced.
if you say that, the power of belief, Could it be that the power of belief is what made you conclude that this was a spiritual experience and not the experience itself?
Yeah, I wouldn't discount that.
So, if I may, I have something. No, hang on a second. I have something I kind of want to bring up that's kind of important on this. So, for the sake of,
I was just saying that I was just saying I'm done. I want to thank you for being honest and answering my questions. Thank you.
So for this, go ahead, Amy.
You could test that. I just want to, once you actually have like a physical thing, you're saying the rosary actually generates something, either a feeling or even more than a feeling. But if I hold the rosary, you have prayer goes up this %, or it has this more likely of a chance of happening, and so it would be able to eliminate that human bias that we may have been primed in our childhood. We have a lot of cultural things. I just like eating challah, even though I don't consider myself a Jewish person anymore. And so I would say really put that to the test. If you have something to be truly skeptical about it, I eventually want to go back to your past, but I'm going to hand it right back over to J.L. Warren. But yes, you can test that with the rosary.
So yeah, Diogenes, for the sake of like the people that we have with their hands up and the time on the stage and everything, when it comes down to it, the name of the stage is, ostensibly convincing us that a God exists and like that. Now, the reasons you gave that we sussed out when T-Jump was talking to you is like the things you gave were your personal feelings, personal experiences that you had.
No. Yeah, sorry. No, listen, that's why I asked what the topic was about 40 minutes ago. And the topic, someone told me the topic was imagination versus magic.
No, Diogenes, hang on a sec, dude. That's what T-Jump was bringing up. Is that ostensibly what this boils down to is making determinations between those and how we make those determinations. But that's what T-Jump was bringing up, and it's an important ability to have to make those distinctions. But what I'm going to you is this. Given what we do here on the stage, how we hear your evidence, we hear your arguments, we have you present them, and then we examine them critically, each one as you bring up. Now, you've stated your position. Regardless of your past background like this, you believe these things because of your...
I haven't stated my position yet.
Well, no, you stated that you believe these things. Your position is that you believe these things because of personal experience, because
I haven't said that. I said I believed in a connection. It's very tangential to you have not dug any.
I know. Okay, Diogenes. If you will let me finish, I will get there. Okay. For the sake of time, I'm trying to get there. The things that you believe, I don't care what you believe. What I care is why you believe in them and why you think other people should believe in them. So the question I'm getting to, given the reasons you gave, which are personal experience, your feelings, and some references to the Bible, okay? So, given these three things, why, if feelings are as problematic as they are, because feelings are problematic, it's how you feel. And how you feel is not necessarily... hang on, dude! Diogenes, will you let me finish? Okay, so if I cannot feel your feelings, if I cannot replicate your personal experience, because it's your personal experience, and if you claim the Bible has this, but I can make these same claims for virtually every other holy book out there as long as I'm picking and choosing what I'm looking at, why would you... Is this... No, here's the question. Here's the question.
You can't preload a question with that amount of statement. You cannot do that.
Yes, I can.
It's disingenuous.
No, it's not.
Bad faith.
Diogenes.
It's so bad faith. You cannot
Diogenes, shut up or I'm going to boot you off the stage. All right? Here's the point. I can't replicate your personal experience. I cannot replicate your internal experience, your internalization of an experience, because I'm not you. You can't demonstrate it to me because it is internal to you.
Why are you so angry?
Okay, because you keep interrupting me. The question is, given your feelings, your personal internalization of various experiences that cannot be replicated, because you choose things out of the Bible selectively that support your narrative.
I haven't done that.
Given this,
haven't done that.
How do you justify claiming that other people should believe these things?
I can't. Is that your question?
Yes.
You cannot possibly expect me to answer a question that is so predilated like that. You cannot. This is sort of okay. This
The
is what
question
you're bringing.
simplified
You're bringing.
is-
It's no. I don't need it simplified. I don't need it. I don't need the question simplified. Okay, because if we're gonna do that, then you're gonna end up asking like 50 questions.
No, it's super simple. How do you?
No, it's really not. It's really not. No. It's
From
not. Stop.
imagination for other people.
Okay. Oh, is that the question? Come on, you're all asking me different questions.
He's asking
It's
how
like
do you prove
it's like
your God?
okay. Well, I feel like what
It's a panel.
Okay.
Right, JL? Am I wrong?
In essence, yes. Like, how can you, like, given what you've stated is your position, how
I've
can?
stated a position. Stop.
Yes,
Stop.
you have.
I've-
Yes, you absolutely have. All of the conversation that you had with T-Jump earlier.
That's not a position. These are personal experience. These are not
my
my
God.
position. I'm not arguing these as positions. This is just someone's
Those are
asking me
synonyms.
questions and I'm answering them. That's
Those are
it. That's the
synonyms.
end.
So position in this context, I'm gonna have to teach you linguistics because obviously you're bad at this. In this context, when he
you
says
gonna do
your
that?
position, yes,
Okay.
I'm terrible at this. So when he says your position,
terrible.
that means the statement that you have expressed. The statement that you have expressed is your personal experience. JL's question is how do we show that your personal experience that you have a testimony for wasn't just something that is bullshit made up in your brain and actually corresponds to reality, which, as Taco said, is how do you differentiate imagination from reality? They're all the same question.
Uno reverse, you're wrong. With all due respect, okay? Like, you're wrong. With all due respect. I was asked about a personal experience, and that is being flipped onto me as a statement, like an argument in a statement that I've made. A position. An argumentative position, which is not.
No,
I
you're
am
wrong.
not using my personal experience as an argumentative position. And to state otherwise, to posit otherwise,
No one
is
said that.
disingenuous.
Straw man. No one said that. Position.
Absolutely,
in
you
this
just
context-
did. He did.
No, you're
JL
absolutely-
Warren.
No, I didn't.
My personal experience is a position.
It is.
All right.
Thank you. Now we've got two panelists
stop,
arguing
stop,
against each other.
It's not a philosophical, syllogistic position. That's not the point.
JL
When he
Warren
says
disagrees with you.
position-
He just
No,
said
I
it is.
don't. I agree with T-Jump. T-Jump is articulating what I was
okay,
trying.
okay. All right, never mind.
T-Jump is articulating what I was trying to say perfectly. Thank you, T-Jump.
Position
Jump, go.
is synonymous with the things that you said previously. That's all it means here. It doesn't actually mean you're making a syllogism.
I
No
don't
one
let
gives a
my
shit about that.
personal experience deliberately
wait,
inform my
wait,
faith.
wait.
I don't let that. I was just answering
No one
questions.
cares. No one cares. That's not the point. He asked a question, said, based off
Well,
your
you-
position, the
you
bullshit
do
you
care.
said, your personal experience, how do we, this was the question, this was the important part. The position part was completely fucking irrelevant to everything he said. What matters is how do we, from listening to your personal experience, differentiate what you said just being your imagination to actually being reality? That was the question. The position part was just an exposition to describe your previous statement.
This exact question was asked to me about 20 minutes ago, and I already said you can't. You can't do that.
Right. That's all he wanted. That's all JL was asking. It's literally the only thing he was asking.
Yes,
He wasn't
thank you.
asking that. He
No,
was
no,
just
no,
how
no,
I-
Diogenes, stop. No, I said it. I definitely added more words to it. Diogenes,
You certainly did.
Diogenes, shut the fuck up, dude. I definitely said it more wordily than T-Jump just did.
All right, if
Okay,
you're- if
the
you're-
reason I did that is
down.
trying
Calm down.
is
You're a
trying.
professional, apparently. So calm
Get
down.
this fucker off the stage. I'm done with him. Get him off the stage.
Get off the stage.
I just moved him to the audience.
Yeah, I
So I'm just going to do a quick recap here. We kind of went off topic here because we let this guest critique our panel. We want to be open, and that's why we entertained that. But I think we do need to put a time limit on it when people in the future bring critiques up.
Yes, I understand that the way I asked it was a bit wordier than Taco did or T-Jump did. I was trying to re-emphasize the initial major point and make sure that he got it because he didn't seem to get it the first time around. So I was trying to explain it in a way that it was absolutely understandable, that it is easily understandable. And I think he recognized that, and that's why he wanted to derail off. When it comes down to it, the point that I was trying to make is that the only justification he gave for anything that he believes in was because he feels it's real. And because he can only say, I feel it's real, so therefore it is for me, there is no reason for anyone else to believe this shit. So why is he on a stage where it says why is he on a stage for convincing people that this exists when he admits the only way he can do it is because he feels it? That's the point. Sorry.
I would add one thing. I think it's instead of trying to take the perspective of how it should convince other people, I don't even think that should convince him. I don't think trusting personal experience like that is rational for any human being. So I don't think he should believe it. So instead of just asking how should that convince us, why does that convince him?
Yeah,
I'd agree with that.
I wanted to expand on his personal experience, because 9 out of 10 times, if people are going to talk about it, it's usually open to more options than an experience with a god. And I think we at least he was honest about that, and so I still think that was a good part of the conversation.
Yeah, but it went on too long. It was about almost an hour, mostly going about critiquing. Next time we need to put a limit on it and stick to it as a group. So we're learning as we go here.
Randolph, in all fairness, we had a Greek with a very strong Australian accent. That is something Hollywood has never picked up on. I think we.
Apologies about that. I didn't mean to get hot on that. I just said
don't follow Hollywood. I take your word for it.
I feel he knew where I was going, and that's why he got the way he got.
That was on point.
Was his name Bastard?
If he could come on in future weeks, I would appreciate. He said he was a staunch atheist. He now is basically a lapsed Catholic or whatever. The question I wanted to ask is, did you become an atheist for skeptical reasons? Because you can be an atheist or a theist for bad reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I think most atheists on this panel are atheists because we are skeptics, and I wanted to just do a final 1-to-1, because if the Jedi wasn't enough for you, and Peter can back me up, I think this person's probably interacted with most of the panel here. I get a gentleman who is a young Earth creationist who's not an Abrahamic of any faith. He'll tell you that not only is evolution not real, but gnomes during the Vietnam War used to steal children's shoes and the jackets of American soldiers. And my question would be how do you deny this person? They are basically saying, maybe not fairies, but they are telling you.
Not yet, Frade. Not yet.
Gnomes go out into the physical world. How do you tell this person that that's not imaginary?
They probably went to a Waldorf school. That's why they believe in gnomes.
I just need to correct something. Sorry, Amy. He did also add that after that, he became Catholic with a small c. So I guess he's more kind of in Catholic as a self-identifying and not really ritualistic is what I'm going to guess that means.
That is what a lapsed Catholic means. A lapsed Catholic basically means that you're Catholic, but you only do the holidays, you use the label, but you've kind of fallen away from the... It's funny because no one says a lapsed Protestant, but for whatever reason, that is the term.
Amy, can I
absolutely
a guest you frequently talk to and describe that way of being a Catholic? Sabina.
Okay. We have another. We have another guest with us here. Ausiel. If I'm mispronouncing your name, please do correct me. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
He's got a snake avatar.
That's a really cool.
You've been in queue a really long time. Try backing out of this and rejoining, and I'll pull you back up.
You just kicked the guy with the snake off. Not cool. Why?
Hello. Hey, we can hear you now. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, and please correct me if I mispronounced your name.
Ausiel, it doesn't matter.
Ausiel, we'll go with the first one. Ausiel, thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
So, I heard you guys talking. I didn't actually know this was to prove the beliefs. I came with the intention just to share the beliefs because I don't believe that my beliefs can be proven. They could be evidenced, but I don't actually think you guys will like the evidence. But I'd still like to share it.
To clarify, the bar is to convince us. Now, proof will be an important part of it for many people, but convincing argument is what we're looking for. And so please feel free to present your ideas.
Okay, so in the most succinct way possible, I sent Taco a text version of this, but I basically had a friend in high school that saw this entity at a crossroads. He described this entity essentially as appearing like a shadow figure. He was with another person. He saw this entity at his car side, and then the entity, didn't appear like he was material. He said that he had no face. He said that he had no hands. And then I met another person that didn't know the person I just described to you, that claimed to have seen a similar entity. I haven't seen this entity, but I then started researching about this, right? One of the attributes that both of these people gave me was that this entity walks with a limp. And so
it's Slenderman. You think it could be Slenderman? Could it be Slenderman?
You could associate it with Slenderman. Both of them actually associated it with a voodoo god named Papa Legba, Aloha, from the voodoo pantheon, I guess. But so what I did is, with some confirmation bias, I was looking for this attribute, but I kept finding the attribute of lameness in gods from all different cultures. So to just list a few, Tezcatlipoca, Saturn, Dionysus, Hephaestus, Zeus, they just went on and on. And so this kind of confirmed to me, at least, that this entity existed in some way.
So there's an interesting thing has happened. You've noticed some coincidences. Some people have imagined the same things. Now, there's a famous movie, First Encounters of the Third Kind, produced by Steven Spielberg, I believe. And before that movie came out, the way people described aliens,
Close Encounters, but he's Canadian. We won't hold it against him.
Very different types of aliens. But after that, the aliens all kind of are very similar to the aliens seen in that movie. So sometimes the influences can be cultural, they can be societal, and so people will start to expect to see things, and then their minds will play tricks on them, in a sense, for lack of a better term, and a way of describing that. And they will think that they're kind of expecting that that's what it's going to be out of the corner of their mind, in a way, and then the brain starts pattern matching and putting things together, and they start kind of
true Kia. The Loa are not gods.
Seeing something that they're expecting instead of looking at it from a blank slate perspective. So there could be some of that at play. It's hard to say.
Also, 1 in 300 people are schizophrenic, and about a quarter to half of all schizophrenics visually hallucinate all kinds of stuff.
Right. Well, the one friend that I had that saw the story, I didn't tell you, he could have schizophrenia. My other friend, he actually, after this had happened, it bothered him for some years. He actually went to get clinically diagnosed, and he wasn't diagnosed, so he still could have something. But
now, just to make a very important point here, just because somebody's schizophrenic does not necessarily discredit what they've seen.
Sure, I agree with that.
Okay.
So LCL, just to clarify, was there was misidentification? Was that eliminated as a possibility?
So, I mean, you can't say that it was eliminated, but I will say that both of those people, the two different people that reported it to me, they had another person with them that reported seeing the same thing. So
there's a reason why people have similar hallucinations, and that is that the way that the brain generates imagery that isn't already there, like when you close your eyes and you imagine something and so on, is based on a common mechanism in all of our brains, right? So there's a way in which ideas or stimuli can trigger an image, and the images that appear to people from the same stimuli are very frequently very similar. So, for instance, in a lot of what people describe as near-death experiences or out-of-body experiences, you often hear people describe, bright lights and things like that. And that's explainable by the type of trauma that tends to occur to the brain, and it tends to affect areas of the brain that are related to seeing lights and so on. So it's not a surprise that a bunch of people see the same thing, and it doesn't lend realism to the thing that they saw. Another example is DMT. Like, tons of people who take DMT describe vaguely some similarities between these like entities that talk to them in their imagination while they're on DMT. And some people get really freaked out by this because they're like, oh my God, what if they're real? What if that's why they see the same thing, right? And that's not an irrational response. I mean, these are scientists, a couple of them, who got freaked out by this and like stopped doing the research because they were afraid that there was some danger to their patients or that these entities might be real or something. They were just scared. Now, in reflection, when people look into, well, why do people often see figures and faces? It's because the majority of your visual recognition system in your brain, more than any other phenomena, is dedicated to faces and people. In other words, there's more surface area of your brain's visual stimuli detection system dedicated to recognizing the small, minute differences between the facial features of all the people around you than there is recognizing the difference between cars or sailboats or all the other things that we deal with. That's because we evolved probably so much of our brain, or we just develop it because we're exposed to so many faces so much of the time. So you would expect people to constantly hallucinate characters and people, and in our dreams we constantly talk to these characters and people, interact with these characters and people. There's nothing surprising about that.
Sure, I definitely agree with that. The one thing I would say is that I think the more people that are having the experience, and the more prolonged the experience is, the more complex the experience is, the less likely it becomes just a hallucination. That there could be, like, there's a level of hallucination, right? But you could have a pure hallucination. You could have a hallucination based on something material in reality. So you could just see a shadow figure, right? Or you could see your tree outside of your window and you could make that a shadow figure. So I certainly second what you said. The second story, I tend to doubt that it was just a hallucination. Taking, that the person was being honest with me and they actually did experience what they said they experienced. They saw the entity in their house, and the entity sat down in a rocking chair and spoke to them. And so the story was that my friend, he was freaking out at this entity. He was saying, oh my God, this is Satan, I'm going to kill myself. And the entity said, with, like, my friend describes it, many voices at once, he said, well, then why don't you kill yourself? He said, like, very creepy like that. And
sounds very much like the recounting of mental illness.
They were both experiencing the same thing, right? So I kind of hard to believe that if they're being honest with me, which you could cast doubt on, but if they are, I doubt that it's actually a hallucination.
I just want to point out, never a shadow entity whispering in your ear, "You're amazing." Oh, you know.
Well, so that's actually a good point. So, if I show you a picture of, have you seen optical illusions on Google? Like, there's this one with a Rubik's Cube, and it has two orange squares in the middle. And one of the orange squares looks way darker than the other orange square. Have you seen those kinds of optical illusions?
I think I've seen optical illusions before. I don't know if I've seen that one particularly, but
Right, so I show these optical illusions to lots of people, and they all report seeing the exact same thing. Is that evidence that the optical illusion is real, or is it just a similar failed pattern produced by lots of different brains?
Mm-hmm.
So in the case of, say, seeing a demon or something, as Randolph mentioned, those patterns that we see where we attribute that to being like aliens or similar in some sense is more likely because we have similar ideas of certain cultural patterns than it actually being a demon. For example, if there's these things called bereavement delusions. Bereavement delusions are where you see a dead loved one or someone who is important to you. You can see them, taste them, touch them, have them do stuff, whatever. And kids will have these visions of Santa Claus. Big guy, red suit, white beard. And they all report the same thing. Is that evidence that Santa Claus is real because the children all have similar experiences of Santa Claus?
Right. I definitely agree. There are all sorts of projections people put upon optical illusions. I agree with you.
Well, so wouldn't that also apply to the stories of the people who you described? That it could also be the similar kind of thing, a common phenomenon produced by brains.
So
like that.
it's a bit interesting, right? Because the first one could be, right, and that's the one that I have like an actual written account of. They're in their car. They see this man that looks homeless, and as he comes closer, he appears like some chthonic deity, right? The second one, I don't really think that could be the case because it's this prolonged experience with a lot of things happening at once, voices, conversation, back and forth. They're looking at this entity.
The other thing is that a person hallucinating may also speak when under the power of a hallucination. So other people hearing the voice that they heard in their head is more than likely them doing it. I've actually had personal experience with people who thought they were like seeing a ghost and heard the ghost speak, and they were the one who was speaking. I mean, I heard them speak in their voice, but in their brain, they were listening to a ghost speak, right? But it was because they were freaked out. They had just woken up from a dream that they had night terrors in the past, or they had a history with this type of hallucination, and they remember it as the voice was speaking. Didn't you hear it? And I said, yeah, you were speaking. I saw your lips moving, dude. Like this is not an uncommon phenomenon.
Well, like in the instance of that, you obviously have one person to validate that it wasn't actually a ghost. In the instance that I'm describing, both of the people involved in each of the encounters believed that it was some sort of chthonic entity.
Haha, RNG.
Right, but we don't rely on their testimony, I don't think, because the kind of phenomena they've described is one of the most common types of hallucinations, like the shadow entity thing. I mean, I've literally had about 4 or 5 conversations on Discord who said, yeah, the reason I believe in the supernatural ghosts is because I saw shadow beings or whatever. And some of them have said, yeah, and I heard them speak and stuff like that. These are like such common delusions that they're not even remarkable. Like, no one would investigate this claim. It would just be added to another example of the 550th instance of this exact type of phenomena, right? And it's not evidence that it's real. It's evidence that people just have similar delusions.
Mm-hmm. I mean, do you think that they're, like, in the instance of the second encounter, right? Let's just grant that they're being honest, like the encounter actually happened the way that or if it didn't happen the way they perceive it to happen, at least they're reporting what they think happened, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying they're lying. I think, like my friend, because like my friend is someone who I highly respect. You know, like the person I'm describing was not an untrustworthy person, but they were in a state of having just woken up. And I don't know if you're familiar with what people call sleep paralysis and night terrors and all that kind of stuff.
I do enjoy doing those,
where dreaming and reality are mixed up. Okay. And people who hallucinate get into a state like that while they're standing up in the middle of the day, right? It's like nodding off in your sleep, but while you're standing up or sitting or whatever. So It's very possible that one of those people, I'm not a psychologist or doctor, but this is my hypothesis. One of those people is mentally ill, or at least was having an episode, and the other person heard them speaking. That's usually how it works.
Mm-hmm. So the first story, I met both of the people in that one encounter, the Crossroads encounter, let's say. they both confirmed that it was supernatural, right? The second instance, I did not.
They do. I just want to kind of like push back on that. So when you say these people have this testimony and they saw it, okay, how did they test it? Because if I see a supernatural being, I'm going to push the envelope of its seemed properties to see if they are what they appear, right? So, for instance, did they do anything skeptical whatsoever? If someone doesn't mention even a single attempt at a skeptical investigation of what they think is a supernatural claim, it's almost always, I think, evidence that they are likely to have just been dreaming. Because in our dreams, we're not very skeptical. We're just like, oh, it's a unicorn. Wow, that's interesting.
Something?
Well, yeah. I don't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll be real quick. So I get lied to probably 40 times a day. Yeah. So
I'm sorry.
I'm just letting you know, also, people.
It's mostly me. It's mostly me lying to you. It's something more.
But people lie a lot, dude.
Right.
A lot.
I mean, so the issue there's a few things I want to reply to. So, the instance of them dreaming, and in both cases, I don't think both people were dreaming. In the one case, they were driving a car. In the other case, they were, he described that he had been awake for some time.
I didn't say they were dreaming. I said that people hallucinate and they see things as though they were dreaming that are mixed with reality and they can't distinguish. And it's usually very brief.
Right. I think that's what an epiphany is. It's actually a vision that you have.
It's something different. But go ahead.
Can we just grant everything you said? Let's say you actually have 30 people who all have the same experience and think it's a ghost or a spirit or whatever. Mm-hmm. None of that's evidence it actually happened, because we know of thousands of biases, delusions, hallucinations that happen to brains all the time. Why do you think that a few people seeing something is good evidence that it's actually
so many people on the stage?
True. Well, actually spiritual things. Why is this personal experience
9-person stage
is rational evidence?
Well, there's a lot of correlations with both of these experiences, and these two parties don't know each other. And then furthermore, like I said, I went about substantiating that this entity might actually exist. So I looked at all of these cultures, and I kept finding this motif of a limping god, or a god with lameness, right? And so that kind of supported it for me, because in theology, there's this criterion of embarrassment that says the more likely something is to be embarrassing to a culture, the less likely it is to be made up, right? If we were to kind of misapply this to mythology, right? We would
Clive trying to keep that alive.
Be some lame gods in some cultures, like Hephaestus, right?
Well, so just to jump in real quick,
yeah, sure.
The criterion of embarrassment is not used at all by anybody. It's mostly used by apologists. You can find in a video from Inspiring Philosophy talking about 2 other usages that are not really very important, but it's not a real criterion. But that doesn't make a difference. So I don't care about any of that. Let's just grant all of that. Let's say that there are people who have experiences, and these experiences correspond to other cultures. I don't see why any of this matters at all. Why? How is this evidence that it wasn't made up by people's brains?
Well, I think that the evidence correlates with each other. All of the evidence correlates, and then that substantiates the idea for me. Right?
Wait. So that's the part I'm missing here. Why does the fact that people have similar made-up stories show it's true? People have made up stories of gods.
Something he could correlate to this would be the miracle of Fatima.
Make up the same
or Fatima, the miracle of Fatima, or Fatima, whichever pronunciation. But that was an example of a mass hallucination.
Right?
Because we have examples that are documented where that is the case to draw from as a basis of experience in this type of speculation. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I can't do anything else for you guys. I just wanted to share that.
Well, the question is for you. Why do you think correlated experiences mean truth? There are lots of correlated experiences of the Loch Ness Monster. There is no Loch Ness Monster. There's lots of correlated experiences of Bigfoot. There is no Bigfoot. There's lots of correlated experiences of UFOs. There's no UFO. There are many, many examples of people seeing miracles, and they're affected by this thing called communal reinforcement. They have a community of people who think it's some kind of spiritual relationship to some divine entity they have in their brain, and they all attribute it to that entity or to those properties and it's false and we can prove it's false
Yeah.
lots and lots of times. This happens to humans all over the world. We know it's false. Why do you think that this communal reinforcement...
Hey, Lars, good to see you.
...aren't a better explanation of the phenomenons you described? Because we know they're extremely common. We've proven they exist. There's thousands of examples of them affecting hundreds to thousands of people simultaneously. Why is that not a better explanation than actually demons?
I think that...
Oh, Clive, you're killing me. You are killing me, sir.
Monster. There could have been a log that somebody saw, and they said that's the Loch Ness Monster. If I would have investigated, I would have found out that it's a log, or I would have found out that it's a sea dragon, whatever.
Hey, Rib Tickler, good to see you, bud.
I'm saying that these people had experiences. I don't know what they are, right? But they seem to all believe that it's this what they think it is, and that's why I believe their testimony.
I think you should Google communal reinforcement, because when you find people who all believe the same thing about some relationship to some event, it's most likely communal reinforcement, a biological function of the brain that we know about that fails consistently and is proven exists, and that if the experience can be explained by one of those phenomenon that are in the brain that we know exists, that's a better explanation than...
And hey, Tony Regime, good to see you, bud, if I didn't say hi before.
Okay. I'm gonna, if I could, I'm gonna put a what the person wrote for me in the text here, and anyone can read it if they want to.
Thank you.
You're welcome, guys. Have a good
Thank you very much thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate the conversation.
For
just
sure.
want to make a
Repinder
final
Parish.
Thank you, Mr. Batman.
Shadow creatures, if they were real. Once again, not to go back to things like Rosary, but anything affecting in the physical world should be able to have physical, material, natural explanations that we can test. And so if this shadow creature is coming back and forth, all we need to do is get this person in a lab, and we can put that to rest.
Is my volume still low now?
You're good now.
No, you're good, Xerxes.
Welcome, Xerxes and Jack. Good to see y'all. We've got a few more people in queue right now, and if you're listening and you want to come chat with us, please raise your hand. Fleur is up next. I have not gotten a DM from them or anything yet, but Fleur...
Clive Wells, how are you going to put that evil on me? Come on.
Fleur, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oh.
If you're
Sorry. Give me a second. My mic wasn't working.
We can hear
now
you.
it is.
We
okay.
Can hear you.
How's it going, Fleur? What you got for us today?
Okay, so I have an argument for panentheism, but I would have to give some caveats first. It would require that you accept idealism to be true.
Do you have a different argument than that?
So what you can do, because that may or may not be the case with various panel members.
Wait. So
you're better off to just put it in as a condition in your argument and just say, if this is accepted as true, then ... Maybe just word
could you say that again? So you have an argument for panentheism, and we need to accept idealism?
Yeah, you need to accept idealism.
Panentheism is like the universe is inside of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if mind is the only thing, then presumably there wouldn't be an independent universe, right?
Well, idealism isn't mind is the only thing.
That's exactly what idealism is.
No. That would be subjective idealism. I'm an absolute idealist.
Everything is mental, right?
Well, if you're absolute, then everything is literally dependent on the activity of a mind.
So absolute idealism would be Hegelianism. I say that everything is within some type of dialectical tensions within one another, and these are within the absolute idea, which is going to be within the forms of an absolute logic, spirit, and
a monist?
science.
Monist
Mm-hmm.
thinks
I'm a
there's
monist.
one substance. There's only one substance.
Yes, I'm a monist.
And that
Flat Derp is in the chat. Good to see you, Flat Derp.
No, not consciousness, idea.
Okay, some form of mental something or another.
Yeah, some type of mental substance.
And the universe is inside of that.
Mm-hmm. It's inside of the absolute idea.
Okay.
Are you getting this from Schelling? Your absolute idealism belief?
Yeah, Schelling and Hegel.
Okay. Because
Okay,
Hegel didn't write
that
this, Schelling did.
That was my only question. You can go ahead.
Okay, I can go ahead?
Yep.
Okay, so basically, premise 1 of the argument is that all sublations are going to be dialectically necessary. 2,
What's a
the sum
sublation?
total of... What's a sublation? It's going to be
What's a sublation?
the function of absolute negation, which is going to be the negation of negation.
Doesn't make sense. Okay. What
Do you mean a sublimation?
No, sublation. The term in German is Aufheben.
Okay, so sublation in like philosophy is like a quotation method. I don't know what specifically.
No, sublation. So the term is Aufheben. So it means to cancel, to preserve, and to uplift. Yeah. So basically, all sublations are dialectically necessary. Okay.
Well, wait, can you give me an example of a sublation like?
Oh, I can give you an example.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say we have red, right? And we have blue. And then I combine red and blue together, and I get like purple, right? Both red and blue, right, are canceled. They are preserved within the concept of purple, and then they are uplifted to a higher concept of, well, purple. I can give another example, which is the example Hegel gives in the Introduction to Phenomenology of Spirit.
Just to clarify, like, so if I take a red sheet, put it in front of a light, I see red. I take a blue sheet, I put it in front of the red sheet. Waves of light combine to hit my eye. They are still red and blue wavelengths, but my brain then interprets that as purple.
Yeah.
And you're saying
purple is the superior color.
So you're saying that that's this combination of light in my brain is an Aufheben.
Yeah, it's a Aufheben. Yeah.
This requires what?
This requires what? The Aufheben?
The first premise, it says, in order to have sublation, you need what?
No, the first premise was that all sublations are dialectically necessary.
What is that? I like to, yeah, that was the part I was asking. So what do you mean by
I'm a little lost on that because Hegel says that Aufheben has a doubled meaning. It means both to cancel or negate and to preserve at the same time, which is
the
weird.
Absolute idea. So that sublation must exist within the abstract of the absolute idea and not within the concrete.
I see no logical entailment that even if I grant idealism, even if I grant panentheism, purple does not need to exist.
Hey, fangirl, good to see you.
Well, the reason why purple would have to exist within the absolute idea is because at least the abstract by which colors mix, so we would say that the sensibility of purple would have to exist in the abstract in order for us to have a comprehension of some type of eidetic universal of colors.
Again, but that wouldn't matter because there could be other colors that we don't think about that aren't possible, that just don't exist. It happens to be the case that purple occurs when you add red and blue, but that's not necessarily the case. It could be green. Green could occur. There's no logical contradiction there.
Yeah, but the combination itself, though, like the function of the actual sublation is dialectically necessary. And the reason
so
why
necessary means there's a deductive cause. But there is not a deductive cause to red and blue causing purple. There is a coincidental cause. No.
The deductive cause is deductive cause is within sublation.
No, this is the part that's wrong. It is not necessarily the case that red and blue means purple. That is coincidental. But there is a logically possible world where if you add red and blue, you get green and not purple. Because that's logically possible, it is not necessary for it to be the case that.
Great that there's a logically possible world.
What?
Can you demonstrate that that's the case?
Yes, I can imagine it. I'm currently imagining adding red and blue and seeing green. Therefore, it is logically possible.
Well, just because you conceive of it doesn't mean it's logically possible.
That's actually exactly what it means.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. So I can conceive of a possibility where abstract objects, right, can be formulated, like can be sensed by me in like the concrete. Like I can conceive of myself, right, seeing an abstract. Yeah, but I would say that actually does not follow, right? I would say that doesn't follow analytically because a abstract concept isn't sensible.
Right.
By definition.
It's logically possible. So there is a logically possible world where you can sense.
Well, at that point, you don't have an abstract object.
No, it still can be an abstract object. These actually
But
exist
it's
in many
not.
sci-fi worlds. It still would be, yes, it still would be. So,
But it's not an abstract object at the point, because if it's sensible, it's not an abstract object.
Still would be an abstract object. So
Because
you should just Google definition.
You're violating.
Google.
You're wrong. So you're actually wrong. So let me tell you why. You're violating a predicate of your Well, if I'm wrong, then you can just like remove me from the stage.
You could. That'd
So.
be fun, but so the point is that
You're
you are
violating
making
a
definition.
predicate. You're violating a predicate of an abstract object.
No, that is not a predicate of an abstract object. It's not
Yes,
a
it's a
logically
necessary quality.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's
it
not
is.
necessary. No, it's not. There is no logical necessity that an abstract object can't be viewable. That's purely the definition that we use. Is it a necessary part of the definition? No, it is not a necessary part of
It
the
exists
definition.
in the abstract. If it exists in the abstract, it doesn't exist in the concrete.
Nope, that is not a necessary part of the definition.
If it exists in the abstract, it doesn't exist in the concrete. It can't be
I already
sensible.
addressed that. I already told you you're wrong about that. So it is not a necessary part of the definition.
Well, I disagree. It is a necessary part of the definition. We can keep arguing about this.
I can prove that wrong. I can give you a different definition of abstract objects, or abstract objects are objects that we can't see in the concrete in this world, but in another world.
Then I would
we
say
can
that
still
that's
see.
just not an abstract object. That you're just violating.
But I
that
just proved
you're
you
just
wrong.
violating
So-
the. But no, I would say that's just not an abstract
listen,
object.
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. You said it's necessarily the case. That means necessary means exists in all possible worlds. That an abstract object.
You're
cannot be sensed.
equivocating between the two.
No, shut up. And so all I have to do to prove you wrong is give an alternative definition of abstract objects, which I did, which then proves it is not necessary that your definition is correct. Your
Yeah,
whole
but the
argument has
alternative
just been
definition. But that's okay. But you're equivocating between the two.
debunked. No, there's no equivocation there because there's no true definition of abstract objects.
There is. So this is where I'm going to disagree. There is a true definition of abstract objects
Okay, where do you get these true definitions thing from?
from universals.
Where do you get those from? Like,
Where'd I get
the
universals?
evidence? No, like where's the evidence?
Where's the
of
evidence?
this?
Indispensability of universals.
I can dispense with them quite easily. I'm a nominalist, therefore you're debunked.
That's why I'm going to give an indispensability argument.
Go ahead.
Okay. So do you agree that we should ontologically commit to things that are indispensable for our scientific theories?
No.
No. Okay. So if these things, right, are indispensable to our scientific theories, right, and these things seem to have causal content. Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Okay. So something's indispensable. It's going to have causal content, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No, like things can be indispensable and not be causal, or they can be causal, but I would just say they are dispensable.
Okay. Well,
That's
show me
right.
how. You would
Something
say that
could be
they are
indispensable. Let's say I'm a presuppositionalist of God and say intelligibility is only possible with God, and so God would be indispensable. But God can exist and not have any causal content to me knocking the cup over. So even if
Oh, yeah,
God
but it
is
has
required
causal content for you to be able to comprehend anything. It's causal.
but it doesn't have any causal
Epistemic
content
causation.
to the water being knocked over. So
It's
if
epistemic
something is
causation.
indispensable to one thing, it may be required for that one thing.
Yeah, but
But it isn't
so
for all things.
I would say that
So
epistemic causation is ontological causation. Now we can go back.
that's
and
wrong.
go down another
Epistemic-
step.
There's no such thing as epistemic causation. What are you talking about?
There's no such thing as epistemic causation. So, like, for example, right?
Causation
For a
is
no-
literally ontological. It's a thing that exists. Like it's not.
Yeah, and I would say
epistemology is how we know.
epistemology and ontology are coupled.
What?
They're coupled together as an idealist. Yes.
Okay, so that doesn't make sense.
Hmm?
But we still have
How does that not
universes
make
if we
sense?
want. So how does us knowing make things true about existence? Like all of our
How does-
knowledge could be wrong, and it could existence would still be existence, which means
You're a
all
Cartesian, right?
epistemology could be wrong.
You're a
Yeah, so
Cartesian, right?
I do not think it is the case. But if it was the case that all of our knowledge was wrong, reality would still be just fine. So there's a difference
Yeah,
between
well,
knowledge
but
and
that's not what it means for epistemology and ontology to be coupled.
I have no
right?
idea what that means. That's why I said it doesn't make sense.
Well, you have no idea what it means, so let me explain to you what it means.
Go ahead.
Okay. So it means that one, that our epistemic virtues have ontological analogs.
Doesn't make sense either.
How does that not make sense?
So can you remove all of the philosophical gibberish and actually make it coherent?
Can you shut the fuck up? like seriously?
Well, no, because you're speaking gibberish. You have no coherent argument, and so
Yeah,
I
I'm
need to-
telling you that an epistemic virtue has an ontological analog. Now I
It's
can tell you why. How? Do you want me to explain to you what that means? Do you know what an epistemic virtue is?
Well, so every time, stop. So every time I've asked you for clarification on any point of gibberish, you've then added more gibberish to the gibberish that you've already stated. So you need to remove all of the philosophical concepts and then reduce it to its primitives that are understandable to people in the wider culture. And you do that.
You don't have to do that.
And make it coherent, you do.
No. It's completely coherent.
No.
Nope. It's completely coherent.
No, I literally just told you it doesn't make sense, therefore it's not coherent.
Just because you said it doesn't make sense. That's a you issue. That's a skill issue, bro.
No, because for me, my intellectual capabilities accurately mirror most of society, and so if it's not coherent for me, it means it's not coherent for the vast majority of people. And Hegel's coherent for pretty much nobody. So
you're pretty retarded.
So we can just kick you off the stage because you're not saying anything of value. So 2
strikes.
Okay.
So you got one shot. Make a coherent argument. No Hegelian gibberish, which is garbage. Make it in terms that actually understand to most people, or you lose.
Or I lose?
Yes.
I refuse. And you're retarded.
Okay. Peace out.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we've got Sugar as Poison up next.
Excellent.
Although, if you want to say anything there, T-Jump, you're welcome to.
That's how you wreck a Hegelian.
Well, to be fair, Hegel's not even wrong, so I don't know how they can even win or lose. But Sugar, welcome. I'm very excited to hear from you. Long time no chat.
That was funny.
Hello, Sugar is Poison. Nice picture of Cookie Monster there, getting into some trouble by the looks of it. How are you today?
You're muted, bud.
You're muted. You gotta unmute.
I hear him saying T-Jump is right. T-Jump is awesome. So I don't know. You guys not hear that?
Sugar, you there, man?
Something like that.
Yeah, Sugar is probably looking for his keyboard to push the button or whatever. You get his mouse or something.
he's got a red mic on my end.
Oh, let me see.
There he is.
I was server muted. Oh my
I
god.
can hear you
We can hear you now.
Welcome.
What
Okay,
you
I
got?
5 minutes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What you got?
Use your 5 minutes well.
All right, this
Let's-
is a life of pi argument for why you should believe in an afterlife. It's very strong. Okay.
Sorry, what did you call the argument? The what?
Life
You
of
should-
Pi.
This is the life of pi argument for why you should believe in an afterlife.
Okay.
You shouldn't.
Great movie.
We shouldn't limit human imagination when we don't have to. So you shouldn't needlessly limit human imagination. So unless human imagination is causing harm or is objectively contradicting truth, you should always lean to be pro-human imagination. So in regards to the afterlife, I don't know why you guys are needlessly limiting your imagination so drastically, and you shouldn't be.
We are not limiting imagination. We are limiting. the
100.
correlation.
Oh, you 100% are. No. Time out. That is just absolute.
Wow.
Let me finish the argument. So
Wow, come
we are
on.
not limiting imagination. We are limiting the correlation between imagination and reality. So I can grant you can imagine.
Objectively, you are
Not done yet. Not done yet. So you can imagine anything you want that's logically possible. The question is does that thing you're imagining correspond to reality? That's
Yeah,
the
but
part
there
that
is
needs
no
justification.
objective reality. There is no objective truth or reality with the afterlife. It could be anything. You grant that.
No,
be
there is.
stated
There is.
without
You
evidence.
literally just made my arguments for myself. Yes.
No.
There is no objective reality.
Do you have any evidence for that?
What that it could be true or not that there's an afterlife? 100%. You guys all think that there's objective proof there's no afterlife?
Oh my God. So
what can be
objective
stated
truth-
without evidence can be disregarded without evidence.
No, answer the question. Do you guys grant that there is no objective proof there's no afterlife? It could be anything.
Sure.
Either
yes,
way.
No proof.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for granting the obvious. Okay. So
do you
in
have
that
any evidence?
in that instance,
No. If you don't have
And
any
then- and then-
evidence, wait. I wasn't done yet. So that's called a burden of proof fallacy. You need to provide positive evidence for your claim, and if you can't, it's rational to reject the claim, as Amy said.
Sorry, I have a call. Listen to me. Okay. Do you think someone is limited in their imagination? You tell them that when they die, it's just blackness, or someone who you tell anything is possible?
Either. Those are both imaginary concepts. Neither of those are limitations.
Wait, what? Okay, you think telling someone that when they die, it's 100% going to be blackness isn't a limiting to their imagination?
No one said that.
That's
and
what
that
you
does
just
not
said.
limit
Well,
their
I'm asking you again. Is that limiting
So
to
the answer is
someone's
no. I cannot limit
Are you
someone's...
serious?
Shush. limit someone's imagination by telling them a
Yeah, oh,
thing.
you absolutely. Wait. You're telling me in North Korea they're not limiting people's imagination?
Well, they probably are destroying people's brains through brainwashing. What does that have to do with
Come on,
anything?
man.
I said?
Why can you not grant the simple truths? Like, yes, you can limit people's imagination quite easily. We do it all the time. In fact, religions limit people's imagination throughout history and all the time. You can absolutely limit people's imagination. Can you grant that?
It's a hell of a drug. Yo,
Can you grant that it's possible?
I'll take the contrary position. Okay, so I will grant that you can limit people's imaginations in all the ways you described, and I do not accept your premise one, which is that it is bad to limit people's imaginations, because I can provide numerous counterexamples of examples where people's imaginations are highly dangerous, irresponsible, or reckless, or mistaken, and commit other people who they're perpetuating those imaginations towards to be similarly misled and harmed. So it's very simple to refute your argument. The life of pi argument is bad because some kinds of imagination are dangerous and should be limited. So what's your argument?
That's why there's the premise that it can't cause harm and it can't be objectively false. Now, so you're on the right track, though. Thank you for granting. Thank you for granting the obvious. Thank you for granting the obvious points, which are yes, you can limit people's human imagination. Obviously,
You just said it can't be objectively false, right?
Yeah, that's one of the premises.
So there is an objective truth. So there's an objective truth.
Not in regards to the afterlife, there isn't.
Wait. Whether or not we know is not the same as it being true. So there can be a truth whether or not we know it, right?
No. What the fuck? Obviously not. You have if something isn't known, it's not a truth. And I have to go.
Sugar,
You're
welcome to come back. Please come back again.
Sugar, is there a state of affairs there, regardless of what we think?
I gotta go. Can you kick me off the stage, please?
Come back again soon, Sugar. You're awesome.
What was? I'm not even sure what that was about.
It's okay. Sugar is a little hard to follow, but if you give him more time, it's always entertaining.
I suspect
better than
real.
Hale did. I can understand it.
Was there somebody
Megan,
who
good
came
to see
in
you.
a minute ago using the ontological argument for God?
I suspect the underlying problem is that sugar consumes too much sugar.
I don't think he does. I think he's high on life and yoga and energy and stuff. He's very healthy.
Natural sugar.
Can I just point out that we shouldn't believe everything is possible. In fact, we should rule in not possible and possible things when we have evidence for them. And we're not limiting people's imagination. We are giving them an actual way to grieve. When you have a 99 or a 90% convince rate that there is going to be no afterlife, you treat this as the one and only life that you do have.
I don't know if you guys heard me, but is there somebody who came in here a little bit ago using the ontological argument? Because there's somebody using
the idealist argument. You mean that guy?
No. The modal ontological argument from Plain to God.
I did not hear that one. No, we heard a guy who said he had an argument based on idealism, and it was some very obscure kind of absolute idealism, and that didn't go anywhere.
I know. I was in here for that one. That was the pantheist, but there's a couple of people in the chat using the modal ontological argument, and I really wish one of them would join the stage.
Well, there's an invitation. If someone wants to take Xerxes up and argue for the modal ontological argument, Xerxes would love to talk to them. I also wanted to say that it's too bad Sugar had to go, but the thing that his definition seems to lack is the idea that something can just be like inferentially probably bad to be sufficient to be discourageable, right? Like if I have a Nigerian prince who wants me to send him $10,000, you don't have to like prove absolutely that it is not a Nigerian prince to discourage someone from sending those people money. And this idea that you have to know absolutely to say one way or the other about a theological sort of unfalsifiable claim is just as silly as saying you can't discourage people from like falling for scams or something.
Also, North Koreans are not missing imagination. They are missing food, electricity, and freedom, just to name a few.
Hey, Kyrix, welcome, and thank you for joining us. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. What have you got for us today?
Oh, real quick, just so everybody in the audience knows, we are absolutely still taking people in queue, so feel free to raise your hand if you'd like to come chat with us, if you have a good argument, something like that. We'll be here for about another hour or so, so if you'd like to come chat with us, just raise your hand. Sorry for interrupting you, Kyrick.
It's okay. Well, I guess I came here just to, say my opinion on God and spirituality and my argument for it.
Go for it.
We can only see 0.005% of all of the light spectrum, correct?
Sure.
So if that's the case, that means we can't see the other percentage. And I remember there was a guy, if I'm not mistaken, his name was Octius something. He was up here presenting his argument like for these shadow entities or whatever. And I remember that had me thinking, well, we can't see a lot of these things probably because they're on another plane of existence. And I remember the CIA had posted these documents. If I'm not mistaken, it's called the Gateway Process. And the documents were talking about astral projection. They were talking about,
You're talking about Project Stargate.
That was us. By the way, that was Astral who was on there earlier talking about the shadow entities. Yes.
And just to clarify, are you making reference to the Montauk Project?
The
No, Project Stargate. It's on CIA.com/reading room.
I recall Project Stargate, and this also slides into kind of like MK Ultra, but also I'm kind of curious because I get.
Gov, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But Kyrex, are you also kind of like referring to the Montauk Project?
Yes, I'm referring to the Montauk Project.
Okay. The Montauk Project was the Montauk Project itself. That was based on a fictional book, correct?
So Project Stargate, though, is a legit program that the U.S. did for like 30 years, something like that. And so I read most of that from the initial briefing where they revealed the intel showing that the Soviets had done astral projection all the way till the end where the U.S. discontinued the program. So feel free to talk about that because I'm very familiar with it.
Yeah, but as far as like Project Montauk goes, so Montauk Air Force Base, which is over off of New York. So I'm very familiar with it and familiar with its history and how it was started up post World War II. And so, but there was a series of books that were put out, the Montauk Project series, which are books which are fiction, and they're based on that Air Force. They're based on that Air Force installation and the connecting area of Plum Island animal disease research. So I'm familiar with both of those and the history behind them and the authors who wrote the books based on the Montauk Project. So the Montauk Project in and of itself is just a fictional book series that was based on just the existence of this Air Force installation system that was created or that was established around World War II. Now, and of course the establishment of the Plum Island research facility in the 60s. Now, the idea was that, but everything that was espoused there... Stargate is legit. Stargate was a legit project, but he mentioned the Montauk Project, and I'm just...
Let's just talk about Stargate, because that's a real...
But he didn't mention Stargate, He mentioned the Montauk
Gateway.
Project.
No, he said Gateway.
Okay. So, but I'm telling you that anything off the Montauk Project is completely fictional. Just to give you the heads up on that.
Montauk and Stargate together, and he said yes. I don't think he knew what Montauk was.
Yeah, he said Gateway. He said Gateway.
I know what that is.
Yeah. Why don't you just tell us your theory? Continue.
So, I know that and when they talk about Project Stargate, they mention astral projecting, they mention, remote viewing, and they would test out, different psionic abilities, for research and to spy on Russians, et cetera, et cetera. So my point is, I believe that there could more than likely be a spirit realm or some sort of plane that overlaps this one that we can't see, which could explain why a lot of these shadow beings are unable to be studied because we can't, physically see or interact with them, but they still exist all around us.
I have a quick question about it. So what was the content that these people doing the astral projection received from the astral projection and provided to the interviewers? What content was provided?
When you say content, what do you mean by that?
What information did they discover which demonstrated that they had actually done it?
Well, many of them described, like whenever they were remote view, they described like a sensation that felt like a disconnect from their body. And
that's not what he's asking. He's asking what information did they bring back from their remote viewing or astral projection that they couldn't have just imagined?
That's a good question. That is actually information that I'm still trying to find. I'm gonna pull up.
Well, if you read the CIA reading room files, you'll understand that it was vague and unusable content, and that's why the program was canceled.
It doesn't work, in other words. It's a hoax. And the CIA thought it might be real because the Russians might be doing it, and so if the Russians are doing it...
We sent a spy over to Russia, and Russia knew they were a spy, and they gave them fake information saying that they were investing money into this, and then we ran that program for like 30 years.
Yeah, that's the funniest part.
Oh, wow.
So it's a hoax that was perpetrated on us as a joke because they're like, oh yeah, this is super real information, why don't you try it?
For like 30 years, we spent millions of every single internal document that was in the CIA reading room. That
it wasn't
like them analyzing like what's going on here.
It wasn't a total waste, though.
One recommended they shut the program down for like 30 years.
Right, but we did get one or two things out of it. Like we got the X-Files, we got Stranger Things, we got a lot of really good conspiracy theory sci-fi shows because of that project. Yeah.
But then I guess my next question would have to be, well, then how do we explain UFOs, cryptozoology, and all of these other things? Because I know that this stuff has been cited for, decades, if not centuries. So
well, astral projection.
Well, I mean,
go on. I just want to point out that I want you all to explain my Stargate SG-1 erotica. I don't think you can.
So Kyrick, so UFOs, so objects seen in the sky that people cannot readily identify, does not entail aliens, obviously. The ideas, and if you follow fiction, human accounts of what aliens could potentially look like, you can see a correlation between how that's changed over the years. So way back in the days of like Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, stuff like that. So aliens were like robots, or they were like super advanced human beings, but they look very, very similar to us. And then of course you can see at the point when Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out, that's where the gray idea came out, even though that was based off the Hill incident, which they described a kind of gray type element, and Steven Spielberg took that, and then all of a sudden everybody was experiencing grays after that movie came out. So when it comes down to it, objects have been seen in the sky that people have not been able to readily identify and look odd. So, but that doesn't entail aliens or visiting the planet. It just means that they're unidentified objects. Now, when it comes to, you mentioned...
Can I chime in? Because I've had an alien experience.
Just because you got stopped at the border, doesn't entail an alien experience. So,
I'm not joking. I'm 100% serious. So let me explain. This was in, if I'm correct, in 1989, I think. So what happened was I was a truck driver at the time, and I lost an entire day. I have no memory of the entire day. To this day, I don't. I have a few shards of what I saw during that day.
Well, I had a point that I was going to.
I lost about 50 Deutschmarks that I have no clue where they went. I drove the truck from Cologne in Germany to close to Basel in Switzerland.
It sounds very much to me like a fugue state.
The next day back to approximately close to Heidelberg in Germany. No idea what happened. What I do know is when I was driving towards Basel, I had an alien sitting next to me in the truck. I had conversations with the alien, only parts of which I can still remember.
What the?
And what I noticed, because we have a recording system.
I had a point. I don't know where this is going.
That will record how fast you're going, how long you're driving. I drove that truck at top speed from Cologne to Basel, so far over the speed limit. I was incredibly afraid to tell people about it. Oh, and I damaged the truck. There was a damage outside of the truck. I never told anyone except for my girlfriend what happened, because I was extremely scared about losing an entire day. I had no recollection. So I drove to Basel, I unloaded and loaded the truck. From there on, I went to a restaurant, had some dinner. From there on, I went to a hotel where I spent the night. The next morning, I got back in the truck and I regained consciousness several hundred kilometers along the way, close to Heidelberg. In 2003, I accompanied someone who had an appointment with a psychiatrist. And I thought maybe this is, she saw lights, and the psychiatrist explained what exactly happened. So I asked him, I have a weird experience, and so I told him what happened. And he explained it quite easily. He said, at that time, is there anything else significant? I said, yes. I was watching Discovery Channel a lot, where back then that was the hype of the alien encounters, especially the gray aliens, which was what I saw. And then he started asking me questions about my situation at the time. So I was under a lot of stress because I didn't like my job. I was
completely
under a lot of stress
unnecessary
because we had problems in our relationship. We had problems with our housing. So my entire life was filled with stress. And his explanation was, you were interested in the aliens, so your brain made this up to make you relax. What you saw wasn't real. This is a defense mechanism that is built in the human brain, and it will just
Javier.
down. So, and I'm pretty sure that he was correct. To this day, I still have the disc from the truck that can confirm my story, that I drove the truck at 120 kilometers, 130 kilometers an hour, where only 80 is allowed. And if my boss would have seen that, I would have been fired instantly. So the fact that people can see things and people can experience things does not mean that it is real. There can be a complete rational explanation for this. And in my case, the thing that the psychiatrist came up with is very, very plausible. And
I was, Megan. That was for a minute.
That I was into aliens. That was what I experienced, and it did calm me down. And the reason that I regained consciousness close to Heidelberg is because that is my second hometown. That's where I went on vacation every year. I have a lot of friends there. So that is where my mind pulled me back, so to speak, into reality. And that's when I realized that I lost the entire day. Wow. And it was 100% real. It was as real as I'm now talking to all of you.
Okay, anyway, to finish my thought, make sure I didn't forget where I was. So yeah, just because someone interprets something as a UFO or an unidentified flying object, just because they can't identify it, doesn't entail aliens. And cryptozoology is also predicated on, predominantly misidentification of things or hoaxes that were deliberately perpetrated. So that's pretty much it. So cryptozoology is predominantly misidentification of existing animals, and UFOs typically misidentification of natural phenomena, or literally things flying in the sky, or like objects in the sky that cannot readily be identified. But the existence of government programs where we test machines or test airplanes or aircraft that we are not aware of or not familiar with, like the B2, the B2 bomber when that, or sorry, the stealth bomber when that was being designed. People were seeing that and didn't know what the hell it was. It's like, oh my god! But then we found out later on what it was. So yeah, there's not a lot to, as far as like UFOs go, and not a lot to cryptozoology. So you can kind of appeal. The problem with these is that they kind of force people to appeal to conspiracy. That information is being deliberately hidden from you, but that would be irrational. So because there's nothing to support that.
Well, I guess my only next thing is that, well, then how will we explain like the missing 411 cases, like where people go missing in national parks?
Okay. So there's an explanation. There's actually a very easy explanation for that. So Kyrix, there's actually a very easy explanation for that. So I'm familiar with the work of Dave Paulides, and there's some critiques I can make about the man himself, which are very, very problematic. But in the Missing 411 series, that is an entire example of everything he's predicated on, and where he's essentially saying that aliens exist and Bigfoot exists and all this other stuff, and that's why people disappear in parks and all the weird stuff that they see. The problem is that what he's looking at, it's a, and I can't remember I'm not remembering the exact term for it, but it's when you look at a set of data and you misinterpret the set of data. So what he's looking at is that his conclusion is that there are a number of people that go missing in national parks, and the average amount of people going missing in there is much higher than the national average. So there must be something going on in the national parks that's causing the average to be higher. The problem is that national parks are inherently dangerous places because they're untouched, and a lot of people that go there are unprepared for going into untouched wilderness. But these areas are also population bubbles because many people, millions of people, go to visit them. Okay, so when you take it when you have these areas where lots of people are going to visit, and it's a particular and they're inherently dangerous areas because it's the wilderness, people will go missing at what appears to be a higher rate, but it's not. It's actually just because a lot of people are going there. But if you look at the number of people going there, the percentages equal any modern urban area. It just seems more because it creates literally a cluster of what looks like people disappearing. But the problem is, if you compare that to, say, like New York City, the amount of people that go missing in New York City, the cluster is just larger. It doesn't look like a cluster because it's widespread all over the boroughs. But if you center everything to like Yosemite, it's totally Yosemite. Well then yeah, but that's because millions of people are descending on Yosemite and creating a cluster. But it's a false conclusion. Okay? It'd be the same. It's the same disappearance rate of everybody just being in the same location and never going anywhere in New York City. People still disappear at the same rate. So that's why I have a problem with, and the reason David comes to these conclusions is because of some other stuff that he believes in, because he wants to do, and plus he's gotten really, really famous with it and made a lot of money with his Missing 411 series. I know there's a new movie that came out where he brings aliens into it, so but it's a marketing deal, is what it is, based upon bad interpretation of the evidence.
So it's just basically done for money?
Yes.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that people don't hold these delusions and believe in them and also make money off of them at the same time. So if you look into the psychological phenomena behind this, there's a lot of common what are called true believers, where a single person
I hear my dog
in like
whining. I'll be right back.
Disproportionate number of conspiracy theories, like supernatural beliefs, etc. And if one is debunked, they don't stop believing in the whole category of things and become more skeptical as a whole. They just switch beliefs. They go, oh, it wasn't the aliens, it was the Rosicrucians, right? So there is kind of like a habit people get into. I'm not going to say it's necessarily a mental illness, but it's kind of like an addiction phenomenon, where people get addicted to conspiracy ideas and they just go from one to the next. And lastly, you should go to at least Rational Wiki, if not Wikipedia and others, and look at like the criticism or reception sections for any book or source that you get that claims this kind of stuff. Because what you'll find is that like almost every supernatural thing people bring up on this show or in your own conversations, they probably haven't done that. And you can, within like one Google search, find like 3 or more reasons to debunk what they're saying, and they haven't even looked at it. Because they're not in the habit of wanting to look at it, because they don't want to be debunked. They want to believe because they get hooked into true believer syndrome.
Yeah, we see that a lot with flat earthers in particular.
Yeah, Understandable. Are there any? Do you guys believe that there's like any supernatural things that can't be explained?
I don't.
What does it even mean for a thing
think
to be
that
supernatural?
typically when we encounter something that we don't have an explanation for, it seems to be that the path to figuring it out is always in the scientific realm and not in the spiritual or religious realm.
Understandable.
What does supernatural even mean, though? Like, if aliens exist, they're natural.
Yeah, you said, I think, paranormal as well, right? Or
No, he said supernatural.
Yeah, so this is a good question. So, Karix, one of the reasons that you brought them up was connected to the original question of, do you believe in a god or the supernatural, spiritual creator of some type? And you mentioned this stuff, presumably, and the UFO stuff, because you were implying that spirits could be the explanation, that instead of it being aliens, the visibility of weird things in the sky could be spirits doing it. And that would be evidence for God or spiritual beings, is what I inferred you were trying to say. Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes, sort of. Yeah, basically.
Okay.
I was just trying to imply that there could be a spiritual realm that overlaps ours, and that could explain why we can't.
That's how you
see
started.
a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, you started by just saying, what if there are things in other dimensions or places we can't see? You started with the visible light analogy, which is a great starting point. So the question I have for you after everything we've talked about is, do you currently believe in a all-powerful creator being like God or not?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And has anything that we've talked about affected your belief or made you more skeptical or more interested in looking into the plausibility of that? Or do you believe for other reasons totally unrelated to this?
A little bit of both. I still believe, but I am also going to do more research behind a lot of this stuff, so then that way I could better understand it, if that makes sense.
Totally, yeah.
That's high praise, Aaron.
Did you want
That's
to talk
high
about
praise.
any of the other reasons, or are you done?
The other reasons why,
Why you believe in God, yeah.
Well, that's because I've had like a lot of, personal experiences. Like I remember my great aunt, she had got into a car accident, and she claims that she had went out of her body, like she had an out of body experience, and remember, just heading up towards this huge ball of light. But then after the doctors were able to resuscitate her, she went back into her body.
Yeah, did you hear us talking about that kind of stuff earlier? Because when we were talking to a person about shadow beings, and we mentioned the fact that the repeated similarity between people in similar physical situations, like car crashes, and similar trauma to their head, or just
Hey, Mr.
fear
Twitch,
and
good to see you.
chemicals that are released in the brain in intense fear, like this situation that was very stressful that Peter was describing. People under similar duress have similar reactions in their brain that seem to trigger similar hallucinations.
Like when you say reactions, do you mean like the release of chemicals?
Like if I electrocute a part of your brain, you will feel like you were talking to God. If I turn the electric signal off, you will no longer feel that way. So does that mean that we have discovered the thing that God uses? Or does that mean that the feeling that people have when they think they're talking to God is probably because part of your brain can make you feel that way?
Well, to me,
you're correct, X. That's how it was explained to me as well.
Well, to me, I think about it like this. Who's to say that experience that's making you feel that way isn't actually happening, and it's possibly both, if that makes sense. Like you could be having that experience,
Science.
but essentially your brain is allowing it to also be possible. So like a mix of both, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question that way.
So, like, science shows that there's tens of thousands of illusions, delusions, fallacies, biases, misconceptions. Our human brain makes up a bunch of things which are false all of the time. And so we have good reason to believe any particular experience we have that doesn't conform to all of the stuff that we have evidence for is one of those false things that we just made up in our brains. So, like, because we know humans have lots of delusions and illusions and biases and fallacies that are just false, anything you see, you should probably assume it's in that category until you have some stronger evidence to show it's real.
I understand.
Kyrix, are you at all familiar with the Karen helmet or the Persinger's helmet?
I'm not familiar with that. What is it?
The God helmet.
The God helmet, yeah. So essentially, it's a helmet that you wear that, utilizing electromagnetic fields that are the helmet stimulates the temporal lobes with weak electromagnetic fields through the skull, and because of that, utilizing, we've discovered that we can induce certain brain states just by basically tinkering with the electromagnetic waves that are directed at the brain. Some really, really interesting stuff that's been discovered utilizing the helmet. Something that I would also recommend you look into.
And a placebo effect was discovered before the actual thing was built.
Yes.
So when they first built it, it was fake. They would just put a helmet on people. That was basically like, if you've seen the movie Back to the Future, where like the doc has like basically a salad bowl on his head that he's trying to use to read Marty's thoughts. So he puts it on Marty, right? He's like, all right, think about something and I'm going to tell what you're thinking. That was like maybe a primitive representation of like real EEG headsets that people do use for research and actually can detect people's thoughts. But the point is, he just put a thing on the guy's head in the original version of this helmet experiment that was not real. But he told people what it was going to do. And people, some of the time, not nearly as much as the actual helmet, but people a lot of the time were willing to hallucinate. And the people who already believed in a religion always hallucinated whatever religion they already believed in. So if I put it on a Hindu, they tend to hallucinate sometimes Hindu gods. If I put it on a Christian, they tend to hallucinate sometimes Christian gods. And when they made the actual helmet that stimulates a specific part of the brain that does it way more reliably, it was because they were able to look at the people during the original experiment, and by doing scans, they were able to see what part of the brain to target, right? So that the fake hallucinations that we come up with naturally all the time show us what part of the brain's involved in it. And then when we investigate and we target that region, it works like a charm, 100% or so of the time.
It's really, really interesting stuff.
Correct.
What's that?
Is there like an actual God helmet that does this?
Yes. So the second one is real, but the whole point is that they were able to make the second one because they just studied the people who hallucinated the first time with the placebo to figure out what area to target, because there's a lot of areas in the brain, right? And the first version only worked in people that were delusional, and it deluded them in exactly the way that they were predisposed to be deluded. But the second one was forceful. In other words, an atheist could hallucinate the feeling like a God feeling, regardless of whether they believe in it or not, just by poking their brain.
Understandable.
Yeah.
So it's more likely that this phenomenon is just what we call a byproduct, or there's another term for it, but it's not it has no purpose necessarily in and of itself, but it is often something which our body is able to do because of something that it needs to be able to do to survive. And generally speaking, this is part of the hypothesis about why religions are so appealing to people, is because we need to listen to our parents when we're young. And so we have a strong attraction to authority figures, especially as we're younger, almost unquestioningly so. And to disabuse someone, in other words, to convince someone that the authority figures in their childhood were wrong, is super difficult, which is why a lot of people stick to the religion that they grew up with. It's not evidence that the religion is true. It's evidence that like there's a useful thing, which is obeying your parents because they'll tell you useful stuff to survive. And we evolved to do that, like almost every species has evolved to. And the second, which is that also applies to anything they tell you, even if it's wrong, is a byproduct, not like the purpose of it. So as far as like, did God put that area in your brain as like a walkie-talkie so that he could send you emails or something? I don't think that's plausible. I think it's more plausible that you have a part of your brain which hallucinates for things like dreams and so on, and it's triggered accidentally in a lot of cases.
And then you combine that with the evidence that the brain in and of itself did not evolve all at once. It evolved in stages, and different areas of the brain have evolved faster than other areas of the brain, which is why we make a distinction between the frontal area of the brain and the rear area of the brain, or the more primitive areas of the brain, because the brain didn't evolve as an organ all at the same time. So as different areas of the brain evolve faster than other areas of the brain itself has workarounds that allow the primitive areas of the brain, the ones that deal with your basic motor functions and autonomic responses, to deal with your cognitive areas. So there are neurological workarounds, neurophysiological workarounds that help to bridge those gaps in between the more advanced areas and the primitive areas. And the problem is that you're talking like it's literally trying to take old tech and make it talk to new tech and make the new tech talk to the old tech. And those workarounds are pretty much hypothesized to be the reason why the human brain is so susceptible to all of these problems, all of these bias problems, to type 1 and type 2 errors, to mental instability, to emotional instability, is because of simply the result of our brain's evolution. So,
well, what part of the brain did this happen, though? Like when y'all mentioned like the God experience?
The temporal lobes.
The temporal lobe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to know.
Not a problem. There's really interesting stuff out there, like some really strong breakthroughs in understanding. Yes, is there a lot to explain still about the brain? Absolutely. And the biggest problem is that the way neuroplasticity works and basically how the brain wires itself. The longer your neural pathways stay in place and don't change, the more solidified they become. And so because other things build upon those. So think of the brain as like an organic computer that wires itself in response to external stimuli. If you sequester a human being away from society and you just hammer them with a particular system of belief, and since they were born, hammer and hammer and hammer them, when they go out into the actual world, they're going to have real problems because they're going to be faced with things that directly contradict what their literal brain has been trained to tell them. So that's why that's problematic. That's why it works so well in children, is because you get children into church early on when their brains are still developing, and you get those neural pathways to form in a way that justifies or draws a connection between the authoritarian relationship they have with their parents and how they need to trust their parents, and that this thing exists, like a God exists, and you drill that into them at a young age, it'll be much, much harder to break them of that when they're adults, which is why children raised in atheistic societies that don't pressure children to believe these things, when they become adults, it's virtually impossible to make them believe that because their systems of evidence, what is necessary for evidence, become too insurmountable for the religious claims to overcome. So it's like, no, that's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense at all. So that's why that's the whole concept. Get them while they're young. Get them into Sunday school. Get them in there so that they're looking at these adults saying, the adults, I need to trust them because they're adults. And I need to believe what they say. So you see how that works in the religion's favor.
Yes, I do understand, and I see how it makes sense. It's like programming somebody right at a really young, like when their mind is very vulnerable, and then now when they grow up, that their mind is going to be molded so much to the point where they aren't going to be able to let go of this.
So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff out there as far as it goes. I get where you're coming from. There was a point in my deconversion when I was going from because I was born and raised in the faith myself, when I began my deconversion, where I fell into the same thing, looking at the same things that you're looking at. So you're on the right path. Just be critical when you're looking at it and how people come to their conclusions. And this will come along with more studying, asking more questions, engaging with more people, and of course, education as well. So whether you want to take courses on philosophy, courses on sociology, courses in psychology, depending upon which area you want to go into, you like human behavior, child development, or human sexuality is a major thing in there, because the push to breed, informs a lot of what we do. And so when you go into these fields and you start really learning them, you spend some real quality time with the SEP. Then or the DSM-5 and stuff like this, then I think you're going to come away with a lot better understanding of how people come to these conclusions and why they need them to be real.
Yeah. I understand.
Did you have anything you someone to talk about?
I think that's it. I had a lovely conversation with you guys.
Likewise.
Thank you. Also, I think you sound very much like the guy from South Park. Or is it Family Guy?
You're thinking of
Cleveland?
Yeah, Cleveland.
Yes.
I think you're the guy who told me that.
No, that was me, but...
Oh, you nasty.
You're in,
Holy cow.
Hello.
Wow.
You're in Obsidian, right?
In Obsidian, what's that?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm wrong. I might be wrong. I thought you were someone else I was playing a game with.
Oh.
Carrix,
Anyway.
we really enjoyed the conversation with you too. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you guys. You guys have a nice day.
You too.
Feel free to come back again in the future.
Okay. Yes.
All right, we've got a special guest.
Twitch, they actually do. I actually had to have the remnants of one removed from my neck.
Interlocutors of all time. I bet he even could guess who it is. You want to guess who it is?
It's one of two. It's either Otangelo or it's Jason the Worm Guy.
It's with the worms today.
It's the worm guy.
I knew it.
It's like Jerry Springer. We've got someone backstage who's very excited to see you.
Yes, bring on the mind-controlling worms.
So in
Jason, I invited you up.
In the Discord chat, we've also mentioned Oprah Winfrey giving away free cars and Maury Povich. Like, the only one we're missing is Jerry Springer, but we'll cover final thoughts at the end. That kind of hints at him anyway.
I think Jason might be AFK, so I'll pull up Aaron Yes, because they're next. I'm sure
Our polygraph technician gave you the test, and they have determined that the mind-controlling worms are not the father. Oh! Sorry.
Hello, Aaron. Yes. How are you? Thank you for joining us, and feel free to correct me if I said your name incorrectly.
Thank you, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Dr. Nimrod, they're doing good.
I have an argument for the imitation
Thank
of
you.
the Quran. Like the Quran made an argument to imitate single chapter like it.
Have you read Thus Spake Zarathustra by Nietzsche?
No.
Okay, so I had a friend who was sort of like leaning towards theism because he was spending a lot of time with his parents, and his parents are very religious. And one of the things that he told me about why he liked the Bible and wanted to believe in it is he said that it sounded really good, and it sounded different than every other kind of thing that he had read, and it made it sound like it must be true. Now, the Quran makes these claims. The Quran says that it is poetry beyond compare, and the Quran, right?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Right? Okay, so the Quran makes these claims of being very, very special.
No, but the Bible has many contradictions, and even the books contradict each other.
Okay.
So it's not even the same. The poetry, so the Bible...
Red herring.
Thus Spake
doesn't...
Just to mute that for a real quick second, to explain, Mr. Twitch, is that I had a remnant in this part of my neck that stuck out and was visible, and I had it removed, and that was a vestigial remnant of the gills I had during development.
Up by its author, Nietzsche, for the purpose expressly of demonstrating that it's very easy to take a tone that sounds very impressive and very authoritative by claiming to be the voice of God or wisdom or whatever. And it's nothing new.
But what you said doesn't...
Colorado bikers in the house. Good to see you, bud.
It doesn't say if you... Yes.
I want you to give me an objective standard to evaluate what qualifies as an imitation which would pass your test.
The style, the linguistic style of the Quran.
Based on what?
Shakespeare does better. It's a better linguistic style.
But Shakespeare was imitated. Okay. There is some study on Google that show he was imitated. You can search
Kind of
anonymous.
a fan of George R.R. Martin.
Well, no, so it doesn't matter if other people can copy the style. People can copy the style.
Ooh, we're 4 more members away from the from unlocking the next emoji. A huge thank you to Surf for helping for a lot of the donated memberships. But we're 4 away from the new emoji. I'm excited.
You're not even going to back it up. This is ridiculous.
I will give you an example. Someone made an imitation of the Quran, and it's called the True Furqan. The guy was so bad, and we gave him platform. So it looks nothing like the Quran, but we gave him platform. You can search. He debated one of the most popular Muslim guy named I forgot his name, but you can search True Furqan debate. We give platform to people.
The Quran is not very good. It's not pretty. It's not beautiful. There are much more beautiful, pretty books. It doesn't.
No.
matter
It's not. Okay. It's not about it's pretty or not. It's about the linguistic style.
That's
I have a question. So why do you think that this argument, even if let's just grant, let's say that
No, it is not, Logan.
there was only one work of literature in the entire world
You don't
which
wanna
could
see
never be
that.
imitated, and it was the Quran, right?
Yes.
Why would that have any importance whatsoever just because it says that it has importance? Like, what is convincing? I've never understood the appeal of this when Muslims state this. In what universe is a work being not imitated meaningful about the truthfulness or the validity of the content of the work?
Because
it's the design argument.
No, what's the logical argument for it? You're saying that it's because it's designed by God that makes it special? Is that an argument?
No. The Quran made this 400 years ago. It says to the people, if you think this book is from a human, then imitate a single chapter like it. And
Did you know? So I have a couple things I want to say real quick. First and foremost, I looked up the book. It is illegal to distribute or purchase this book in Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, parts of India, and parts of Indonesia. So if it was so bad at imitating the Quran, why did they make it illegal?
No, you can see the debate, the actual debate on YouTube, and see for yourself.
Illegal?
If we are liars, and we.
Why is it? Okay, well, again, like I said, I looked it up, and according to this, it was read aloud in Speaker's Corner in London, and there were Muslim imams who thanked the reader, the orator of it, for reading from the Quran, because they thought that what that person was reading was from the Quran. So apparently it imitates the Quran enough to confuse Muslim imams.
No. That's not. I never heard of that. Can you give me the link?
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Also, are you aware of the accusations of plagiarism in the Quran?
Thank you, Stevie B. Thank you, Stevie B, for the donated memberships.
First, without giving credit, or while claiming not to have copied it?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so are you aware that even in the time of the Quran's origins, that numerous people accused Muhammad of being a plagiarist and copying from sources without attribution? And are you aware of what he did to those people?
No. I'm aware of that, but he didn't do what he did to people. Can you?
Okay, he executed them after they criticized him for being a plagiarist. So the point is that the idea that this book is unimitatable is laughable on its face, because it is widely apparent when you look at the Quran that it lifts.
Please enjoy the new emoji. It has been unlocked.
From the Old Testament, while making laughable mistakes that are like consistent with someone who is doing a shoddy copying job, and then to justify itself, it makes the claim that all these copies from the Old Testament are the true copies, and the original ones are mistaken and corrupted to cover its tracks, because anyone can see the number of passages lifted, including like specific wordings and lines lifted from the Old Testament.
No, I will say what I had read the biography of the Prophet. That's not true. I can assure you that's not true.
Have you ever read the Furqan?
No, I saw the debate.
Oh, holy crap. So you're coming in here telling us that this was a failed attempt at imitating the Quran, and you've never even read it?
I saw the debate. You can saw the debate and judge yourself.
I don't
it's
care.
Very clear.
Like, the quality of an imitation is subjective to the person who's reading it. So if you've never read it, what gives you the authority to tell us it's a bad imitation? I can find other sources to say it's a good imitation.
No. It has a very bad linguistic errors. In the debate, he exposed them.
Have a great one, Megan. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Parts of the Quran or the earlier copies of the Quran. Like, language changes over time. I don't even know what do you mean by language error? What is that? What is the standard of a linguistic error?
You know, the modern Quran was
like a grammar error. It was
like a grammatical error.
Yes.
And in what language?
There are grammatical errors in the Quran. The Quran has many linguistic errors.
No. That was refuted by Dr. Zakir Naik and many other Muslims.
That's called making stuff up. That's called making stuff up.
No.
Make up. Wait. Hold up.
Oh, thank you, Kinky Platypus,
grammatical errors
for the gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Someone who makes out of a book can make up reasons why it makes sense. That doesn't actually prove it's correct. That's all the Muslims are doing. They're making up reasons for the mistakes to try and make them make sense, just like everybody else does. There are actually spelling inconsistencies. There are grammatical inconsistencies in the Quran. There's lots of them. You just go to the spelling inconsistencies in the Quran Wikipedia page, and they list about 50 of them.
I know Arabic. I speak Arabic, and I can tell you that you don't know Arabic and you trust those people. So it's
Can we kick this guy off?
Who speak
The
Arabic,
moment
who
they
write
start doing the "you don't speak Arabic" argument, there's no point in listening to them after that.
No, because he said, for example, like he said, there is a grammatical error in the Quran, and I know Arabic. No, there is not. I said it was refuted by Dr. Zakir Naik.
Hold on. Are you speaking the same Arabic that was from the 7th century?
Mistake. Surah 1141 has a mistake. Surah 2094 has a grammatical mistake.
I gotta let the dogs in. I'll be right back.
Can you please?
There's no way I'm going to jump in between Xerxes and T jump.
He's wrong. He's an idiot. He's making stuff up. He doesn't know. He's not qualified.
I see your point.
So you're saying that it's not a mistake.
You call him an idiot and.
Yeah, academic professionals show these are mistakes in the Quran.
He is an academic.
One sec. He is making stuff up. You do not get to, like, all apologists do this. What they do is they say, here's a mistake in our holy book. Let's make up a reason why it's not a mistake. That's just called apologetics. It's not rational. There are mistakes in the Quran. Problem debunked. Spelling inconsistencies in the Quran. I just posted a link in the group chat. Can you guys post it in whatever that is associated with this?
I'm on it. I'm taking care of that.
But can you at least?
So here are your proofs that we've just posted your proofs.
So you gave me the proof and you don't watch. You don't even see the refutation by the.
No, I have seen those. He's wrong. He is incorrect. He is making stuff up.
Wiki Islam. That's funny. That's so funny. I can't believe it that you gave me from Wiki Islam.
Aaron, yes. Can you explain why he's correct?
About
or
what?
is it just that you? Or is it just that you watch? Or is it just that you watch certain people? They fit your narrative, and therefore you're now advocating that they're right, because you're criticizing.
Yeah, had to let the poopers in.
You're criticizing T-jump on you're criticizing T-jump on errors in the Quran, which you say that
he gave me from Wiki Islam.
Hold on. He has to watch someone else's video, not yours, someone else's video, because they are right. If you come here and if you make a point, then make your own point. Don't ask us to watch other people's videos, because those are irrelevant.
No, I agree with you, Haley. Haley, good to see you. He can. He absolutely can.
Make sure that you read the book before you criticize it, and then you can come to us with the points that you found in there.
There's a reason why Xerxes and I are looking at putting together a stage of our own, similar to the atheist experience, with a smaller panel.
Worship people who tell you what you need to believe.
No, they don't tell me. I swear to you.
Aaron Yates, have you read the Quran?
Of course, yes.
So if I were to read a couple of passages from the Quran mixed in with passages from the Furqan, do you think you'd be able to tell the difference?
Yes. Can you do it?
I'm gonna read 3 passages, and you. I can't read in Arabic.
Because I memorize the Quran in Arabic. That's how I read Arabic. I don't speak English, as you can see. I'm trying very hard.
I appreciate you being able to speak multiple languages. I think other atheists always find the Arab, but the Arabic apologetic always comes off odd, because it seems to be like we must speak this one specific language from this, at least forming and in this one specific
That's going to be
time
interesting.
period for us
That's
to
Worm Guy.
understand this prophet's message. Doesn't it seem weird? Kind of like should be God being able to speak in multiple languages, or something even divine, something much more above us.
Why wouldn't it be given in the most common language?
Can I respond? So, can I respond? Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you. So the problem is it's not about people. I said like do the research. Like for example, do the research. You don't have to speak the Arabic language. You can do the research. You can do the research for yourself. Some academic, there is some very good academic that said that the Quran can't be imitated, and they don't even they are not even Muslims.
Sure, but there are contradictions in the Quran, just like there are in the Bible, and I would say it's much deeper problems. Is it okay to drink alcohol? Was Pharaoh drowned or saved? What was man created from? Is Allah merciful? How many angels fought for Muhammad?
Can you give me,
all of these have multiple answers.
Can you give me one of them? The best one you got.
Sure. We'll go with how many angels fought with Muhammad. When thou dost say unto believers, it is not sufficient for you to say your Lord should support you with 3,000 angels sent down. Allah ordained this only as a message for good cheer for you. We'll go over to 1,000. When ye sought help out for your Lord, he answered, saying, I will help you with 1,000s of angels. 1,000 of the angels, rank or rank. Allah appointed it only as good tidings.
It's not a contradiction. We can't see angels. We believe in angels. Every Muslim believes in angels.
There's 1,000 and there's 3,000. There's two different numbers.
Can you give me the verse so that I look at it up?
Sure. It is.
Thank you.
From
And if you want
3, 124 to 126, then 1,000 is from 8, passage 9 through 10.
What's the chapter? Can you repeat?
From the family of Uraman, Imran 3. So 1.
Can you post the link so that it will be quick? The link. Amy, can you post the link?
Yes, posting it in Heathen Hangout.
Yeah,
And there's like 30
the boys came in to say hi.
30 plus that we could go into onto these. Mine, I guess what I was trying to say is you have, in my opinion, you have much deeper problems than linguistic or poetry. The Quran retcons a lot of the Old Testament and Torah, basically the parts that we know don't exist, that
Which
have no
one should I look?
archaeological.
They are too many. Which one should I?
Well, I was just showing that one very specifically was just about soldiers that sent, but there's a whole bunch. I mean, like, what were humans created from? If you ask Allah, water, clot, clay, mud, mirror,
that's by
dust.
scientific. Yes, by scientific facts say that that's true.
Sure, wet earth, dust, a base fluid, a drop of fluid, a gushing fluid that
Yeah, sorry
issues
about
from
that. Yeah,
between the loins
they
of
came in to
the
say
drop
hi.
of
So
seed, dust, and then the drop
what are
of
you
fluid,
doing?
Dust, and then the drop of seed, then a clot. Dust, then the drop of seed, then from a clot, then from a lump of shapely and shapely flesh, and also from nothing. But besides that, you know.
That's what that's considered a scientific miracle.
Which part of that? Like 17 different things there.
I can give you the link. 1 second. Just give me 1 second.
Which one?
This is the problem. This is the difficulty in arguing about the Quran. You know.
She said about the clot, the creation of the baby.
So a blood clot?
Yes, that one. It's scientific.
That's the one that's a scientific miracle?
Yes.
What about the other 16? Are those just wrong?
So I can refute 16.
I honestly don't know what Ix is doing when he's talking. I always hear him like he's collating.
No, you don't even have to do that because it's logically not possible for all of them to be true. If that one's a scientific miracle, but there are 16 other versions, why isn't there any consistency? Why didn't he just say blood clot every time?
No, it's not the same. I can show you. I will show you.
This is the equivalent of like rolling the dice 20 times and then rolling a 20 and being like, look, it's a mathematical miracle. I rolled a 20. There's only a 1 in 20 chance. He almost
no.
tried 20 different things, and then you're saying one of them is a miracle.
No. It's not. All of them are true. According to us, all of them are true. And according
They're
to science,
contradictory, so we know it's false.
no.
We know that the Quran is false, then, right?
No, they are not contradictory. What are the contradictions?
That they're all stating we're made from different things.
No. It's everyone has a stage. Like for example, we are all made.
Like if you go and you make like a blade, say you're a blacksmith, and you make like a blade out of like steel, and then you make like a blade out of iron, and then you make like a blade out of like I don't know what other stuff, but some other
dragon glass.
Those are all
so you can kill White Walkers.
Exclusive, right? You can't
like
make it out of iron, but it's made out of steel and cardboard. I mean, you could make like one that's out of those three, obviously, but I'm saying like if you make it out of iron, it's made out of iron, not the other two, right?
Repeat, I didn't understand the question.
If you make a blade out of
Snow.
iron, it's made out of iron and not other substances.
I love it.
Yes.
There you go. Your own logic.
If you've never seen the epic rap battle of J.R.R. Tolkien versus George R.R. Martin, if you've ever seen that, check that out. It's amazing.
State different things, like for example.
Thank you, Charlie Welch. I do love the Hail Sagan emoji. Thank you, Dr. Nimrod, for the super chat. €2.49 for Force and Pupper Treats. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
It's different stages.
So what stages are we a class?
I did see your question, Javier. There's kind of a moment to try and get in there. So
reveal to us the scientific miracle.
Yes, he gives academic non-Muslims that consider this as scientific fact.
Now, if another religion was to provide a scientific miracle that was revealed by science to be true, would that be evidence against your religion?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's Hinduism, right? T-Jump?
No.
Predicted the age
Can
of
I
the Earth
respond?
correctly?
No. Can I respond?
What?
Yes.
Yeah. So Hinduism predicted the age of the Earth, right? So by your own logic, that would be evidence against your religion, because that's a scientific miracle that's been confirmed in Hinduism.
No, I meant like for example scientific error in the Quran, not from other religions, because we believe that God sent so many prophets. Like we believe that Jesus.
We can't hear you. You changed. There you go. Keep going. No, there's something happening with your microphone being muffled.
It's okay now.
You're super quiet. Did you change your microphone?
One sec.
That's
Can
better.
you hear me?
We can hear you now,
better.
but it's been going in and out. So whatever you can do, try and make it consistent.
Okay. So we believe that I don't say Hinduism is wrong or Christianity is wrong. We believe that God sent so many prophets and like more than thousands of prophets to claim there is only one God. And as you can see in the Quran, it claims that Moses and Jesus are sent from the same God. So it has nothing to do with saying, like, for example, it's contradictory. Or
So there's 200 scientific errors in the Quran.
One.
So geocentrism, setting in the rising place of the sun, the earth and the heavens created in 6 days.
One.
Can
you give me one? No.
Earth
Come
created
on.
before the stars.
You're welcome, Logan.
That's not even science. Is that the best one you got?
Well, I have 100 of them. They all disprove the Quran. So
No. Give me the best one you got.
Earth created before the stars. Go for
it. In that verse, it says that the earth didn't create before stars, because it says the word wa. The word, it's not the letter wa. It means like, for example.
Nope, it says the earth was created before the stars. Like, you doing semantic jumping does not change that. This is a fact. This is a known fact in all academia. You disagreeing doesn't make it.
Can you give me the
He
name?
didn't even ask you the verse, right? Like when he was debating Amy, he asked for the verse. To be honest.
No,
Now
I
he's
know.
just, saying he knows what you're talking about.
I know what he's talking about because it was refuted by many Muslims. Can you give me the verse so that I can clarify with?
Well, it contradicts 41:12, 37:6, 41:11, and 41:9.
Can you repeat first one?
41:9 through 12, and 37:6.
Okay.
Not yet, Gowdens. I don't think he'll be
This
up.
one, 41:9 until 30, until 11. It states that
Created the earth in 2 days.
Yes. Yes.
Yep, and that was before the sun. The stars and things are 41:12. They're after the Earth is in 41:9. Stars are in 41:12. Stars came after the Earth.
Yes. So it says ثم استوى إلى السماء وهي دخان. So it says then he turned it toward the heavens when it was still smoke. So the heavens still existing here. What's the problem?
Earth was created before the stars, which is false.
It doesn't say anything about creation about the earth. Nothing about the creation about the earth.
Quran 9
It says,
specifically says, "He who barely created the earth in 2 days."
No. It doesn't say that. It says like as a parable. Like for example,
You're disagreeing with all academic credible sources on this.
It's not.
All academics who can read Islam say this. So if you disagree with this is your problem.
I swear to you, that's the stupid contradiction I ever had, because it has nothing to do with the creation of the earth. The earth, this was parable that given to the unbelievers that you will deny God if He created the earth within 2 days. This is how I read it in Arabic. قل إنكم لا تكفرون بالذي خلق الأرض في يوم. Ask them of how do you disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days? This is a parable, as in it's question. It's not even about the creation of the earth before the stars. The stars were never mentioned in the verse.
Actually, it is. Again, you're just incorrect on this.
Can you where is the star's name in the verse?
Star's name. It just says all of the stars. Like it's referring to the lamps in the sky. All of the stars were created after the earth. That's wrong. None of the stars were created after the earth.
No.
But there are no stars created after the earth. It does not happen.
And I'm curious. Oh, and I'm sorry. Aaron, yes. No, Aaron, yes. I'm very curious because you said something really interesting in response to what T-Jump said. Initially, you said that it was parable.
Yes, it is parable.
Okay, great. Well, Aaron, hang on a sec. If it's parable, then that means that essentially it can be kind of interpreted in a myriad ways. But how are you able to? By what methodology are you able to determine what in the Quran is parable and what is legitimate fact?
Because of the قُلْ إِنَّكُمْ in Arabic قُلْ إِنَّكُمْ لَا تَكْفُرُونَ. He's telling them as in it's a parable. The word here قُلْ إِنَّكُمْ it uses for parable.
Okay, great. So then all of the Quran is parable.
No. This one specifically is parable.
Okay. How did you determine that?
Can you see the word إِنَّكُمْ قُلْ إِنَّكُمْ? It refers to who do you need?
But the verse itself doesn't say that what it's saying is a parable. It doesn't say this is a parable and it gives you the parable, or it doesn't say this is the claim and that's a parable. It doesn't say that. You are interpreting it as that because it does not reflect. No, Aaron, you are interpreting it as that because it doesn't reflect what we know in reality.
Can you read the Sahih International? Can you please read the Sahih International of the Quran?
Hold on a second.
Can you read it, please?
Aaron.
Sahih International of the... Yes, thank you.
I'm sending you 3 Arabic passages. You tell me which one is the Furqan.
Please, can you stick to this one? Then we move on to the next one, so that I refute this one.
Well, whatever reason you need to accept my friend request because apparently we're not friends anymore for whatever mysterious reason.
Okay, sure.
Ultimately, I don't know how far we're going to get with just trying to do with cherry picking various translations of the Quran, especially if he's going to appeal to Arabic, in which Arabic terminology. Hang on a sec, Aaron. In which Arabic terminology, many words in Arabic have various meanings in English. Okay, so you can say, so like one particular word in Arabic can mean multiple things in English, and those things in English have very, very specific definitions. There's a real problem with context in the Quran, and you have the and Muslims have the ability to move words around as badly as like vantillism in order to justify what they're trying to say. For example, in the deal that T-Jump pointed out, yes, the Quran makes a demonstrable error in stating that the Earth came about before the stars. Hang on. The mention of the stars is after the fact. It first talks about the creation of the Earth, then it talks about the creation of the stars later, in another part. So the problem is, because this doesn't reflect reality, you then make the interpretation that this is not meant to reflect reality. It's parable. But the problem is the verse itself. But Aaron, the problem is the verse itself, the surah itself, does not specifically state that this is a parable. Okay, so you are cherry picking what to interpret as parable and what to interpret as demonstrable, like a demonstrable recording of what's going on in reality, depending upon the evidence of what's going on in reality.
Please, let me respond.
Really quickly, hold on, really quickly, because his first argument when he came in here was that nothing has ever been able to imitate the Quran. So, Aaron,
yes,
I just sent you three passages in Arabic. Three passages in Arabic. You tell me which of those three passages that I just sent you is from the Furqan, or whatever it's called.
Okay, sure, no problem. Let me respond to this guy, then I will.
No. Do it right now because I don't want you googling anything. Look it up right now. And you tell me which one isn't.
No, I want to respond to. Sure.
No, I don't want you googling these passages. Do it right now. It shouldn't take you more than a minute or two if you're legitimate and you can actually tell the difference.
Okay, give me a second.
I would link these passages. I'm gonna drop them into our group chat here, so you guys can see which ones I sent him. Okay.
I just want to point out, like.
So the first one is not from the Quran. The first one is not from the Quran.
First one. Okay.
First one is not from the Quran.
Okay.
It's not from.
So the one that has the number 1 on it?
It's not from the Quran. Yes.
That's from Quran Surah 56. It's the second one that's not from the Quran. 100%. I literally downloaded a PDF of the Arabic Quran, and I took 2 screenshots. Number 1 and number 3 are screenshots of that. As you can see, they're written in the exact same style. The second one, the one in the middle, the narrower one, is the one from the Furqan, because it has an English translation next to it, so I actually had to crop it, so it only showed the Arabic.
I didn't even read the second one. I said that this first
You declared the first one wasn't the Quran, and it was.
Yeah.
So clearly you can't tell the difference. Okay. Thank you. That's all I wanted to demonstrate.
No,
I'm done. You can talk to them now.
And I don't think we're gonna get very far just like trying to hash out individual things.
Let me respond, man. Just 1 second. The first one I said it's not from the Quran. I never read this one before. I swear to you, I never read this one before. I read the Quran all the time, but I never read this one before. I don't know which verse, which chapter this one is. So that's why I said it's not from the Quran. I swear to you, that's the only reason.
So
Didn't you say you had it memorized in Arabic at the start of this conversation?
No, but
I'm almost certain you said you had it memorized.
Yes, I memorize some. Every Muslim should memorize part of the Quran, but not.
Should the Heathen Hangout for the moving the goalpost GIF I'm about to post?
So you can't tell the difference. That's kind of the point. Is
Yeah.
It can be imitated. You can't tell the difference. On debunks. But it's 2:00. I gotta go. Thanks for
joining us.
Take it easy, T-Jump.
Take it easy, T-Jump.
So, yeah, go.
on his channel.
Go ahead, Amy.
Oh well,
So,
we are attacking the fruit and the leaves of the problem here, but like the actual
True,
stem
Logan.
is
Absolutely
so much
true.
deeper. It's that you believe in prophets. You believe in the, as far as we can tell, the
Xerxes literally James Randied him. He literally randied him.
prophets like Moses, I assume Adam and Eve and Noah, and all of the people that did not exist. And so I feel like, why do you think that Adam was the first man, Eve was the first woman, and that a God exists? Like, those are the really prime principle questions.
I love the fact that I love the fact that Xerxes just James Randied
We've been
him.
on Aaron for a while now.
Yeah.
He came in with an argument. His argument was very thoroughly defeated. So I think it's prudent to move on. So we have three other people that
It is prudent. No, Aaron, it is prudent. Xerxes literally James Randied you. Okay.
No.
So.
I didn't make. So let me respond, man, please. My argument was that there is no one can imitate the Quran, but I'm not an expert in Arabic. I'm not professor in the Arabic language.
Okay, so now the argument is flipped. Because you insisted that I send you the Arabic translations, because then you would know, because you've memorized the Quran in Arabic, and now all of a sudden your standards have completely changed.
I'm sorry, your goalposts are in.
This is just complete dishonesty.
I didn't memorize.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, your goalposts are in another castle.
No, but that's not fair, man. I didn't memorize the whole Quran, so to give me something that I have never. Come on, man.
So then I want you to admit something. You cannot tell the difference between the Furqan and the Quran.
Yes.
So what gives you the right to say that it was not properly imitated?
Can we?
If you can't tell the difference, then it's imitated pretty well, isn't it?
Can you give me? Can you give me, like, for example, another challenge? Like, give me only the Furqan. Only the Furqan. I can tell you. Give me.
I give you only the Furqan, then you can just say, yeah, that's not a good imitation. The experiment was giving you.
Lars,
the
I don't have it pulled up. I imagine it's pretty crazy.
To see if you could tell the difference. That's how we would know that it wasn't a good imitation.
Can you give me another try?
So I feel like
give me another try.
So I feel like it's only fair to move on to Jason Family Man, who's one of the most intellectually honest interlocutors I've ever engaged with.
How you said that with a straight face, I have no idea.
Before we do that, maybe we can just give Aaron Yes. Maybe we can give Aaron Yes about 30 seconds or so to say some final words before he leaves.
Okay, thank you so much. I
gotta get some more. I gotta get some more juice. Give me 1 sec.
In the capital, the verse, it clearly said that it's parable. You can read the Sahih International. It gives semicolons before it even started the verse. Only the 41:9. Only that one is a parable, because it says "Qul innakum." So that one, it's a parable. So
okay, and you're very much running out of time. Do you need another 10 seconds? We'll give you that.
Thank you. So, and for the second one about the 41:11.
Yes.
It doesn't mention.
Sorry, your goalpost is in another castle.
God submitted, asked the earth and the sky to come, and they come. It doesn't even mention the stars or anything else. So
well,
I know.
Thank you.
I know it.
Sorry, what was that?
I know you guys, atheists, use Wiki Islam without even doing some research on the topic.
I actually haven't used that website. I usually go to Quran.com to try to look up verses, because it seems to have pretty good translations from what I'm told by other Muslims.
No, because T-Jump gave me one with Wiki Islam, so we have,
okay. So
Yes.
so you have some issues with Wiki Islam. That's okay.
No,
and
no.
You're
It
objecting
was
to that.
debunked by Muslims. Yes.
Okay.
And thank you so much for having me, and maybe next time. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Have a
Sure.
nice day.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank
It
you.
was
Goodbye.
debunked at Muslim.org.
Thank you.
I'm
The whole
just
website,
kidding,
yeah.
Aaron. It was lovely to have you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for the tequila.
And if you want to post your link to that site that debunks Wiki Islam in the live chat, please feel free to do so.
What's going on, Jason?
Hello, Jason Family Man. How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, our old friend. It's good to see you. Or to hear you.
I actually want to just chime in about that guy's story about him driving the 18-wheeler. It sounds like to me, I'm gonna diagnose this better than the therapist he went to. It sounds like he ran into a German lot lizard. He was drugged, and then he drove drugs across country. Yeah, he sounded like he was drugged and
I wasn't drugged.
intoxicated. Well, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know, and then you wouldn't know until you.
I would know.
You're saying that someone tried to roofie him, basically? Like they tried to give him a drug?
I think somebody roofied him, and he had him.
Hold on. I would know, and here is why. I would know, and here is why. Because other than at the end of the day, going to a restaurant to have dinner, everything I ate and drank that particular day, I brought with me myself, and I prepared myself. So no, I was not drugged.
It could have just been a fugue state.
Could have been just a bloop bloop in your drink.
No, it could have been a fugue state. A fugue state actually makes more sense.
What is that?
A fugue
Stress
state?
induced. It was induced by extreme stress.
Yeah, just are you,
Seems more likely than being drugged at a.
yeah. Are you familiar with it? Are you familiar with what a fugue state is, Jason?
How do you get drugs? How do you get drugged in a closed truck? No one there, no one getting in. How do you get drugged? And I drove that same route every week. Every single week I drove the same route.
All right. You say so.
But
Jason,
given
tell us your belief today.
Asking you a question. The answer could not be if you say so. I asked you a question.
Oh, yep. I didn't hear you.
that's what I'm saying. Given Peter's story and given what he described,
Yes.
I would be inclined to say if I was like diagnosing this, I'm not trying to give a formal diagnosis. I would say this is likely a fugue state. There's some things that kind of match that experience. I'm not saying that that's what it was because it happened so long ago and it happened to Peter, but it seems like that may be the case. But that's pretty much it. But the odds of it being he was drugged, and besides the fact that what he was drugged with would have had lasting physiological effects that would have indicated it's like I think somebody gave me something. But if he was alone the entire time in the truck, then that is probably difficult. Someone would have access to him. So likely fugue state is but it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. It's either way.
Here's another thing. I as I said, I drove that route every single week. Went to that restaurant every single week. Spent the night at that hotel every single week. No one has ever told me that they noticed something different about me in the week that happened. So if I had been drugged,
You said
probably the people in the restaurant would have asked me the next time I came there, what the hell was wrong with you last week? Or the people in the hotel would have asked me what the hell was wrong with you last week because you were acting funny. That didn't happen.
You said a week. I thought you said a day. You lost a day.
I lost a day. I said I traveled that particular route every single week for at least two to 2.5 years. Every single week, same route, same address, everything the same.
Which actually, if it was a fugue state, is actually backed up because that means he's doing it so often, it just becomes like a response. So he's like, he knows where he's going, and it's a habit. And it's a habit he's formed being a truck driver, so he's making the same stops along the same path every single day, and it happens to happen, and he's just basically running on autopilot. So that's pretty much it. And that's why I'm saying the fugue state sounds more likely. But regardless of this, positing whether it was aliens or positing whether it was a fugue state or positing whether he got drugged, none of that matters because we're so far removed from the event that it's not like we could test for anything. We could posit a number of hypotheses as to why it occurred.
Also, Jason, you came on to talk to us about something else. Why don't we move on to what you
Yes, let's jump to that.
That's actually what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say. What do you got? What do you want to ask me? Something?
Did you have something to convince us about worms being God, or that God exists somehow?
Sounds like you got it already.
Or have you moved on from worms?
Elaborate on? Want me to elaborate on anything?
I mean, do you finally understand that? Do you finally understand that Toxoplasmosis gondii can only sexually reproduce in cats?
Yes, I wanted to address that actually. They can only sexually reproduce in cats. They
Right.
can asexually reproduce in humans.
No. No, that's not how that works. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it is. I have
Because a species Jason, a species either sexually reproduces or asexually reproduces.
These do both.
No, Toxoplasmosis gondii does not. It can only sexually reproduce in cats because that's a part of its life cycle.
It does a different type of sexual reproduction in humans.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I've already linked you the DOIs on this. I just wanted to see if you're still being intellectually dishonest. So.
Okay, so any other thing that is not a feline, this is how it acts. It acts differently than when it's a human. It doesn't have to be a human. It can be something else.
I think you should Google this real fast. Go to Google real quick, Jail, and type this in. I think Jason's right here.
I don't read this shit at 3
I'm
o'clock in
Dutch.
the morning for
I'm
2
Dutch,
hours.
and I'm
every day
probably
for
going
not
to be
doing
butchered over this. I'm Dutch, and I'm probably going to be butchered over this, but when you think of pussy, don't automatically make that going to the sexual reproduction.
Okay, so Toxoplasmosis gondii is an obligate intracellular parasitic protozoan that causes toxoplasmosis. Found worldwide, T. gondii is capable of infecting virtually all warm-blooded animals, but felids, such as domestic cats, are the only known definitive hosts in which the parasite may undergo sexual reproduction. Because it's literally a part of of how it transmits through its life cycle. But it can infect other people. But the protozoan itself does not reproduce. It just causes effects by being present in the system. So it's not like if I ingest T. gondii, all of a sudden my body becomes full of T. gondii. That's not the way that works. The protozoan itself has a lasting effect on the systems of my body. Like when it gets into my brain. But it's just the protozoan. Alright? But when it's inside the cat, it can sexually produce and produce many, which means every time the cat has a bowel movement, it passes T. gondii every single time. Okay? So it can infect multiple warm-blooded animals. It can be infectious across a wide range. But it can only reproduce inside cats. That's it. Infecting and reproducing are two different things.
Yes, you're actually technically correct. They can't sexually reproduce in anything other than a feline's intestinal tract. They can asexually reproduce in any other host. You are correct.
Google says warm-blooded hosts, but yeah.
Yeah, warm-blooded animals, but it does not asexually reproduce in that. It can only
That's what Google says, JL, though. Google's never wrong. Google is the source of all knowledge.
CDC, toxoplasmosis. I'm pulling this off cdc.gov.
You should go to Parasites Without Borders. Way better source.
Why is it better?
It's a collection of doctors, parasitologists particularly, that have collected over 500 years worth of information on this very subject that doesn't get very much funding and things like this. So
feel free to share the link in the Heathen Hangout chat.
Parasiteswithoutborders.com, and if you put a PDF on there, they'll literally give you a free book about everything.
So
just wanna
everything
point
I'm
out
reading.
that's past the Enlightenment era, so I'm trying to understand where this 500 years, but I'll look into it.
Oh, okay. So I pulled this up. So now I see what you're saying. Now I see what you're saying. I see what you're misinterpreting. Gotcha. So behavioral biology of Toxoplasmosa gondii infection. Toxoplasmosa gondii is a protozoan parasite with a complex life cycle and a cosmopolitan host range. The asexual part of its life cycle can be perpetually sustained in a variety of intermediate hosts through a combination of carnivory and vertical transmission. Vertical transmission is not reproduction. Okay? You're saying it has an asexual part of its lifestyle, but that is when it's infecting an intermediate host. But the reproduction part of its lifestyle is only when it's in cats.
In other words, it jumps from host to host. It only makes a copy of itself in a cat.
In a cat, exactly. And I can link the DOI on this. It's Parasites and Vectors, biomedcentral.com.
It will just make copies of itself.
So it only reproduces in cats. The vertical transmission, which is a part of its asexual parts of its lifestyle, is not reproduction.
Can I explain without you spazzing out for a second? When the cat's intestinal parasite shits out the parasite's eggs, and something like a human or a pig, whatever, eats it, it becomes a different type of situation than when it would if a cat ate it. It's not. It recognizes that it's not inside of a cat, and that it must get into the host's brain situation to control it to get back into a cat. That's what it does with a rat, and that's what it does with most mammals. That's what it does with insects. Why wouldn't we think it does it with us? I don't know, but I mean that's what it does. It goes all over the body until it gets past your blood-brain barrier, which it rides inside of the white blood cell. It hijacks a white blood cell, so your immune system doesn't recognize it. It explodes when it's done asexually breeding inside the white blood cell. If it blows up in your brain, you got toxoplasma gondii in your brain, which they breed and then they make little cysts everywhere. Good times. A lot of people have this. You might want to look into it.
I'll tell you, though, he's wrong. Jason is demonstrably wrong on this, and for the sake of this, what I will do is in the Heathen Hangout, I will post the explanation for this in the link.
Information, so.
Jump to the present. Like there we go. Behavioral biology of Toxoplasmosa gondii, infection, parasites, and vectors. So I'm going to put that. So I've linked that there so people can read that for themselves.
In the interest of anyone who's watching this, maybe on YouTube, who doesn't know the back episodes where you explained your theory that toxoplasmosis is related to God, do we want to just briefly summarize the idea?
Well, okay, before he does that, I just want to say sometimes this is a proxy war. I find that a lot of people that push for the spread or that this is a wide occurrence tend to come with the notion that this is why the increase of LGBTQ people is happening. Doesn't always have to be, but that tends to be why they're pushing this. And yeah,
I can address that.
Sure.
Jail's FUD? What is that?
Okay, so huge majority of homosexuals, mostly gay men, have parasitic worm infections.
Every time.
A lot of them have this because there is a lot of, I don't know how graphic, but ass to mouth. There's a lot of anal ripping. Penis gets ripped. There's a lot of blood. There's damn near a blood transfusion. And it goes right into if it goes into your anal wall, it goes right into your blood without any kind of filters. So that if you get parasites, if you get a guy that eats animal products and he's homosexual and they have gay sex already, and he has parasites in his guts, laying hundreds of thousands of microscopic, the size of blood cells, eggs in your lower intestine, and there's rippage that goes directly into your bloodstream. What is your immune system going to do with that? I'm asking.
Are you asking what's going to happen in a parasitic
scenario?
infection? It's going to fight it.
Yeah, you're going to go crazy, right? What's going to happen?
No, you would get sick.
You would get sick. What would happen?
Your immune response would happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me some symptoms.
It would depend upon the parasite.
Anything in your bloodstream that's not supposed to be there, you have allergic reaction, especially parasite eggs.
Well, it wouldn't be an allergic reaction. It would be an immune response. So typically, it would be like a fever. It would be a fever. It'd be chills. It'd be general weakness, malaise, fatigue.
Yes. Would you call these flu-like symptoms? To summarize it.
They could be. They could be interpreted as that. Yeah. If they don't go to a particular extreme, yes.
Okay, so you sound like you know what you're talking about now. So if I get one of these parasites and I inhale it and I get it in my saliva and I swallow it and it goes down in my lung, will I have issues?
How will it get into your lung if you're swallowing it? It would go through your esophagus down into your stomach.
Yeah, it got lodged and it went down to my lung because of mucus or something like that. It just went into my lung. Do you think I'd have problems?
Yes, if you had a foreign body in your lungs, you would probably have problems.
You think that would turn into a respiratory disease?
It could potentially. It may not.
You think that would start breeding in your lungs and start eating the cells of your lungs, multiplying, causing mucus, and then you would spit the mucus up into somebody else's face or mouth or whatever, thus breeding the cycle? You think that might happen?
That sounds like typical flu transmission.
Viruses in general, yeah.
It's like typical flu transmission.
The word virus, the word parasite, the word pathogen, the word all these words mean small thing you can't see with your eye. You need a microscope.
No, but we can. Well, we can see them.
They make you sick. That's what every one of these words mean.
But before we continue, I just want to point out that this is basing it all that basically there's been an increase of LGBTQ people because men, very specifically gay men, are having butt sex. They are getting infected with this parasite, and because of this parasite, it is causing an increase of LGBTQ people. This is an unfound proposition. There's no evidence for it, and I find that most people who also prophesied this have had gay experiences in their past, and they are trying to give some sort of biological explanation for why they think their mind has gone out of their control.
That would be maybe true, but the high rate of infections gay men indicate otherwise. It's just
the increase of lesbians is because of why?
Well, here's the thing. These parasites have been shown in studies to lower impulse control, and also...
What parasite are you talking about? What's the name of this parasite?
So the whole subject that we've been talking about...
I'm sure you'll find something.
This whole cat parasite that he has been talking, it's just like flat Earth.
Multiple parasites, but he wants to talk about just one constantly. I talk about.
No.
Flat Earther?
Jason, that's the point, and I get what Amy's trying to get at, but my curiosity is this: no two parasites have different effects on the body. Some parasites establish a symbiotic relationship with the body. Some have an antagonistic relationship with the body. So some parasites don't do anything. Some parasites can be beneficial, and some parasites can be harmful. So you're indicating that this is a harmful parasite. So I'm asking you, which one is it? Of all of the parasites that do damage, that harm their host, that human beings can contract, which one are you talking about?
First of all, they're either a symbiote or a parasite. They can't be both.
No, they can. Okay, there's a parasitic relationship. There is a parasitic relationship, and there is a symbiotic relationship. Yes, but an organism that infects a human being, the relationship it can have with them can be a symbiotic relationship, but the organism itself is still a parasite, or you could call it a symbiote. But the medical term for it would still be a parasite that establishes an equilibrium within its environment. But doesn't matter. The question is, which one? The question is, which one are you talking about?
Oh, shit.
To answer your question, J.L. Warren, he is... Well, no, I'll answer. He's talking about toxoplasmia because...
If he's specifically talking about toxoplasmosis gondii, that's not what that thing does.
I literally just said I wasn't specifically talking about
Okay, so you're not talking about toxo, So what are you? So what parasite are you talking about? What is the name of the parasite you're talking about?
I'm trying to say that I posted it in the chat. Would you take a look at it?
Just tell me the name of it.
There's a laundry list of them. 7 of them.
7 different parasites that all cause the exact same effect, and that's making more gay people.
They cause no, they cause different effects, like you said, of course. But I mean, who knows? You want to study the gay guy-ass parasites? We need to do that, I guess, because they have a ton of them, and they spread them a lot.
Like what?
And that only becomes an issue because if gay guys go into a hotel room and do their thing, whoopity-doo.
Hey, Jason, I think JL asked you a question there. Do you mind responding to that?
Please, what was the question?
Which one are you talking about?
I told you already. There's a list of them, 7 of them. I put them.
Give me one.
Hookworm.
Okay, hookworms don't have hookworms don't have a neurological effect.
Pinworm.
Pinworms don't have a neurological effect.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
How the fuck can you say that? How much time have you invested?
Oh wow. Okay.
How much? How much time have you invested?
Much more than you have, sir. Okay.
Oh my God! I bet. Please, give me a number. How many hours of your life have you invested reading about this?
Into my medical background, probably a few thousand.
Of the lower intestine.
There is no neurological correlation. There's no neurological aspect to threadworm infestation, to threadworm, seatworm, pinworm, whatever you want to call them, because the nematode doesn't infect the brain.
Oh yeah, really pumping a bunch of chemicals directly through the colon intestinal wall into the cardiovascular system, going to your fucking brain, doesn't affect you whatsoever?
It doesn't affect your it doesn't affect your
chemicals. Do you know what chemicals they are secreting in your brain?
They're not secreting chemicals that have a neurological effect. It's literally just
that. Do you know what kind of chemicals they're pumping into you? Do you think if somebody pumping chemicals?
Yes, because we understand what the because Jason, we understand what the organism is. We understand what the organism is. Jason, we understand what the organism is. We understand what it eats. We understand how it breathes, and we understand what it excretes as a part of its digestion cycle. And what it excretes is waste material from what it eats.
We know its babies make rats do crazy shit, self-destructive.
Toxo causes rats to drive them towards a cat.
Cause multiple different situations.
Toxo does not have that same effect on human beings.
How do you know that?
Because human beings that are infected with toxoplasmosis gondii don't try to get themselves eaten by cats.
No, what they do is they put dead animals in their mouth all day long.
What?
Yeah, that's what toxoplasma in a human makes you do. Toxoplasma wants to be in a dead animal. That's what it wants to be.
No, it wants to be in a cat. It wants to be in a cat.
It wants to be in a dead.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, that's what all parasitic worms do. They infest the entire body, laying eggs everywhere, waiting.
Jason, stop. Jason, stop. Why would a parasite, Jason, a parasite requires a living host in order to reproduce. If the cat is dead, Jason, if the cat is dead, it has no circulation. It's taking in no nutrients. Its cells die. There's nothing for the parasite to subsist on and nothing to gain energy from in order for it to reproduce, in order to get into the fecal matter that its oocytes are deposited in. So if the cat doesn't have a digestive system because it's dead and it's not pooping, then the organism itself, the parasite itself, will die. Which is why, when cats die, the toxoplasmosis dies with them.
Can I ask you two questions, Jason? Just before... Okay.
Please.
What the shit?
So, you consider yourself, I imagine, either, if not politically incorrect, you don't like to lie, you like to just wear yourself on your sleeve, right? You tell the truth.
I'm not trying to mislead anybody. I'm not trying to mislead anybody.
Yes, he is.
Okay, now, my second question, and I mean this with all the sincerity and no animosity
Fucking
in
psychopath.
my heart. Have you ever had a gay experience?
No.
You've never had a gay. You've never had any sort of. Have you ever questioned your gender?
Question my gender. I thought gay people were all right at one point in my life. I didn't think there was any harm in gay people doing their thing.
Okay, but you have always felt masculine. You don't feel any feminine feelings, or overwhelmingly feminine, because guys can match up feminine feelings.
Yeah, I had a father, very masculine dude. He was my biological father. He worked very hard. I went to work as soon as I did in a very masculine. I went drilling oil in the oil field and then putting wind turbines up for all of my life. I didn't have, there's no room for weird shit like that.
Okay, I'm just asking because, in my experience, it has been those that focus. The odd thing I normally get from a lot of people focus on Oh, there you go. But I mean, hey.
When you watch porn, Jason, when you watch porn, do you like tiny little flaccid penises or big, hard, throbbing cocks?
Yeah, let's Ron White him up. Let's do that.
I think it's time to move on. We've been beating a dead cat here, as Peter said.
Yes. I almost felt like he was about to admit something, though, or come out and agree on something or something.
Amy, we do have a question from you from the chat. Why do you think everyone's gay? P-Town's asking.
Actually, can we hold on to that? Just let's finish up with Jason here, and then because that's a different topic.
All I wanted to say is that parasites in general, they get into a certain type of host. They like pig, they like cow. Different types like different pigs, different types like cow, different types of chicken, different types like everything in nature has some kind of weird parasite going on.
Jason, I have one question. I have one question for you.
Could you have not waited until I was finished? Like I'm not even going to take a minute to do this.
Peter, let's let Jason finish. Let Jason finish here. He's almost done.
Peter.
Yeah, and really like seconds, dude. What the parasite does throughout the entire time of his body is the cat eats the parasite and it turns into the asexual parasite inside the cat, and it goes all through the cat and laying eggs everywhere. And if they're dormant until the cat dies, or the pig dies, or the cow dies, or the human dies, and then your pH balance is set to a certain level where that activates those parasites that eat you at a microscopic level, thus re-nourishing the land at a microscopic level, and then they become dormant again. The eggs that they have become dormant in the ground, and an animal will come by and eat that, and then cycle all over again. That's all I wanted to say.
I have one final question.
I have one.
Well, after Peter. Go, Peter.
Amy,
Go, Peter. You're good. You're good.
I had one question. Jason, do you believe in a God?
A creators. I don't believe in omnipotence. If that's what you were asking.
I was a simple question. Do you believe in a God?
It's not that simple of a question, dude. What the fuck?
It is. You either believe or you don't.
You either believe in a God or you don't.
I don't believe in an omnipotent God.
But do you believe in a God? Any God?
I believe that there's things that can manipulate my world and me not understand why or how, and I would consider that a God.
But do you believe that an entity exists?
The reason for you to believe that there is a God is because he created parasites?
No, that's not the reason. I believe
why are we even entertaining that?
I told you why. It's very specitic. You don't. It's like the flat Earth. You don't poke it until you would bring up God, and then.
If me and you are plant-based and we don't eat animal products and we are vegan and our body's alkaline, we don't have parasites. If I wanted to trick you into becoming a fucking goober zombie that would listen to anything and be schizophrenic and I could scare him.
How could you trick me into something?
I would simply feed you some animal products.
Something that I
already have. I would simply feed you some animal product, and then you would become parasitic infected. I would keep feeding you these things so that you have these things for a long time.
Jason,
and with these
already all of those things. What I'm curious about is this
cognitive abilities and growth in children, physical growth as well.
Jason, I'm already all of those things. So I'm a goober and a
I'm
zombie and infected with parasites. I'm already all of those things. So the stage is about convincing us that a God exists, and I failed to grasp the point why you're here.
Well, let me just do
I
one.
always get towed up here, so I figured you guys want to talk about this. I'm doing what I do, and you guys keep asking me to do it again. So
Because it's hilarious.
It's because we have cooties.
It's hilarious. I think I'm the only person that fucking
Jason is a friend of the show.
I didn't ask, nor would I ever.
Okay, so just for context.
Okay.
Really? Why would you
just
like that?
Just for context, for anybody who's been listening to this, who's like, what happened to the show about theism? Does this have anything to do with God? A long time ago, and for several more appearances, Jason presented us the idea, and I'll say it because I've been trying to get him to say it or get someone to ask him, but Jason presented the idea, and tell me if I get it wrong, that parasites infect lots of people, and the parasites influence... Yeah, you don't need to give me the exact numbers, but just tell me if I get anything totally wrong at the end, okay? So parasites infect a lot of people. It heavily influences their behavior and their thinking, and that is what he means when he says a God that actually exists. So he hasn't said that there's a creator of the universe God. He has said that the sum total effect that parasites have on human behavior meets his particular definition of a God being anything that controls the minds of lots of people.
Thank you. Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay, so I just wanted to, because anyone who's listening to this is like, what the hell are they talking about for like the last 40 minutes?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still thinking
That was a beautiful explanation.
I just want to put a final bow on this for me. Okay, so Jason, you've answered. You're very heterosexual, masculine male. We've been talking about parasites. My final question, or I think it is if you were to be put in a room with a very specific way that they were able to get maybe some concoction of, in your opinion, parasites or viruses or whatever you want to call it, could they turn you gay?
What do you mean turn me gay?
Would they make you physically attracted to men, or maybe feeling feminine?
Let me explain. The low impulse control comes, and there's a study out there. I'm not going to provide it, right? Obviously, I'm talking right now. There's a study out there that has to do with you choosing a partner, and if you have these parasites, you generally don't, your standards kind of low, right? It's the low impulse control. Now this might trigger you guys.
No, that hunty bodyguard. He's starting to
hold on to your man titties. Ready, guys? Hold on. Semen is addictive. It has chemicals that are literally addictive. Look it up.
And you know there's 5 spirits.
Can't stop. It's so good. You can't stop. Once you pop.
Yeah.
Is there anybody who just drinks their own? Like some people drink their own urine.
Well,
Jason, there is a book on Amazon that offers recipes for several drinks, including semen. So maybe you want to go and check that out.
The studies, you might want to check it out.
If it's addictive, at least you can have a little alcohol with it.
Here's the thing. It's the peptides located in the seminal fluid, and it gets in the bloodstream, and it goes into the brain. It's able to pass the blood.
I'm really curious. Have you performed
bond to certain areas in the brain, and it makes the woman addicted to the man because you're supposed to have a baby at that point when you're having sex.
Jason, hold on. I really need to know. So you have done extensive research on this. How many men did you have provide semen for you in order to make all these conclusions? I'm just wondering.
Boring, that's boring.
Peter, this is a serious discussion.
We are doing science.
That's not okay, Peter.
I think
Jason. He's a friend of the show.
let's just narrow down the reason, and I say the reason Amy espouses it's not that everyone is gay. It's that everyone is bi, and I preface that on I preface that on the P squared principle. The P squared principle is prison and procreation. So PP, the P squared principle is prison and procreation. Everyone is bi. So
the question, I got a whole bunch of hobos to suck your father off, and then we figured it out like that.
Okay, I think we need to keep things civil. This has gone extremely wild.
We have two people in the audience with their hands up.
Jason, did you have any last thoughts you wanted to share for half a minute?
No, I'll just leave you with the thought of a hobo sucking a dude's dad off.
Okay, I think we've heard enough. Thank you, Jason. Maybe next time you'll get back into worms or maybe snakes or something.
I love it, Randolph, how you implied that he could have thoughts at the end.
I'm gonna strongly recommend a high dosage of clozapine, and
ladies and gentlemen,
mixed
there
with
is
sperm from at least 3 different men.
there is nothing wrong with a straight man addicted to semen. I don't know what any
you see,
of you
this
have
is, and
to
it's
say.
so weird because I'm bi, and I've had boyfriends in the past, and I actually have no addiction whatsoever to it. It's like I don't find it appealing at all. I don't. So
Never tried it. Not interested. I am one of the anomalies in what you were saying earlier, JL. I think I'm one of the anomalies in what you were saying earlier that everybody's a little bit bi.
Yeah, everybody. It's literally just everybody's just a spectrum of bisexuality. That's all it is, and it's the P squared. It's the P squared principle. Prison, and procreation.
Straight, but I've talked about this before with other people, and someone joined that conversation years ago because people were arguing about it, and they interjected with that they are a little bit bisexual, which I thought was funny.
Who's next?
Yeah, so we've got a few people in queue. I say we take one more. I say we stop at 3.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's stop in about.
I love the phrasing, Taco. Since we were talking about men drinking semen, and you say we'll take one more.
Perfect. Smiley, I'm inviting you up.
He just watches that one scene in Ted 2 on repeat.
Hello, thanks for having me up.
Being on my knees.
Hello,
Welcome, Smiley.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks.
not allowed the soundboard.
Hey,
Amy,
real quick.
So I couldn't do that.
So am I allowed to
Smiley? Well, Smiley told me in the direct messages that he's deconverting. So maybe we take one more on top of Smiley, see if we can get someone to come in here and have evidence for the existence
You
of
can be
God.
quick with Smiley. What's going on, Smiley?
Hey, so I went to church today and they brought in a political speaker, and it started to make me think, why am I pro-choice? Why am I Christian? I could be using this for other things, and regardless of my beliefs, I don't want political things in my church, and I don't like the Catholic attitude towards church.
Yeah, pro-life. It's a violation of the Johnson Amendment, so sure, I get
You know
that.
what? Either way.
Sorry, were you asking why am I pro-life?
Well, my main question is, why shouldn't I just switch to another religion?
Yeah.
I think what he was saying is, why should I base any of my political policies off, what a guy on the pew is saying?
Yeah.
Well, you're free to change religions anytime you want.
Are you asking, is there a reason you should pick none instead of just switching to a better one that you find less objectionable?
Like maybe just the Christian faith is misguided. Maybe Judaism, or that would be better for me. Or like what argument is there to just be atheist?
Great question.
Basically, if you find that you don't believe in deities, that's what it is to be an atheist. That's it. You don't have to have justification for that. Whereas holding a belief does require having some kind of justification for that belief, because people don't just normally believe in a whole deity without having some kind of reason behind it. So, but non-belief doesn't require justification. You don't have to have it. Many people do, and many people don't.
And you can look into a variety of religions. I think most people do, when they're coming out of one. My biggest warning to you was, don't go to any extreme just to kind of start traveling. What I would actually sell you on is skepticism or doubt, just holding beliefs for what evidence that you have. listening to people carefully, but
You are correct,
actually
Colorado.
verifying what they're saying, and having a good epistemological toolkit, which is just a fancy way
Good to see you, Oscar.
of saying, how do we know what we know? And for many skeptics, that tends to be science. You can use syllogisms through philosophy and argumentation, but I find that the peer review system, science in general, is the best tool that we have of knowing anything, and it's one of the main pillars for why I am an atheist.
Now, the thing is, if you are feeling pressured by anybody to leave the religion, then take that as a bit of a cautionary note. Be skeptical of that. There's no pressure from atheism itself for people to become an atheist. There's nothing in atheism that says you have to remain an atheist or that people need to be atheists. Nothing like that. The only thing is just not believing deities. The rest is entirely up to you. When people do leave a religion, it takes a different amount of time for each person. And quite often when people leave, maybe they stop believing in their deities, their gods or goddesses, but they still have a fear of some other things that they learned in the religion, like still having a fear of hell or going to hell or things like that. And so it very often isn't an all or nothing proposition. People will kind of discard a piece at a time until they're finally feeling comfortable enough to finally say, yeah, I'm completely done with all of this stuff. And others can just leave the whole thing altogether. The fact that you're questioning it is really excellent, because you are thinking in what are your own best interests. Everybody should do this and think about what is in their own best interests when it comes to being part of any kind of ideology.
I want to ask a question. What is it that appealed to you about religion in the first place? Or did you just kind of be religious because it's been just a tradition in your family or something?
Yeah, sure. So my mom was raised Catholic. She's the reason we all went to church. And my dad was also raised Catholic. He grew up in the St. Paul, Minneapolis area. And I think his parents were firmly religious too. He actually spoke to me on the phone after I wanted to talk to him. He said, every Saturday, Miles, we were firmly religious. Every Saturday, they'd put me in the bus at 8 a.m. and they'd take me down to the mission, and they talked to us about why abortion is bad. They were fiercely religious in my area, and I was like, and the whole time, when I was a kid growing up, I was judging my dad because he would watch a lot of TV and stuff, like, oh, he's lazy. He doesn't want to go to church with his family. But I think he's confided in me that he just lost interest in the church, and he thought there was better things he could put towards, like, providing for his family. Basically, I was just raised.
Okay, so you were raised by a sort of a lapsed Catholic around Catholicism, but not really actively going to church.
Well, I was raised by my mother, who is the opposite. She was
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were going back and forth between your mother and your father, and when you were with your father, you judged your father for not being more religious or something.
Yeah, but I think I can understand. Yeah.
Okay, but now you kind of understand what he was talking about, because you're starting to have your own issues with Catholicism.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I ask this is because, the classic salesman thing is not, here's why this car is the best car. It's what kind of car are you looking for? So I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're looking for in your current religious experiences, because that may have a bearing on what's helpful for you if you do move away from it to make that easier on you. So do you currently have a lot of friends in that religion, or that you associate with because of the religion? Or would it not, like, if you quit Catholicism tomorrow, is it going to affect your social life? Is it going to affect your marriage, anything like that?
Brief interruption. Mr. AJ and Delaney, respond to my messages, please. Continue.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Your question was, yeah. So,
would it affect you if you did quit? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I grew up going to Young Life. If you haven't heard of it, this thing founded in the 20th century, where all my friends would go to it from high school. We'd go on retreats. It was fun.
Is it like Bible camp?
Kind of, yeah. We'd go to someone's house every Friday or so. They'd have campaigners where we would mostly just read stuff, and then club where we would do silly shit and read Bible. But mainly, a lot of the people who are the firmest Catholics and conservatives are my best friends, and I'm starting to question them because they are very reactionary and, you know, are not kind towards people who don't believe in God. I'm starting to question people like them as well.
Yeah, their hostility towards difference is a sign that maybe they have a hard time handling it and aren't confident enough in their beliefs to be able to actually successfully defend it and respect people disagreeing with them, right?
Yeah, and that's part of what you almost asked me, which is, what do I want in place of religion?
Ain't no hate like Christian love.
I want something that, you know, still respects other people's beliefs. You know, I can pray and stuff maybe, but like, I don't want things that are fiercely political like this. That's not. I could write to my congressman, but I just feel I have more detail on what I would like in place, but that's basically it.
Well, one thing I would suggest is that you can look at a history of various people who started out in a society of a Christian faith, but kind of drifted towards something that they thought was less objectionable. And one of those movements was deists, where they basically said, like Thomas Jefferson, you know, there's so much stuff in this Bible that's horrific or bad, but we like Jesus and these things that he said or did, so we're going to still kind of like associate with the church, but we're just not going to believe most of what they say. And Jefferson took scissors to his Bible and just sort of like chopped it down to the stuff that Jesus said that he liked and that sounded plausible. And it was called the Jefferson Bible. In every religion, there is, or almost every religion that I know of, there is a branch of it that doesn't really believe in the supernatural, that's referred to as spiritual naturalism. In other words, people who are like, they identify as Jewish, they do Jewish ceremonies and rituals because it's part of their culture, but they refer to themselves as humanistic Judaism. So they don't really like teach their kids in the supernatural or creationism or any of that stuff literally, but they still think
George, good to see you.
A part of their culture, and they'll still go to the synagogue with their fellow Jews and get along with them. So if what you want is to like kind of not rock the boat and get in a lot of trouble with everyone around you for not being the right kind of Catholic anymore or something, I would kind of look at the history of people that do that. Because what spiritual naturalism is saying is basically, hey, I get that what they believe isn't literally true anymore, but I understand that there's benefits that they get from it. It's hard for them to leave it. I don't want to get into arguments with them about it. And it's kind of a position saying that spirituality, when viewed metaphorically, can have some benefits, but it's not to be taken literally.
Just to build off what Ix was saying, the Jeffersonian Bible is fantastic. My joke is he cut out all the supernatural out of the Bible, thus it's now a pamphlet. So much easier to read. But we can, if you are looking for what I would say the good of religion without the double-edged sword, without all of the bad, if you're looking for traditions, family, community, even a sense of belonging and culture, I would say that you can find all of that, if not better, within secular avenues. I know many on this panel are trying to build that. I think that we try to do outreach because we think that a lot of us, when we were younger, or at least first coming out of religion, we said, oh shit, we're the only person who has ever not believed in a God, and so it's just like my community over here and myself, and that could be very lonely, very disenfranchising. And so the alternative is that we are actually slowly gaining ground or getting.
That's funny, Javier. And no, I don't. I have 3 dogs.
These denominational schism wars. You don't have to worry if you're Catholic or Protestant or Sunni or Shia. We can just be ourselves, come as we are, and when we actually debate politics, it's over beer and bread.
As you are.
Yeah. The last part of what you said, I totally agree with.
So, just to kind of like put a fine point on it, so I imagine, Smiley, that you're more interested in believing as many true things as possible than false things, right?
Yeah.
And that's a good place to start. So you look at just example, like you're doing the right thing. You're on the path I would say anybody should take, is that ask questions. If something doesn't make sense, don't be afraid to ask questions. And if you can't find the answers from the leadership that you currently have, look elsewhere. And if you can't find the answers there, just start doing the work yourself. You're doing exactly what many of us did along that kind of journey. I'm not saying that you're going to wind up an atheist. You may not. You may wind up in another religion entirely that kind of suits your needs or suits what you want to believe. So, but yeah, there should be no hesitation in asking questions. You know, one of the biggest problems that I had running into, basically, I kind of had the same situation when I was a believer, because I was brought up and raised in the Methodist faith. And there was an event that took place during a regular typical Sunday. I was there in church, and the pastor made a joke at the expense of the Baptists, and everybody laughed. It was so much fun, because there's a bit of bad blood between the Baptists and the Methodists. Well, I got the joke, but it seemed very weird to me. Why would we be laughing at the expense of another denomination? We're all Christians. We all believe in the same thing, ostensibly the same thing, and we want the same thing for everybody else. But why are we poking fun at each other, especially when the other one is not around to defend themselves? That felt very bullying to me. It's like, haha, we're going to have a laugh at them because they're not here. Ha 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 ha. That felt very exclusionary. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's kind of the antithesis of what Christianity is supposed to be. It was that basic moment, very similar to you, like when the politics come in. You're like, wait a minute, why are we trying to influence politics with what we believe here? That doesn't make sense to a degree to you. The same thing to me. That kind of exclusionary principle idea didn't make sense. And that's what led me on the journey of kind of questioning things and trying to determine the truth of these things. How can we justify this kind of behavior when we claim we're this, but we engage in this? How do we do that? And then I realized it's rife throughout all of religion. All religions do this. You know, it doesn't matter if you're Islam, doesn't matter if you're Jewish, doesn't matter if you're Christian or Catholic or Protestant, all of them do it. They all poke fun at somebody because somebody's just that wrong. You know, and we're just so much more right than they are. And that was kind of led to the conclusion that these things are man-made. These things they have agendas, they have purposes. We have these systems in place in order to affect various outcomes. Outcomes that support societally what we believe or what we want to be true. And so I went on my path. Never stop asking questions. Always look at it. You look at it from that perspective. Be like, back up a little bit and be like, this doesn't jibe. Why doesn't it jibe? Why is 2 + 2 not equaling 4 in this particular situation? And you'll eventually, I don't know where you're going to end up, but you're on the right path. I can say that.
All right, yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your experience from church today. That's it's a fairly common thing, especially just before elections. We see here in Canada. Well, theists see it. They tell me about it. They're that politicians will even come and try to appeal to the religious group because they just want to get votes. So I think you're right to question and be suspicious of politicians or anybody trying to sell anything to the group. Because, these groups often present themselves as genuine and natural and not motivated by any of this kind of commercial stuff. And yet the commercial stuff, including politics, gets wound into it anyway. So, yeah, definitely ask yourself, is this part of the original mandate you signed up for? Is a totally reasonable question in any group, not just religious groups.
Yeah. And if I could just say one last thing, it's that I encountered someone in the Discord a few days ago I was talking about how I was a Catholic, and he said, "Oh, were you a liberal?" And I said, "Yeah, you're not a Catholic." I said, "Oh, well, I am a Catholic. I believe in certain things, and some I don't." And he said, "Well, do you believe in abortion?" "Yes." "You're not a Catholic." And he listed all these reasons that meant I wasn't a Catholic.
Okay, so yeah, and so what he's doing is he's trying to apply peer pressure onto you to conform with what his understanding of the demographic is.
No true Scotsman.
Yeah, and exactly. And so this is something that happens a lot, I notice, is not just with Catholics, but there are a number of religious people. And there's many religious people who don't do this as well, but there are the ones who do. You'll see this with the Muslims. They'll say, "Oh, well, Islamic State aren't true Muslims," or something like that. And I've asked a lot of theists over the years what they think the requirements are to be whatever their religion is. And although the reasons there's often a variety of reasons, the common reason that is with all of them is belief in their god or deities or whatever their deity or deities are. And so the way I look at it is, as long as you have the basic of what is clearly the requirement for that religion, which is usually believing in the deity, then, and there might be one or two other things. As long as you have those basic core things, that's up to you. You know, you've got enough justification to say that's who I am. And you know, what is the problem with diversity in any demographic? I see diversity as an advantage as well as a disadvantage in certain ways, but I think overall it's more of an advantage, more advantageous. So, you know, diversity is something to be celebrated because it also keeps a demographic alive and well and healthy and interesting. So when they're telling you that you're not conforming and they're trying to pressure you to conform, what they're also doing is the underlying message there is that they don't want diversity. They don't want people to think differently. They want everyone to fall in line and be the same, so that they can all agree on everything with what? Not ever having to talk about anything?
Yeah, thanks.
Feel free to come back anytime or hit any of us up in private message if you have any further questions or concerns. We'll all be happy to help.
Exactly, and you have a community here.
And there's also Canadian Atheists Discord and the Atheist Community of Discord, which are both Discords which are friendly to people who are, you know, questioning their faith. And there's a nonprofit which helps people deal with recovering from religion, specifically in terms of, you know, whatever comes up as a result or in the process of dealing with this. And for some people, like I asked about your family and stuff, because you want to be careful with how it's going to affect somebody when they're on the brink of that change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what X was just saying, there's some links on the theisthelpline.com website under the resource section. I'm just going to post a link to that in the Heathen Hangout chat for you as well, so you can find it, and they're all in one spot there.
And Recovering from Religion has a hotline. So literally, if some shit's going down and like you've got family issues, get kicked out of your parents' house because they find out you're not religious like they are anymore, whatever, call 84-I-DOUBT-IT, 844-368-2848. And there are literally volunteers who care so much about people going through the same process that they're there to help you.
All right.
Yeah. And if you like Smiley, I sent you a message with a link that I think you might find helpful, just to do some comparative analysis. Cool.
Yeah. All right. I think yeah.
So the last parting word I'll give you is thank you very much for being here. You're always welcome, and this goes for everybody. Figure out what pace works best for you and do that for yourself, because if somebody rushes you into something and you go into it a little faster, you could end up with some regrets later on. You know, you should be in charge of how you live your life and the pace at which you want to change things. That should be entirely up to you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, Richard.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you for coming up. So that is the end of the show. We had a few amazing guests. Click everybody's links. Randolph, you want to say anything?
Well, I'll just start off by pointing out that everybody's links can be found at theisthelpline.com/about. And we've got each of the hosts listed there in alphabetical order with all our relevant links, which we will update from time to time if anything changes. So that's a lot easier than just saying them on the air here. But if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and go through everybody. Did you have any final things that you wanted to say? Let's pick somebody. X. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Well, I already mentioned that I recommend people check out Recovering from Religion if they are on the verge of leaving their religion. And the other links that you can find on those sites that I mentioned are Rational Wiki, which covers all of the random skeptical sort of topics that, you know, UFOs, aliens, ghosts, that sort of touch onto people's belief in the supernatural and God. You can find most of them thoroughly debunked there. And religions.wiki is a wiki that was originally created by Matt Dillahunty's team, and it is maintained and updated with almost all of the arguments for and against belief and existence of God. And it is very, very thorough. So those are the two links I recommend. Religions.wiki, Rational Wiki, and Recovering from Religion. I know that's 3.
Okay, thank you very much, X. J.L. Warren, do you have any final thoughts for today?
It was a good one. So I want to thank everybody for coming up. Some interesting conversations and some entertaining ones, to say the least. Thank you to all the co-hosts, Ix, Randolph, Amy, Taco, Peter, Xerxes, who was here, T-Jump. Thank you all for popping in. And, of course, thank you to everyone who is hanging out in the audience, everyone in the live chats as well. Appreciate all of y'all. If you want to continue the conversation, I'm currently live. I know that Randolph is probably live as well, but there are some live chats going on. You can come over to our channels and check those out. And we can, if you have questions that you didn't get to ask up here, you can ask them in our live chats, and we can try and address them there. But this was a good one. This was 2023 is shaping up to be really, really good. So thank you all again, everybody, and thank you everybody up here on the stage as well.
All right, Peter, what are your final thoughts?
As always, I had a lot of fun doing this, because to me this is my idea of fun. We having good conversations, and then every once in a while, as JL pointed out, a fun conversation in between. That's always good.
This was a good conversation.
Started my channel back up, and because we hadn't had a show go live for quite a while. I thought I'd start off with a guy that
that's interesting, random
with on Twitter for at least, I think, 2 or 3 years, and as my co-host, I chose a guy that he had blocked on Twitter, and I think this conversation proves that talking to people face to face is a lot better than some of the social media that is out there. We had a really good conversation. And he's probably going to come back with a topic of his own, which is the thing we provide after a show. So I'm really looking forward to doing more conversations on my own channel. But I'll keep doing this, because the people we get here, I love some of the arguments that we get on this stage. So thanks again. To everyone in the panel, especially Taco, for putting this together. It's I think it's great. Oh, and Randolph, thank you for making the website.
Yes, that's amazing. Theisthelpline.com.
Yes.
And the websites, theisthelpline.org, atheisthelpline.com, and atheisthelpline.org, all linked to it.
Yeah.
Redirect you to it. That's the correct term.
Yeah, you can find the links to every single panel member on this show on that website. So if you want to know more about any of us, if you want to get in touch with any of us, all of the relevant links are there. So thank you so much, Randall, for providing that for us.
Yep, and we should definitely take a look at the sponsors page in that website. It includes the Politics Discord and Canadian Atheists. The Taco was there. Oh, I guess Amy, you have some final thoughts. I'm sure you've got something to say about today's show.
It was definitely an entertaining show. I will give us that. And I want to thank our audience and the people that were in chat. To also send love to the entire panel. Thank you both, Ix. Thank you both, Peter, J.L. Warren, Randolph, Taco, as well as T-Jump. You should be liking, subscribing, and following all of their channels. I have my own...
And Xerxes. You left out
and
Xerxes.
And Xerxes, who, honestly, I'm... really glad that he has been joining our panel. I've been watching a bunch of his stuff. In fact, I'll give a final shout out. I'll give a final re-shout out. But You can also find my content as well as my co-host at youtube.com/Amy Newman, where James W. and I do comedic, skeptic, oftentimes atheist content. I want to really, however, thank Randolph Taco for hosting this, and then if you are on T-Jumps, JL Lawrence, or Xerxes, all of them create content, and please like, share, follow, do it all. We really love to support each other because, like I keep on saying, we don't have to have religious holy wars. We don't have to schism. We can just support each other. This is the one and only life that we know we have, and I am great to share it with all of you.
All right, thank you, Amy. I did have a little bit of stuff to say about one of our guests, what they raised. It's about what they raised, not about the guest. But Taco, did you have any final thoughts before I go into that?
No, that was a good show. That was fun. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Everybody join Politics Discord. Just discord.gg/politics.
Yes, they are sponsoring the stage here, and we are greatly appreciative of that. One of the guests that we had today was they at about an hour and 10 minutes in is when they started. They talked about having a rational or reasonable justification for believing in a deity, believing in a god or a goddess or a number of them. And the example that I gave was Pascal's gambit, also known as Pascal's wager, as possibly a reason for that could be considered reasonable. So if somebody is looking at these things, I think that it is a rational attempt to be rational. Intention is to be rational. They're looking at the odds and they're trying to play it safe. And this is something we do. It's a survival trait. It is a rational thing to do to try to play the odds is not really the greatest word for it, I think, greatest phrase, but to try to mitigate our risks and reduce risks in our lives and in, I guess, our afterlife as well is what is being promoted there. So I think the intention is very good for people, but it is problematic. Pascal's wager has a number of different problems with it. So once people start to become more informed on what those problems are, they usually want to seek other reasons. Yeah. And one of the biggest problems I've noticed is when people join a religion because they they're finding that Pascal's gambit made sense to them, and they don't want to take the chance of suffering in an afterlife. The way that this wager is presented is that it says all you have to do is to believe in this God, and then this God will not be upset with you, and you will not be punished after you die. The problem that comes up, that happens pretty much every time, is you join a religion, and then there's more requirements that are added on. Oh, but you have to do this as well, and that as well, and all these other things you have to do to keep God happy. Well, what happened to the original wager? Isn't that what the original sales routine? I see the wager as kind of a sales and marketing gimmick. It tries to lure people in with a very simple requirement, but then once you're in, you find out there's more requirements. It's like the fine print in the contract is not revealed to you in the wager, but it is
convincing to those who already believe.
Yeah, but it is revealed to the people who've accepted the wager and decided to play it safe and join that religion and believe in that God, and it doesn't tell you the full picture of what they're really intending to do. So don't trust these things, question them, take doubt as your ally, and apply critical thinking as best you can. One of the easiest ways to take down Pascal's wager is to ask which deity or deities. How do you know that you are trying to please the correct one?
That I was about to say that if you are going to apply Pascal's wager, you have to believe in every single god someone is presenting to you. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, with the exception of the gods and goddesses that don't want anyone believing in them. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
So now you're going to have to keep track of it all and sort it out. Well,
But
more important
if
things in life.
If you've seen the movie The Mummy, then that's perfectly fine strategy. Just wear all the religious symbols, and if you meet a supernatural being that's possibly related to one of the religions and scared of it, it might intimidate them.
Oh, interesting.
Very
another problem with past
cute, Clive.
I have a small anecdote regarding to that because I know a person who did do that, and at some point traveled through the United States and was pretty upset about the fact that they might be getting killed once they were either pulled over or going for some food somewhere. The person that I'm talking about is Arn Ra. You can ask him about it. That's why he's no longer wearing all those symbols.
That's funny.
And I was going to say that there was a different supernatural force at play, and that is being Brendan Fraser. Slightly different.
Yes, support him. He is a returning actor.
That's true. Came back with the whale. But also kills mummies.
With that, I think I'm ready to end the show here. And I guess, Taco, you can start shutting things down. Thank you again to everybody who joined us today in our audiences, as well as coming up on stage with us to engage in the free exchange of ideas as you share your arguments with us to attempt to convince us. Not necessarily, I don't mean argument in the sense of fighting. I mean the sense of presenting ideas that or you're trying to be persuasive. We appreciate it. It is. It can be a lot of fun. The calls can go a little long sometimes, but I think these are good conversations. So thank you again, everybody. We really appreciate you all being here, and we hope that everybody's enjoying it as much as we are. Take care. Have a great day.
Bye, everyone.
Happy
Take
Chinese
care.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right. So yes, the Theist Helpline. So that was fun. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in there. Pastor makes woman. No, oh, gross. That's hilarious shit. All right. So, well, yeah. So that was the Theist Helpline. That was the. Let me go ahead and stop that. There we go. And that's what we do. We do that every 2 weeks. And no, Clive Wells, I am not religious now, and I do not believe in ghosts, no matter how much you want to misrepresent that. But as funny as that is. So somebody actually started something like this. So random name generators, 2 questions. 1, who is harder to handle, Otangelo or Jason the Sperm Guy? Or 2 questions. 1, who is harder to handle, Otangelo or Jason the Sperm Guy? So so the more difficult to handle is Otangelo. And the reason for that is because Jason is what he espouses is demonstrably false. We can do cursory searches for the articles that they'll literally debunk everything that he holds, all of his positions. The way he either misrepresents it or he misread a particular thing. Otangelo is more difficult because Otangelo cherry picks from legitimate sources. And then if you take the entire source, like he'll take a paper that talks about the age of the universe and how we know it. And then he'll take a section out of that and misrepresent that. But he tries to find his work in as obscure areas as possible. So it requires more effort, more work, and by that time he's already segued into something else. So it's Otangelo's extreme level of intellectual dishonesty and the length and the efforts he goes to misrepresent established science that requires a lot more effort and work on our behalf in order to debunk what he's talking about. So that's what makes Otangelo much, much harder to deal with, which is why his and I's interactions as far as debates go and just personal interactions with us pretty much ended when I demonstrated in the Discord chat that I was in his intellectual dishonesty in regards to why he does what he does. He doesn't have the conversations he has with atheists that he doesn't have them with Christians. So that's why so I was sitting in a chat with Otangelo, and Otangelo, I got him to admit openly that the reason he doesn't have these same conversations with other Christians is because they're Christian and they already get the message. So it doesn't matter that they believe the earth is so many billions of years old or the universe is 13 some odd billion years old or whatever. That doesn't matter to him because they're already Christian. They already got the message. They're already saved by Jesus. Done. So, which means that him coming in and attacking atheists as though we predicate our atheism upon the science that other Christians accept is disingenuous. It makes him a bad faith interlocutor. That he only is attacking that because he wants to assert that the reason we're atheists is because of that, is because we believe these things. And I asked him one time, do you believe that like evolution and abiogenesis are mutually exclusive with the existence of a God? And he admitted no. And I was like, okay, so if they're not mutually exclusive, they can both be true, which means that I can accept the things that have evidence and reject the thing that has no evidence, which is the God claim. Which means my position is still valid. And then he says no, because I'm an atheist. That's the reason he goes after us. And because he can't attack us from a logical perspective or a rational perspective or provide a syllogistic reason or provide evidence that defeats our position, he then goes to try and attack our understanding of the science in order to try and undermine us. But we've demonstrated how he's bad faith when he does that. So that's why he's so much harder. It requires so much more effort to get to the bottom of what Otangelo does. So I would say Otangelo is the harder of the two, because he puts so much more effort into it. Someone like Jason, whereas Jason is a Holocaust denier. Jason is a flat earther. Jason believes that everyone is infected. Everyone who is not a vegan is infected with parasites. Blah, 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 blah. And that all of these different parasites all have the same kind of neurological effect on you, driving you to believe irrational things. It's absolute insanity and is easily debunked with a cursory examination into any one of his claims. He listed up something. I'm going to see if I can find it. Jason the Worm Guy. Is death penalty immoral and barbaric? No, that wasn't it. The Pope recovering from religion. Canadian atheists. I'm questioning everything. You should question everything. Question things. I'm not seeing... Oh, Jefferson. Oh, so many gifts in there. I was trying to find what he was talking about. No, that's for Anthony Magnabosco. Oh, okay, there's the semen talk. Do you have brainworms? Brainworms. I don't see what he was linking. Looks like he was just making a claim? Okay, I'm not seeing where he supposedly linked all this stuff. A lot of people in the chat was like, he's got some really out of this world beliefs. Talking about pinworms now, yeah. There's a lot of... Oh, I love the worm gifs. The worm gifs are hilarious. White blood cells attacking a parasite. There's an actual video of that. Yes, there is. Let me see here. Toxoplasmosis gondii, that was Randolph. She shared that. Behavioral biology, that was me. That's what I posted. Parasites Without Borders. Education for Parasitic Diseases. A comprehensive advanced educational resource and disseminator of basic and clinical information dealing with all aspects of the global problem associated with the acquisition of parasitic diseases that adversely affect people around the globe. Okay. Ecropolis. So Parasites Without Borders. Okay, I'm not seeing... We linked a bunch of DOIs and a bunch of stuff that backs up into the Quran stuff. So apparently it's some website that supports, or I guess I'm not looking at it. I haven't looked at it yet, so I have no idea. Let me see who else we got. Yeah, he's an ignorant asshole. Now I don't know this. I do not believe that they exist. No. Javier Hara says, JL, question for you. In the case of the Quran, why no ask, Why is the criteria that demonstrate that the prophet talked to an angel? So, that ostensibly comes down to, and this is why I didn't jump in there with that. So, really what it all comes down to is faith. Faith in that a particular proposition is true. There is no evidence to support that an angel came down and spoke to Muhammad and gave him the Quran. This is one of those events that has to be taken on faith. And faith is problematic in that respect, obviously, for a number of reasons that I've already espoused on this channel. The fact that it's emotions-based, the fact that it cannot be, it's different for different people, it's a completely subjective experience, that it can be manipulated by external sources without you knowing it, that it can be put into the wrong things, that faith is entirely subjective to the individual. And because faith doesn't work as a tool for determining the truth about any one particular thing, why would we ever use faith? Ostensibly, you go into Christianity, you go into Judaism, you go into Islam, whatever. There's going to be aspects that are the aspects of the core philosophies or the core ideology that have to be taken solely on faith. And that's where the root of the problem lies. The idea that an angel did this is just something that is axiomatically accepted. It's just one of the things. And we can reject that because that particular axiom, although all axioms are subjective, like, for example, the axiom that I think, therefore I am, I exist because I experience my existence, as opposed to what I can interpret to be another existence. Of course, that is an axiom. So, because I can't eliminate the possibility that I'm a Boltzmann brain, that I'm a brain in a vat. But it wouldn't matter because even if I was a brain in a vat, I'm still having experiences. So those experiences are true to a degree. I know that I exist. I know that I exist because I have experiences as opposed to not existing in which I would have no experiences. So I can axiomatically accept that I exist and make very few assumptions about that. Whereas the angel coming down to bequeath the Quran to Muhammad requires so many assumptions. And we have to multiply our entities unnecessarily to the degree in order to make this thing a possibility. And to say that this is true because this, it's true because the angel exists, it's true because the Quran is what it wanted Muhammad to know, it's true because Muhammad was where he was at the time, it's true because of who Muhammad was, it's true because Allah exists, it's true because of this. There's so many assumptions that we have to make about it that's when it becomes problematic. So you try to reduce the amount of assumptions that you make when coming to your axioms, what you hold axiomatically. So, and how are angels related to ghosts? They aren't! Oh. I love how Clive is trying to resurrect this after so long. I thought I was beyond it. The idea that what? Okay. Why do I feel like I have to defend myself? I stated that what people interpret as ghosts is quite potentially a misidentification of a natural phenomena. That's it. It's a natural thing that occurs that people are type 1 and type 2 erroring, and they're just misidentifying it as something else because they hold essentially a precondition or a preconception that ghosts exist. Because a person who does not believe that ghosts exist does not see ghosts. So a person to infer, essentially what it is. If a person doesn't believe in ghosts, they see something they can't explain, they simply say they can't explain it. But if a person who believes a ghost exists, they see something that's like, oh, that matches what I think a ghost might be like, then quite possibly that was a ghost. No, I'm saying that that what we are interpreting, what people probably, not definitively, interpret as ghosts is likely misidentification of a naturally explained phenomena, or quite potentially a phenomena that we don't readily have an explanation for. That's it. Something that we may not know. There was a time when we didn't understand what ball lightning was, but now we do. So you never know. It's not misdirection. It's literally just like, obviously people are having an experience. What could that experience possibly be? In the realm of methodological naturalism, there's a naturalistic explanation, but it's being misidentified as something else. For example, I see something in the sky I can't identify, aliens. No, that's not right. That's incorrect. You see something in the sky you can identify, you don't know what it is. Done. I'm positing that it's possible that it may be a natural phenomenon that's misidentified or could be something we don't readily understand. That's it. I was positing a hypothetical, Clive. I do not hold to that position. I was simply trying to posit something. You know damn well what I was trying to do, good sir. You know damn well what I was doing. Killing me over here. Tony Regime, ball lightning is caused by wearing polyester underpants. Very true. Very, very true. Well, I was hoping you don't understand ghosts. I do. No true ghost believer. Very nice. Good Predator. Mr. Twitch, good Predator. Good Predator 2 reference. So, I was hoping that somebody from the live chat, from the audience there, would have something to bring over here and talk to me about, or maybe ask a question or to engage with the live chat. I know that we had that one guy earlier. And hey, Sally Skellington, didn't mean to miss you. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for being here. And it's awesome that during the course of the stage, y'all unlocked a new emoji, unlocked a Carl Sagan emoji. I hope that y'all like that. I really, really enjoy that one. Yes, shout out to everyone in the chat who has gay/bi brainworms. Yes, those gay bisexual brainworms. That's what they do. So I'm glad that. I hope that y'all enjoy the Carl Sagan emoji. Congrats to everyone for unlocking that one. Next one is on the way. I think it's like 17 members to the next one unlocks. So I appreciate all the support there. I don't see anybody in the live chat who may have something who may have come over from the Discord stage. So, with that being said, have I ever seen Clive? He's a ghost. Confirmed. I get it. You are got it. You are asserting that ghosts are real, but people don't understand. Oh God. Oh, I'm so done. I'm so done. Clive, you're killing me. You're straight killing me. Okay. So they're just an evolutionary cousin. Ghosts are just evolutionary cousins of angels. Anyway. Yeah, I saw that the live chat over there on the Discord was getting insane. Okay. So, a little update with what's going on here. So, because of some big things that are going on over on the Week in Horror side, on the podcast side, with Johnny and Eugene and Alex and Aaron and Angela, there were some big things that have come up that have pulled my attention away from my normal creative content. I thought I was going to have a video out on Friday. Unfortunately, it's one of the kind of the longer ones, and there's a lot of production value that goes into a lot of production stuff that I'm doing to it. So that's taking a little bit more time than usual. Not to mention I was pulled off for a writing assignment that I need to get done, and I'm currently working on that as well because that's taking a little bit of time out of my schedule. So I'm a little bit delayed. So hopefully I'll have the next Bridge the Divide video out on Tuesday. That's the hope there. That will be out on Tuesday, and then I will try and get to that Tuesday, Friday kind of release schedule, so it's a little bit more conducive to. So I guess the algorithm likes it better when you have that set schedule. But I've tried to keep it on Tuesdays and Fridays, and hopefully I'll have a Tuesday, Friday thing going on. So new content from Bridge the Divide coming up, engaging what I found was a really kind of interesting video. I don't want to spoil anything about it. It has to do with birds. So I actually got to do a lot of research going into this one. That was another thing that took a long time, is that there was a lot of research that had to be done on this. And I can tell you I was kind of disappointed in the middle of it. But I think y'all will enjoy the video when it comes out. So I have new Bridge the Divide coming out very, very soon. I am, that's true, pulled off for writing. That's almost as good as a pay raise. That's very true. So hopefully that will be out soon. Hopefully we'll have that out Tuesday. If not, I'll do my best to get it out there because it's a lot of editing to get done. And then of course, Week in Horror every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central, over at youtube.com/weekinhorror, or of course wherever you listen to podcasts when it goes live every Sunday. As a matter of fact, the newest episode just went live noon today. So that's up wherever you listen to podcasts. And then of course, all the usual stuff. So I don't know. As far as the Four Beardsmen go, I do not know what the current status is. Johnny's been really, really busy. I've been busy as well. PhD Tony as well because he's still in Australia. And of course, Irish is kind of out of pocket here and there. I don't know what's going on over in Ireland. It's been difficult to try and get all four of us in the same spot at the same time. Johnny and I are easier because, we have the podcast. Occasionally I'm on his show. I'm on the Plot Hole on Fridays or on Tuesdays. So we have that, but it's difficult to get us there. But I promise you, we are working on trying to find a schedule with which we can bring the four beardsmen back. Fingers crossed. As far as the panels go, King Xerxes and I have an idea that we'd really like to do a panel where it's a little bit smaller. It's probably me, Xerxes, and a couple of other people. Probably just a maximum 3, maybe 4 people. And kind of doing the same thing that we do here. We want to do it a little bit smaller because each one of us has our own kind of areas of expertise, and that's a little bit more conducive to so it doesn't get so heated on the stage, because we know where to drop out and the other person can jump in, and it allows us to handle more callers faster because there's less people that we have to get through that have responses. So we used to do that on Discord back in the day, because the Discord stages were very, very conducive to that. They allowed us to basically broadcast a stage to all of Discord outside of our server, and when it was me, Xerxes, Androcus, and Jack Burton, when we were running those stages, we were getting like 500 to 600 people at a time that were coming in to listen to these things and talk to us. And we would like to recreate that because those were absolutely amazing. Hopefully we'll be able to figure that out. We're trying to figure out the tech so that we can do this and still be able to procure like memberships or super chats or anything that comes along, and still be able to bring people on and have discussions with them that we can all engage with from our personal channels. We're still trying to figure that out. But hopefully we will get that together. Other than that, that's pretty much it. Just working to bring you new stuff in the new year. And we have a bunch of plans and some big things coming up. I can't wait to break news on a lot of them. The stuff on the Week in Horror side, stuff on the Bridge the Divide side, all kinds of things. And I know, Mr. Twitch, I know that you don't really dig Xerxes. He's an acquired taste. I like him. I like Xerxes predominantly because he's whip smart, and he's literally gone through a seminary. So he's been through the training to understand these things about the Bible, and his knowledge of biblical historicity is second to none. Like, the guy knows the Bible backwards and forwards, and I've used him as a resource often to kind of verify. Like, when we talk about the whole thing, well, all the martyrs, they all died for Christ. Well, no, they really didn't. And so, knowing these things, knowing the discrepancies in the Bible, knowing the contradictions in the Bible and all these problems, he is well versed on that. And so, I will always kind of hand over to him when it comes to verifying a particular thing in the Bible, because he knows it off the top of his head, whereas I have to go and do research unless I've already memorized it. So, PhD Tony is not as open to believe in ghosts. If that's cute, Clive. Thanks, Clive. Appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. That was an epic moment, and I miss it. I miss those kind of interactions. So I really, really do. But nonetheless, all kinds of cool stuff coming up, and I hope to bring you all along. So, all of you. So, a huge, giant thank you to all of the channel members for making this possible. All the members of the Godless Army, I appreciate you so very, very much. If you are interested in becoming a member of the Godless Army and supporting the channel, the link is down in the description. Of course, you get access to all of the emojis that I've created for you, and of course, the channel badge, which is the expanding mind meme. So, the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? So I appreciate all of your support. Thank you to everyone who was hanging out in the chat. I do appreciate that. You all rock. Thank you for hanging out this whole time. The numbers on this one were fantastic, so I really, really appreciate it. Of course, smash the like button on the way out. It really, really helps the algorithm. Leave a comment if you have a question that didn't get, if you'd like to leave one there and you like to have me address it, I'll try and get to it there. And of course, that's pretty much it. So thank you all so much for hanging out. And as always, be safe and be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide.